What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei became the true Diabolos Deus dragon god, emperor. All is lost, yet I remain. In his final moments, Issei Hyoudou was sent back to the beginning of it all. Will history repeat itself? Can he rescue those dear to him? Or will he face difficult choices? But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. In the vast sea of nothingness, with fractal and indescribable visage of colors akin to kaleidoscope that contrasts its emptiness, was a floating chunk of flesh oozing with disturbing substance indescribable that it had geometric shape yet in form a wet rotting flesh that constantly fluctuate yet unable to reform itself back. It was an amalgamation of viscera and unknown substances. The grotesque chunk belongs to a creature whose size is comparable to a whole world and Una live within the vast emptiness of kaleidoscopic realm. What kind of being was capable of killing such an abomination? The cause was in the middle of it all, and upon closer it was man who permeated immense power despite being beaten where he's full of scars and wounds. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive, yet his breath was weak. Even on the verge of dying he seemed unrelenting, cracking his eyes and tensing his muscles, wearing only a ragged cloak full of tear and holes as well as black cargo pants that were also full of dirty and decrepit. The man appeared to be in his late 30s with long brown and a thin and unshaven beard making him like a drunken man. However, his eyes had crimson tinge and reptilian eyes full of dominance. Despite his current state, there was a sense of danger coming out from him where even a weakened state had enough strength to fight back, where the will of his eyes did not lose hope. Damn it, my body is aching. I can't die yet, I still need to kill them. Even in front of death's door, his will to live and kill overwhelmed his senses, which led to 6 wings sprouting behind his back. However, it quickly dissipated from the exhaustion of his fight. He coughed as blood spewed from his mouth, feeling his entire body aching and growing weaker every passing moment. Sigh, I'm dying, aren't I? He couldn't speak, and trying to do so ended up in excruciating pain as his rib punctured his lungs. I'm afraid so, partner. A soft yet domineering voice spoke within his mind, slightly making him smile through the intense pain. Glad you're here, Irene. The voice belongs to one of the 2 heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Empress of Domination. She was the rival of the White Dragon Empress who fought endlessly, having their battle come to an end when her current host of the White Dragon Empress became his wife. The man, whose name was Issei Hyoudou, was simple human, ignorant of what the world truly is, until one day where everything changed when he was turned into a devil, being introduced to the hidden truth of the world. He was simple human, but time passed with countless hardship, became well-respected powerhouse of his world. In the end he had gained peace. The man remembered his wives smiling tenderly as they gazed on their slender fingers wearing golden rings. How he wished for it to last forever, yet fate was cruel as the day crack in space came abomination, killing and slaughtering anything they saw. They were known to be called outer gods, whose was unfathomable, defeating even Great Red, one of the strongest creature in their universe. One by one his family and friends died within his embraces, only leaving him alone fighting countless years, losing count how many corpses he had stepped on. His body was ageless due to not being human but mixture of dragon, god and devil. He was the strongest there is, but what's the point of his strength where there is nothing to protect? The only thing that kept his sanity was the fragment soul of Irene, who managed to live being connected to him in his soul. He was powerful, the one who was on top, yet his power had already begun to reach its limits and crumble, unable to regenerate himself from the wound that corrupted his entire being. Don't blame yourself, partner. We cannot do anything as they were far stronger than we expected. At the very least you tried, and that was enough. Her assured tone eases his pain even further, distracting him from the grief of everything that he had lost before. Issei fought and lost, and lost and lost, until he had won and tasted the blood of an outer god. He continues to grow and goes beyond where he is able to even contend to higher-ranking outer gods capable of destroying the entire universe with their presence alone. They are creatures that shouldn't exist and belong to any universe, where they are the oil that is forced to mix into water. They are madness and carnage, with only the goal of destruction and entropy of entire multiverse, watching it shatter and break as they dance upon seeing its destruction, where despair and tragedy filled their non-existing heart. I know that, even how much I kill, it doesn't mean anything because they will never bring them back. He clenched his fist, being frustrated, recalling the past, and tried to stand up but to no avail as his body was slow grumbling from the constant used his body and energy. Issei sighs and uses magic to look at a few floating orbs that contain the memory of a person dear to him that he managed to save. The power of an outer god was so vast and unpredictable that even the souls of those they killed vanished, making it impossible to revive any of them, and Issei witnessed it all, embracing every single one of those he loved until they took their last breath. The pain he endured and the sacrifice he made to get revenge where it had ended up an excuse for him wishing to end his life, yet he was unable to. He was like the lantern and the hope of victory to those who have lost. Issei couldn't let go and push through all the hardship despite knowing they were gone, and only his memory of them remained even though those were slowly fading. Those tragedies happened for countless years where Issei lost count when it reached 4 digits. He had traveled to countless universes trying to save them against the outer god and gain allies along the way, but they all crumble and die. Issei experienced many things and fell in love a few times, but those monsters took them from him until he gave up and decided to fight until he died, never forming a new relationship beside Irene and her. Issei. Her passionate voice resonate within Issei's mind, calming him down as he heard his partner and lover words. It was rare for her to call him with his name, which made it more impactful. We know nothing could be changed, but I know they won't blame you for their deaths. Irene was worried and tried to comfort him until the end. Their old universe, DRACONIC Deus, aka DXD, had long been destroyed, including the sacred gear system that powers Issei, but due to being an anomaly managed to still keep Irene with him, which was a blessing. I know, I just wish I could go back in time, but even after exploring heaven, hell and even the divine realms of the other gods, there wasn't anything that could help us. His voice showed his regret and grief, wanting to redo everything and make a better decision without losing anything. Imagine having everything with a bright future ahead of you only for it to turn into nothing. The pain, guilt, remorse, hatred, rage. Issei coughed even more and felt his one of arms and legs had crumbled slightly, making him chuckle, not fearing for his end. Greetings, young man. Out of nowhere, Issei tenses up upon hearing voice, despite knowing he was the only one that remains unless the other outer gods manage to find him. He tried to push himself, but it was in vain. The only action he can do was turn his gaze, seeing featureless faces with long white hair that constantly shift to young man and old man. It wore pieces of cloth toga as he was floating, looking at Issei. He felt a sense of familiarity even though he had never met someone like him before, and the aura that the old man permeated was calming, and felt it was the world itself, as strange as it sounds. He was calmly smiling and observed Issei as the latter forced himself to speak. Who are you? He managed to ask in demanding tone, even with a weak voice, and release a pressure that didn't even make the old man flinch. Issei, this is... No, it can't be. Issei was perplexed, hearing Irene's flustered tone, seemingly knew who the old man was. Irene, do you know who it is? He asked, somewhat unnerved by her demeanor. Yes, but he should be dead. Issei felt wary, hearing his partner shocked beyond words as he stared at the being who seemed to smile lovingly like father. Indeed, Red Dragon, I am that I am. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was shocked hearing the person was God who had created the angels, fallen angels, and sacred gear system. The man who ruled heaven and died in the great war of the 3 great factions. What? Forgive me. But how can you be alive? Issei was now flustered and somewhat able to speak coherent sentences that made the old man chuckle. Child, I had not died but pretended to be in order for you to exist. The old man explained while Issei was confused. For me to exist. This is what Issei thought hearing his words. What do you mean? Issei wanted to know more while the old man, God, narrowed his gaze and said in a serious tone. Long ago, I had foreseen the calamity that would one day come to our universe after I had sealed the Trahexa. The vision showed me a young man who would stand firm and face the calamity and any adversary by himself. He was like the brilliant light of hope that shone upon the darkness. And that child is you, Issei Hyoudou. God spoke while Issei felt silent and felt something welling up inside of him, and gritted his teeth before glaring at him, and said, If you see the future, then why didn't you warn the angels about the calamity? My family died because of you. Issei was shocked and then turned to rage from hearing everything that could have been prevented. If only God had told others about the future, then nothing would have died. The pain and suffering of every living creature of countless universes could have been prevented. I know, my children died as well, did they not? I am frustrated as you are. However, when I tried to peer into the future, what I witnessed was only an empty nothing. Even the dimensional gap can't compare. It was one would call the bad ending. Therefore, I made everything until this moment to ensure a future of peace and happiness. Not just one world, but every world. Issei felt silent, being calmed down by Irene, and understood the burden of carrying a future that cannot be changed, or the worst will come. He was reasonable even with the bottled up emotion that he has. Issei was no fool anymore, unlike his former self. The years that he lived strengthened his wisdom but retained core personality, never straying far from his way. Even though he tries to distance himself in fear of losing, always finds himself saving and attacking. Then tell me, how can we achieve this peace? Don't tell me to return back in time. Issei didn't waste any more time, seemingly gaining more life from obtaining something that fueled his power. Hope. Yes, that is exactly what I am going to do. He smiled and Issei blankly stared at him for a moment. Time travel. Was this some cliché manga story? Hold on, how will you do that? The timelines I've tried to return to had been destroyed by them. Issei has been searching for worlds and ways to fix everything, but traveling through timelines is a tricky thing, as warned by her. Timelines are a jumbled mess, as reversing, slowing, sped up and stopping was possible as it was basic, but traveling through would be like swimming in the ocean without navigation, unless stopping or reverse is far simpler. Not to mention, he had reached a power to touch all space and time. Unfortunately, every world that the outer god had destroyed was removed from the time stream, causing to be unable to return. I know, that's why I fake my death to focus on creating a spell that sends you back in time with memory attached along with the small power you carry, restoring everything back to normal. Issei was dumbfounded hearing the word come out from his creator and the possibility he can go back in the time where everything began. Before the calamity had befallen everything. The time he was happy and held his wives. The embers of hope that slowly fading began to rekindle itself, turning from nothing more than a cinder into a blazing flames that consumed the despair of his heart, brimming with power that the god looked upon his gaze, burning with determination and conviction. I see, then tell me what other things I need to do. Issei didn't waste any moment, and if he could have the chance to correct everything, then he wouldn't hesitate. Child, I will send you at the time before you were introduced with the supernatural, perhaps in your summer vacation, since it would be strange if you suddenly change. It is the time where you can assimilate with a tiny bit of your power without dying. After a few months training, you would be able to gain half your strength. Issei's power that obtained throughout the years was vast and unparalleled. A sneeze could destroy the sun, and a flick would be the entire galaxy, and flexing his full power would collapse entire universes. You gotta be kidding me. It's the time where I was stupid pervert though. He crumbled, hoping that it would be around the time when he's at least experienced in fighting. I mean, wouldn't it be better if I go when I'm already strong? Unfortunately, there are certain conditions that could cause a ripple through the timelines, and sending you at that time would be a lot better, and you can prevent many things. He explained, while Issei found it was true, since he can save Valerie for Gasper and find Ingvold. There are many things he could have prevented if he was in that time, but it will surely take time. There's more to it, isn't it? Issei knows there is more about why he was being sent at a time of his immaturity, and God nodded. Indeed, your foundation of strength is unstable and hasn't reached a level suitable to fight against outer god. You were false. No, it's not the time. Issei perked hearing him, but stopped at the last second. False what? In due time you'll understand. For now, we've wasted too much time. Let's discuss the things in regards to your return. I'll be giving you a few additions to your power to help you. The god held his hand out, then a floating orb of light and a drop of crimson blood hovered over his body, then was absorbed, making him feel an intense pain, but it couldn't compare to fighting endlessly. Within his soul something fluctuated and churned until everything fades, making Issei pants. Partner, are you alright? Why yeah, I'm fine. What was that? I have given you control over my system, blessing and bloodline containing every 72 devil pillars. However, it depends how much you unlock. Issei wanted to say something but was speechless. Having the power of every devil, which includes his wife's Seek Veritime magic, and Ria's power of destruction, Ravel Phoenix Flames, Sona and Sarah Fall Water, and Ice, and Valia Lucifer Dark Lightning. There is more ways for him to fight against his enemy in the future. He was deeply moved from the gesture and said, Thanks, God of the Bible. Issei would bow to show his respect and gratitude for the opportunity, while the god smiled and said, No, thanks, young man. You who, despite everything that had happened, did not lose his hope and succumb to despair. Your path remains burning in your brilliant light, carrying your ideals and beliefs through it all. You could have easily given up and ended your suffering, yet you kept looking straight ahead. You reminded of my first son, before his fall. He spoke, looking at Issei, seeing a feature that overlapped, and softly smiled, reminiscing. Issei began in an innocent fascination with female figures, especially the breasts, and many find it his lust. However, it is far from the truth. It was nothing more than fascination and love. He did not know until recently that his desire for breast was nothing more than catalyzed and a limitation for love itself that fueled his power. He grew stronger when those desires became love and hope. Issei appears perverted, yet it is nothing but an innocent fascination that he does not feel embarrassed due to no lust being involved. The love and hope of spirit. I hope everything will be much better. Are you ready, child? Be careful, as other outer gods may feel the time disturbances, but I will protect you and delay them as much as possible. Please save everyone. And please take care of my daughter, Gabriel. He didn't need to say anything, and Issei instantly exploded in power, regrowing his limbs, and stood regaining his fading light where he now has a reasonable to live and protect. His love was burning and the hope was shining in brilliant light. I will make sure of it. With that, Issei vision changes where his entire existence faded from a reality that was no more, a stream that had dried up. A world that will never exist anymore. He left the god alone with a small smile in its featureless face. Moment later, from the void, two figures could be seen but cannot be defined. So you finally sent him, huh? I hope he is able to get stronger enough to fight them. A male voice could be heard. Of course he will. That young man is true god of endless hope and dream. The one who is the light of the demon sultan and the nightmare of nightmare. A female voice spoke in reverences and the two nodded. I have no doubt of that child who shall be the lantern of everything. His gaze remained at the spot where Issei and disappeared before turning his back and said, Let us depart, those invaders shall not destroy another of my worlds. With that, the three disappeared to defend a new world from its inevitable demise. Hyoudou Residences. 2 months before school starts. Soundly sleeping inside his bed, a young man's eyes twitch as slowly crimson red eyes revealed itself. Looking around the room, he stood up and sat down, grasping his head. He felt nauseated, akin to drunken state, yet the young man knew he hadn't drunk any alcohol before falling asleep. However, his body felt refreshed and reinvigorated, overflowing with youthful energy. What's going on? His expression turned confused, then to shocked, as memories began to flood into his mind where it showed a glimpse of bliss to despair until numbness, while energy started to run through his body as gradually his body became much refined and toned. The young man, Issei, concentrated and controlled the raging energy gushing into his body, guiding it through his body, ensuring that every part was nourished from the energy. He felt a sense of change in his sense where it grew sharper and sensitive, while the energy was slowly stabilizing, becoming still like water. His eyes turned reptilian that contained unfathomable ferocity and power where it felt the embodiment of the one who stood at the highest throne. Issei continues to grow until everything settles and he manages to full his composure. His power had reached an ultimate class devil with energy alone, yet his control and power varies. After a few minutes of calling his breath, he found himself shocked and sweating like bullets. He did not expect time travel to work without any problem. Issei stood up and looked at the mirror and saw himself younger than before, removing his shirt that showed small yet refined muscles, seeing the lines. Even his old self, his body was never too bulky and settled in a lean physique. I can't believe I came back. He choked as tears fell from his eyes, unable to contain the feeling of relief and hope as well as anticipation to see those that he had failed alive. The memory of them taking their last breath never stops playing inside his mind, haunting him without rest. At this moment, he felt falling into his knees as he was too weak from the overwhelming feeling that his heart was experiencing. Yes, partner. This isn't a dream. The familiar voice came and took him out from his emotional state, bringing him back to reality. Irene, Issei yelled out within his mind, fearing that she might have been her old self, and was glad she's with him even now. Now, we can change everything. Her voice made Issei choke up once more as his body was quivering while his teeth rattled from disbelief. Emotion filled his heart as tears once again began to stream down, having lifted the burden he carried. His regret can now be changed, and a voice that he never expected to hear again echoed. Issei, wake up or the breakfast will get cold, his mother shouted while Issei pushed aside his emotion and softly smiled, glad that his parents were now alive and well. For thousands of hearts where the people important to him had faded suddenly returned its color, fueling his conviction to pave the path of a better future. Issei regretted countless things, and one of them was unable to take his time with his parents into consideration. They died on the day when the outer god came and was unable to save them in time, recalling his being far too occupied in saving people around him. We will make those bastards pay. His entire body exuded power while he clenched his hand tightly that it bled, yet due to his new physiology had healed immediately, as he vividly recalled the events that caused many tragedies to his life. Issei heard footsteps coming down the stairs that his eyes widened. Wait, I'm too emotional. I can't face them now or they'll start being suspicious so early. even for thousands of years from him to temper his emotion does not remove the fact that he was not prepared to see those that died come back to life. Issei, calm down, it wouldn't do any good if you panic. Just relax and control yourself. Irene is reassured, helping Issei calm himself, preparing to face his mother. He felt the guilt of failing them numerous times and pondered what they would tell him. Will they get angry for letting them die? Even though he knew they wouldn't blame him nor feel those kinds of things, he himself can't accept and continues to fill his heart with guilt. He took a deep breath as he heard the door creak as a woman poked her head through the door. Issei, I'm going in. I told you to wake up early, but why are you crying? Issei finds himself face to face with his mother, who despite her age still retains a certain charms, especially her motherly demeanor, looking at him strangely, seeing his eyes slightly red that indicates someone was crying. She saw the gaze of her son, who was known to be an outspoken pervert that didn't miss an opportunity to show his love for the female breast, had changed into something more mature, containing a sense of grief and sadness, as well as longing and guilt. It was unusual for her son to act this way. Issei's mother quickly approached him with a worried look, then held her hands to his face. Issei flinched from the warmth of her hands and tried to keep his composure, afraid that she'll get suspicious, while his mother was worried. What's wrong, Issei? Did something happen? As his mother, she knew everything about him and nothing could hide the truth from her about her own son. Seeing his eyes could already indicate something was wrong. Issei held his mother's hand and could only give a reassuring smile and said, It's embarrassing, but don't worry mom, I just had a horrible nightmare. He tried his best to hide his grief with a dry laugh, while his mother wasn't fully convinced, yet she accepted it nonetheless, not wanting to force her son, who was clearly troubled by something. She knew his son would tell her when he was finally able to. Alright Issei, but hurry up or you're going to be late. Her mother, Miki, stopped respecting her son's personal space where her motherly intuition told her it was the right decision. Issei only nodded as he saw his mother closing the door as he plopped on the bed, processing everything that had happened. He still had many things needed to be done and enemies to face. Seeing the calendar, it means that the summer break has just begun, giving us at least 2 months to prepare. Issei knew that it wouldn't take him a long time to reach the peak of this world, since even in his immature self managed to contend against primordial gods. Give him a month to regain his skills and power, then he'll give every hell. So what's your plan, Issei? Issei recalls many events that he wishes to change, for example helping Valerie in hopes of ending her suffering in the hands of her brother, but there are many factors needed to consider, since his currently an unknown variable with no backing could lead in seeing him as a threat. As much it pains him, he couldn't fight without causing collateral damage even with his power, unless he was able to gain more power from his newly acquired sacred gear system that thankfully provided him ideas of what it gave him. The ability to create, destroy, manipulate sacred gear gives a library of every sacred gear, but it is at their most basic form, as it is the user that gives it balance breaker forms, and he doesn't have their soul, only their basic power, but it would be enough for him to try and make some sacred gear for himself and people important to him. Issei has Annihilation Maker, and could try making monsters using his power for later to help his family and act familiar for him. I was thinking of going to Grigori and talking to Azazel, since he has influence and background to the supernatural that can help me. Azazel was his mentor and uncle figure for him that he trusted the most in helping him prepare the supernatural at the upcoming war against the outer god. Issei recalls the time Azazel taught things to him, including perverted ones. Even though most of the time he is laid back, Azazel is a calculative and smart person that knows how to act when time arises. Though they are weak but believe that there is still a chance in saving everyone. He refuses to give up now and will try. No, he will accomplish his goal. Unfortunately, that option could become a problem, since having both heavenly dragons might shift the balance of power unless he acts as an outsider and his own faction, in which he intends to do in the beginning. This is currently the best option we have that could give me a better understanding of my power and the person I could trust. Issei can't exactly trust the devil faction for help because it has countless rats, including the bastard that led to one of his wife Asya being abandoned by the church. He had many years to learn in many fields while fighting the outer gods. Issei knew that every action he took would lead to unprecedented results, therefore needed to see the factors that can influence his goal. Azazel is the best shot, while the second option is Yasaka from the Yokai faction, but it might bring the Shinto gods into the play. Issei had many alongside gods and goddesses of every faction during the invasion, even Nyx was included, who fought and grew affection to him, but she sacrificed her life at the moment. He thought it ironic now that she will end up trying to kill him, since they are enemies at this point in time, but he'll save her this time and won't leave anyone behind. As much as I hate to admit it, I think Azazel is a better option. Irene dislikes him since he was a horrible influence on Issei when he was young, but can't deny he was a reliable individual. Good, but it's best to meet him alone since I don't trust the other fallen. Even if Issei trusts Azazel doesn't mean it includes other fallen angels, especially one associated with Kokobile. There's more things I need to think about and play out, but for now I need to get downstairs. Issei went to the bathroom to take a bath since his body had been drenching in, whereas it had been countless years since he had taken a decent bath and often bathed himself in ponds and lakes. He took off his clothes and looked at the mirror, completely showing his lean and toned body. His old power still needed time to fully adjust to his body. His overall capability is ultimate class devil. Issei had combat experience, therefore he can easily defeat even stray devils with his human strength. Issei stared at his reflection, and how unbelievable seeing his old self was. Sigh, I hate the fact that I was an extreme pervert. He weakly laughed at himself, finding it embarrassing when trying to recall his former self. Issei does love breasts but now has self-control considering he had numerous that it is pointless to look at other women. Ha ha ha, you're right, but that's why we fell in love with you. Irene had been by his side and grown fond of his strange antics in the past. Issei raises an eyebrow and chuckles. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. Issei already lost count how many times he had sighs from his return. He went to take a shower, finally having a relaxing bath after so many years. Afterwards, dry himself using magic and got dressed wearing a simple black shirt and shorts. It was strange without any scar and a beard. You look ravishing, Issei. Irene's seductive voice reverbed within his mind that made him smirk and said, Thanks, Irene. If I had my body, then I would have to pound you. Since Big G said I have control over a sacred system, maybe I can create one with a similar effect of Sephiroth Grail. Issei dislikes the idea of trapping his partner and consorting within his soul. She had a body before that Issei reconstructed, but it was eventually destroyed, and thankfully her soul remained within him that fortunately saved her from being destroyed completely. You're right. Well, test it later. Irene couldn't miss the opportunity to take his first that she can brag about against the crimson-haired heiress. Unexpectedly, the said person sneezed, unaware what was about to happen, but that's a story for another time. Issei nodded and finished dressing himself, and went downstairs to be greeted by his father, who awkwardly saw his figure. His son acted strangely according to his wife, which made him wary. He could see his son's eyes had changed into a mature one who had seen the truth of the world. He sat down feeling the awkward atmosphere. Issei could only sigh again from gloomy air. Did something happen, Issei? Your mom told me that you were crying earlier. His father looked at his son, who never showed this kind of expression before, and felt it was out of place. Geez, mom makes things awkward. Well, I had horrible dreams, that's why you don't need to make it a big deal. Issei tried his hardest to pretend everything was fine, but his parents knew very well that their son was having problems. They could see a burden whenever their gaze met with his. He could have used hypnosis, but his conscience didn't allow it. Not to mention, Issei's intuition told him that trying to use his power without proper testing could lead to a disaster, considering if his reserve and power was close to ultimate devil, then his parent could turn into a vegetative state. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, but I can't involve you with all of this shit just yet. Issei does plan on telling them, but afraid that they'll get in the way at the current moment, while his parents look at each other for a moment, seemingly talking to each other through their gaze. If you say so, son. But remember, whatever happens, we will be by your side. His father looked at him straight into his eyes and he nodded. I know, thanks, Dad. He then felt his father ruffled his hair and showed a toothy grin. Enough of that, eat your food, Issei, and Jean, you still have work, don't you, unless you're still planning on buying stash of those magazines that I told you disposed of. His mother sternly said, while his father, Jean, shivered and tried to plead to his wife. Oh come on, hun, hey son, help me with your mother. Issei pretended not to hear his words and continued to eat, while Jean felt defeated, unable to win against his wife. Traitor. The Hyoudou family was bustling in the morning, where Issei slowly felt at home after a long time, and before long his father left for his work, where he was doctor in a small clinic. He was incredibly happy to taste his parents' food after countless years and treated it as the best meal that he had ever had that was filled with love. So Mom, can I help you clean the house? Issei wanted to spend his time with his parents and repay their hospitality that surprised his mother, who smiled. Are you sure, son? Wouldn't it be better for you to take some time to clear your head? He shook his head and said, This is the best way to clear my head. Issei reassured her while Mickey nodded. Alright, but don't overwork yourself, Issei. He nodded and Issei helped his mother clean the house and every household chores, enjoying every moment of it, and having small talk with mother, having genuine joy after countless years. Issei finds an old photo where he saw Irina and himself, making him smile. Memories of their childhood was fresh in his mind, and the kiss they shared as cool as the budding love between the two of them. He placed the photo where it belonged and continued to clean until his mother stopped him. "I can handle the rest, Issei. Go and read your Arrow manga," Issei grumbled, hearing his mother, and thought of burning them later. He looked outside and found it was nearly time for lunch, and wanted to suggest cooking. "What you're about to suggest, then I decline. Go and relax, I promise everything is fine, son, and nothing is going to happen." Issei was speechless and weakly laughing, finding that it is true that it was impossible to hide anything from your parents. "Ah, alright. If you need anything, feel free to call me, I'll just get some fresh hair." He left his mother, who smiled, looking at him with a knowing smile, and muttered, "Has he awakened them?" Her words held some worry, and looked at the door in which her son had left. Meanwhile, Issei was walking down the streets trying to find a way to clear his mind. He could see the images of city ruins where lifeless corpses were buried in them while monsters mutilate everything. A sense of nostalgia witnessing the place where he grew up and people walking alongside him unaware of the future. Issei bitterly swallowed the self-pity and guilt as he subconsciously acquired survivor's guilt at the trauma of losing everything. There were some neighbors that greeted him, especially elderly, who knew what kind of young man he was. Despite his perverted nature, was a kind-hearted young man who would help in need even if he denied being kind. Only his classmates knew his perverted side, but never who he truly was. Issei didn't have any particular place to go, and wandered looking around the city in order to clear his mind that still had every trauma fresh in his mind. He decided not to test his power at the moment, and enjoy the moment of freedom. Eventually, Issei found himself at a particular shrine where it belonged to someone important to him. "Are you going to meet her, since I don't recommend when you're emotionally unstable, partner?" Irene was afraid that he'll act strange and ended up ruining his chances with her because of some misunderstanding. "I know, I just wanted to see this place again." Issei looked at the shrine until his sight caught a glimpse of raven-haired young woman tied in ponytail wearing a shrine maiden outfit who saw him even at such a far distance, and he gave smile filled with the love and affection a man could give to their eternal bond that they shared. He could see the memories they shared and moments where they laughed and cried. Whatever, happens, I will always be, by your side and forever." Issei recalled her last words to him, and how he cried in pain where tears of blood flooded his eyes. He was like a madman when killing the minions of the outer gods, where his memory was blank and didn't even know what happened at that time, even Irene. But the moment he regained his consciousness, witnessed the corpse of the monster was annihilated, and him hugged her lifeless body tightly, trying to feel the remaining warmth that she has until he lost conscious from exhaustion. His smile lingered for a moment, yet made the young woman's heart flutter, seemingly as if she knew him despite no memories of meeting him before. She felt as if they knew each other their whole life, and her heartbeats were different from her normal excitement. What is this strange feeling? Who is that person? Why do I feel like I know him, but I won't easily forget a face? How strange. Should I talk to him? Her mind was filled with thoughts that she failed to notice before it was too late that he had already left, and that moment heart fluttered, moving his body on its own, moving at a high speed, arriving at the bottom of the stairs and looking around, even tried to sense him but couldn't find him anymore. She felt desperate to find him and know who he was, yet unable to. "Who are you, and why is my heart aching? Am I crying?" The young woman was none other than Akeno Himejima, who was confused from the emotion-filling heart, and tears flowed down her cheek, making her even more perplexed. She was left alone to ponder what had happened while the reason was walking his way back to his home, where he joined his mother for lunch. He sat down looking at the home-cooked meal that his mother prepared. Issei couldn't even wait to have another taste of her cooking and took time eating them to fully enjoy the taste of the dishes. They had some small talk until he got back to his bed, taking a moment to recollect the moment he saw Akeno after thousands of years. "Do you think she knows?" Issei, heart pounding, where his intuition told him that somehow in some way they were able to have some sort of unexpected effect that influenced them, subconsciously linking themselves to their future memories. "It's possible, seeing you've done the impossible before. Perhaps your love for them has allowed you to somehow acquire a subconscious link between them." He somehow felt relief that he's not the only one who thinks so, and placed his hand on the back of his head and said, "Still, there are many enemies, and perhaps even new enemies about to come. There always will be, but now things will be different. You're right. Tomorrow we'll try and train to see how my new powers are." Issei needed time to at least calm himself enough that he won't have problems when fighting his enemy, but he was confident that they wouldn't act immediately unless the outer god acted faster than before. Knowing how complex those entities most likely weren't even affected by the change in the time stream, and knew what happened. He didn't feel any fear nor panic knowing that the God of the Bible would prevent them from attacking, allowing Issei to prepare. He has returned. Don't you think after millennia it would be a great idea to introduce ourselves? A regal and mystifying voice could be heard akin to velvet noir. His state at that time wouldn't do him any good. The mixture of his blood was not ideal compared to now. An older and more relaxed voice was heard. For how long shall we wait? Our power would be vital against them. The young one spoke in anger, trying to reason with the older one, who was silent and contempt. He is safe, that's all that matters. We will keep him safe, the older one remarked, yet a hint of defeat resounded in them. Safe? We can't keep this up unless he uses us. Now that he receives the missing parts will eventually awaken us, and without guidance then he'll fall. Do not forget what he is, the younger one spoke as if stating facts. I know, the only one who could go against the demon sultans permanently. He spoke, pausing for a brief moment, and said, we will reveal ourselves once the time is right. As the current moment, he is unstable. His spirit, soul and body are in a state of disarray. Forcing him to use us would be a death wish. The younger one fell silent and clicked his tongue. Fine. Issei woke up feeling refreshed, having slept without having a nightmare, and instead had a beautiful dream of his first date with Akeno. He stood up, performing light stretches, feeling invigorated with life, looking outside, seeing it was still dark and perfect to exercise and test his newfound power. He went to change his clothes into a short and black tank top, wearing some running shoes before heading outside as Issei tested his physical prowess running. To find a secluded area where his body was rapidly adapting to the changes as he pushed himself, running non-stop at full speed, akin to Ferrari at full speed that kept going faster, as he recalling back his skills using a technique called shundo, or instantaneous movement, that slight strain his human body, but ignored the pain as it was nothing compared to the emotional and physical scar that the outer god did. Ha ha, this body is, sure, pathetic. Issei found himself deep in the mountains and laid on the ground as he took deep breaths, taking his time to recover. It can't be helped. You may have the energy reserve of an ultimate devil, doesn't mean your physical prowess would be the same. At the moment, you're still a human that is slowly becoming a true dragon god, or perhaps it's now different, since you have the 72-pillar bloodline of the devil family. It's a bit overwhelming at the information of their abilities, but most of that is basic. That gives me more talent in every field due to. Can't say I'll master them, but it's worth the try. Issei laid on the ground, momentarily enjoying the view of the sky peering through the trees, before a few minutes later jumped back up and cracked his stiff muscles. Alright, let's see if I can still summon you, Irene. Issei concentrated at his arms, trying to sense his energy that churned from his veins to his arms until bright light shone, and what revealed was a scaly gauntlet with gems in them. It was a simpler design, appearing more slim than chunky. Still got it. How about you, Irene? I'm fine. Nothing seems to change. How about boosting yourself? Issei nodded and activated his weapon like normal, where it resounded instantly, boosting his power, and ended after around a few dozen of boosts, reaching around ultimate class in every aspect, not just his reserve. He then proceeded to execute a flurry of strikes and kicks that shook the air, producing a sonic boom, destroying the nearby trees. Issei didn't end his warm-up until the boost wore off, and watched how the entire area was basically deforested from his warm-up alone. It is still far from what I used to, but this is the start. Issei continues to train, letting his body memorize his movement and technique from executing martial art exercises. Considering he might recall them perfectly does not apply to his body, who lost its muscle memory. However, he was steadily growing stronger and skilled as he repeated the cycle exercise. At first it was rigid and stiff, that eventually became fluid and relaxed. His mind and body was assimilating as the hour went by, until he eventually ended his training, where he had already reached his limits and was now drenched in sweat. He panting heavily and flexes his muscle that tightens and grows stronger than before. At this rate I'll reach true dragon level by a month or more, depending if I keep training non-stop, but that won't do me any good, does it? Issei's continuous train without rest would only do more harm than good, even with his potential and talent. Indeed, it's best to explore the sacred gear that you have, Irene suggested, knowing that the training is a way to boost himself that avoids his body from shattering due to the amount of power that continues to go. He needs a perfect foundation that is able to hold the vast amount of power that Issei has gained. At his prime, Issei Reserve was akin to boundless water where it became infinite due to having the power of Ophis while also manifesting his desire with Great Red's dream that can be boosted even more by his sacred gear that multiplied the previous double with the normal limit like before. It would start at 2x then 4x afterwards 8x, 16x and so on and so forth, making Issei power transcend infinity and reach a concept of transfinite. Even with all that, it meant nothing against the outer gods that had tanked them without a problem. The reason he was able to wield that kind of power was due to his physiology having true dragon god having been reborn using the flesh of Great Red and Ophis power. Alright, there might be things that could help us. Issei finds a place to lay down and spreads his senses to scan if there would be any life nearby. Once he confirmed there was no one close by, sat down and concentrated trying to reach his newly acquired power deep within himself. He had done this numerous times when trying to visit the mindscape where Irene was, and eventually he found himself at fiery land filled with nothing but vast endless sea of fire. He then felt someone embrace him from his back and tenderly smiled, turning to find a dominating presence that made anyone feel inferior from standing before the person. To describe such a feeling would be similar to finding yourself face to face with a lion, something even higher that the will to fight would be distinguished. And yet, for Issei it was nothing but a feeling of affection looking at the person who was a tall, voluptuous woman with thickly braided, bow-adorned, scarlet hair. Her two front braids have two golden ornaments near the upper sections. She also wears two U-shaped earrings, one on each ear, and wears red lipstick. Irene, Issei tenderly said while Irene smiled sweetly different from her own aura surrounding her. She placed her arms on his shoulder before pulling him for a passionate kiss where Issei was surprised but took it since this was his first kiss after countless years since he didn't have any time to rest and left himself and Irene vulnerable. "I've missed this taste of yours, too bad I don't have a body yet," Irene pulled back giving her dissatisfied face while Issei chuckled, pulling her close. "Me too, but we will have time for that later. We still have things to do." She nodded as Issei let go and her partner looked around rubbing his chin before changing the entire mindscape into a more pristine mansion that was near the shoreland that overlooked the sea. This place, isn't this Welsh? The place where we had our first time." Irene's heart skips a beat looking out on the balcony beside her lover recalling the time when they spent the night together. Issei gave stupid grin and nodded. "Yeah, I know you'll eventually get a new body making this place useless, but in case you need to return again then it wouldn't be a dreadful place." The place had been changed before, but it was not the location where they had their best moment together. Issei decided it would be nice if the place was this, and Irene sweetly smiled. "Thanks, Issei." He nodded as the two enjoyed the sight of the mindscape before resuming their search for the sacred gear system had been placed within Issei's soul. Issei was trying to feel anything that drew him in, and he started to feel something close by as he went over the boundaries of the mindscape, finding himself in white space. "This is new, normally it would be blank void." Issei muttered that his mindscape had changed and continued to walk until his eyes caught a glimpse of light, and immediately walked up until he found himself face to face with a large eccentric pattern of tree where it was connected to something in words that were in Hebrew text, but what it meant was unknown to him. However, it was clear it was no ordinary door as it permeates power that was strange since trying to describe what Issei felt would be difficult. There was a sense that wholeness was the best he could give. "Is this it? Wish there was a giant flag where it says Sacred Gear System or something," Issei jokingly said since it was obvious this is the thing he was looking for. "Well, this is your mindscape within your soul and you can do anything you want," Irene added while Issei laughed quietly at her words before glancing at her and receiving a nod as he walked up the golden door where he was able to feel the sensation despite everything was only in his mind. Without applying any force, the gate opened producing a loud noise where a blinding light forced them to shield their eyes until the light settled, and what they saw at the other side was a pathway leading to somewhere. He gave a glance to Irene who nodded as they went inside and their eyes wandered, finding a large space inside where at the center was a beacon of light containing text that he could read. They got closer at the center and felt something where Issei felt drawn to the light. "I wonder if this is my own sacred gear system or not. What do you think I should do?" Before he could finish his words, the beacon of light changed shape, turning into a cross of golden light and grew smaller, surprising them. "Issei," Irene shouted, sensing something, but the light was quicker than shot into Issei's head where he became frozen for a moment where his eyes shone, acquiring cross-like patterns as his mind acquired knowledge and understanding of what sacred gear system was. "Are you alright?" Issei remained quiet, trying to process what he learned about it while Irene was tense after barely able to sense and move. He was caught by surprise from the sudden information from earlier. "Why yeah, I was just caught by surprise," he reassured her, trying to collect himself back to normal as he processed everything, and Irene was not convinced but didn't pressure him. What happened? My senses barely caught it. Issei didn't say anything and produced a book floating close by that made Irene curious. She could sense the book was not normal, and could be something more powerful than a Longinus sacred gear. This is the sacred gear system itself. It is called the Akashic Record. Every known sacred gear recorded, including yours and the White Dragon. I'm able to write a sacred gear that will manifest itself as long as the fundamentals and necessary materials are used. I could also cancel sacred gear, but that depends on how strong. Issei explained, taking out the spear of Longinus, then sword birth, but unable to gain their balance breaker, as it is the user wish that manifests them rather than connected to the system itself. Irene was dumbfounded, realizing the versatileness of the artifact within her lover's hand. Does that mean you can create any sacred gear then? She asked, but was shut down by Issei, who shook his head and said, Unfortunately no, I can't make sacred gear to make me a god or always win or something. Perhaps if I improve, create sacred gear, Issei explained, making Irene nod and said, Is that so? In any case, are there still things we need to do? No, that's all. I think I've found the perfect place to train. Issei smirked, then left the place, pulling his consciousness back to the real world, where he checked the time base from the sun, and found the sun was high in the sky since he woke up around 3 a.m., and it was around 8 a.m. Guess you still have to wait until I can remove you and reconstruct your body, Irene. He didn't want to trap Irene in the mindscape for too long, but he didn't want to miss having breakfast with his parents. Don't worry about it, partner. You should focus on yourself rather than others. Issei, even though he had become distant and serious, he still retained his reckless and kind heart. She didn't want him to beat himself and put others before himself. You know me, don't you? He sarcastically said while Issei began heading back down. Issei looked into the distance where the urban area was, and without making any sound vanished from his spot, where it appeared like he teleported but in truth was running faster than an eye could see. He merely used a bit of energy on the soul of his speed that made it instantaneous. Thousands upon thousands of years did give him time to develop his own fighting style and technique. The skills that he calls shundo, or instant movement, that doesn't just make him fast but it essential make move without leaving any trace. Another technique was Koku Shundo, or void instant movement, that creates a platform in the air when he leaps, allowing to move even in the air. I don't seem to get tired unlike earlier. Is it because I'm slowly regaining a small part of my power? Issei noticed his pace barely made him feel tired, and previously sore muscles had disappeared completely. The stress that he's putting himself through has completely disappeared. The reason was simple, and it was due to his own potential and talent that had been suppressed due to his perversion. For someone who only had 1 year after becoming a devil had reached the level of super-class devil, even if it was possible because of his newly acquired physiology. Without his natural talent and potential, then he won't even dream of grasping the immense power that a true dragon god body can do. I wonder if I'm still human, or a devil, since Big G gave me all the 72-pillar bloodline, making me an essence derivation of devils. Issei is virtually the source of demonic energy that allows him to harness a vast amount. If it's true that you'll regain every power you've acquired in your prime, then I believe you'll be true Diabolos Deus, Dragon God King, would be a fitting race title. Irene was there through it all when his power became the derivation of his own race, making the king of all dragons. It was that time when all dragons kneel before him and join his war against them. Though Issei never had a kingdom nor empire, as he had fought against the outer god hoping to put an end to their reign. Unfortunately, he was too weak against the higher ranks such as the Great Old Ones. They were enemies that were capable of turning the entire world to waste, and their presence alone shatters the mind of even the strongest-willed individual. Seriously, that name is mouthful. But I guess it's not wrong. Issei weakly smiles, finding the names to be childish but can't deny it sounded cool. Better than Breast Dragon Emperor, that's for sure. Few minutes later, Issei arrived home, where he met up with his parents, who were at the dinner table seemingly surprised at his arrival. Oh my, I was about to wake you up and didn't think you went out. Are you still having trouble? His mother asked, looking at her son's strange behavior, noticing that he was drenched in sweat. I'm fine, just went for a jog to clear my thoughts. Issei headed to take a shower to rinse his body. He could use magic but enjoy the feeling of a cold shower after a burning workout. Ha ha ha, have you been using drugs, son? You look fit, unlike the last time I've seen you naked. His father, Jean, teases him, looking at his son's physique that was noticeably more jacked than before. You don't be weird, Dad. Issei looked at him with disgust while his dad swallowed his words, unable to refute, and his mother couldn't contain her laughter. "Damn brat, come back here," Jean demanded, but was ignored by Issei, who went to the bathroom to shower, where he rinsed the sweat and dirt on his body. The coldness against his warm body felt amazing as his muscle loosened up from the tearing and shredding of the fiber. He didn't take long since his parents were waiting and drying himself before changing his clothes in plain shirt and shorts. Issei saw his mother placing down some omuris and hot coffee as his dad looked at him as if pouting. "Geez, Dad, can't you stop pouting?" Issei sat down while Mickey giggled as she also sat down with him. "When did you learn to talk back to your old man?" Jean said, who tried to strike Issei, who lazily evaded and not wanting to hurt him, since at the current moment his body is durable for humans to strike. "What the hey, stop dodging." His father grew frustrated as he kept trying to hit him, while Issei smirked until they were smacked by something where he didn't try to dodge and pretended to get hurt. "You stop fighting, let's just eat," Mickey angrily said, glaring at the two, who gave up as they all finally ate their breakfast. Few minutes of silence, his father decided to start a conversation. "Tell me, Issei." Issei perks up looking at his father. "Summer break just started and I wonder what's your plan?" Jean asked. "Right, are you planning on just spending time playing arrow games?" His mother asked with a hint of concern, wishing that she would mature and find something else to occupy his time. "Not sure, maybe workout." Issei felt embarrassed about how his former self only spent his time thinking about erotic and boobs. "Oh really now? I do know a few people that could help you." Issei shook his head, since he doesn't need anyone to train him when he already knows what he needs to do. "No, it's fine. I can handle it myself." "You sure, suit yourself." After breakfast, his father went to work while his mother went grocery shopping, in which he wanted to come with her but his mother refused. He frowned but let it go and went to his room thinking about what he needs to do. "I can see you are planning something," Irene said while Issei nodded, summoning the Akashic record, choosing the sacred gear that he intended to use. "I think this will be the perfect place to train inside." Issei picked the Innovation Clear, also known as the Miniature Garden of the Green Tree of Innovation, and sacred gear that lets one impersonate God. It has the ability to create an ideal world in another dimension, similarly to Dimension Lost, with the additional ability to create nearly perfect imitations of living beings similarly to Annihilation Maker. Because of this, it is known as the sacred gear that lets one impersonate God. However, anything made inside of Innovate Clear's world can only exist in that world. Innovate Clear can also be used to take control over other barrier spaces. Indeed, you may not be able to bring anything inside, but at least it's a great way to train your body and mind. Irene agreed that the sacred gear would help him grow stronger, and Issei nodded where he used it, causing the Akashic record to open up a rift in space, where he immediately went inside, where it was completely empty space. Space seems endlessly expanding and traps energy inside. "How do I go about this?" Issei pondered, rubbing his cheek, finding himself in a blank void. It was not like he never experienced creating an entire dimension from his power before, when he made a surviving settlement when the outer god invaded their worlds. Though, those dimensions never last, having been destroyed by outer god and used as a temporary resting place. Guess I'll start with something simple. The Akashic record hovered close by like grimoire, as it gave him the insight on how to use the sacred gear with ease. In an instant, the place became an isolated space where it was enough for him to train. "Let's test my magical skill." Issei proceeded to change his clothes, since it was not for training. It was a simple workout shirt and pants. He felt the speed in which he created them was rather slow compared to before, but his reserve didn't dwindle even a tiny bit. "It appears I still have Ophis and Great Red's powers." He felt satisfied that he regained some part of their powers. Issei felt the dream power of Great Red when he created his new clothes, while his reserve didn't dwindle, which meant he still has Ophis. Issei used them numerous times and had helped him grow further than the limit of the world he was in. They had a dad against the outer god, and their power kept as a reminder that they live within him even if they are dead. "I wonder if they'll sense my presence. Knowing Ophis, she's likely trying to find me now." "Isn't that fine? You'll be able to spend time with her now. You know how she is in this timeline. But I'm not backing down when she's being used by those dumbass." Issei unconsciously releases his bloodlust, eager to tear them to shreds for taking advantage of Ophis, who had the mindset of a naive little girl. "Calm yourself, Issei. Don't let emotion get to you. I know, and I can't go guns blazing when I'm not confident that I'll be able to keep everyone safe. He might be able to contend against them, does not mean others would be the same. Issei needs to play it smart and act patiently. That aside, she'll eventually come, that's why you should prepare yourself." Issei nodded, thinking about how to let her stay without causing trouble. He then thought of using the dimension to keep her at bay for the time being and hide her from Kao's brigade. Let's put that aside and assess what else I've got. Are my weapons still with us? I know Ascalon has been destroyed. He had countless swords from his wives, Zenobia, Durandal and Yumi's collection of weapons, but all had been shattered and destroyed, having stored them within his soul as a memento. Unfortunately, the ones that belonged to the others seem to have disappeared, most likely because they are alive now. What a pity, not that I like using weapons. Issei was fist fighter and brawler rather than sword user, but does know how to use them. Alright, next let me try doing a balance breaker, Issei said as he took out the boosted gear, and immediately transformed into his scale mail. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. His armor was different from normal, appearing more slim and close to his Diabolos Dragon scale mail armor. He felt the power pouring into him, and understood how his basic form had evolved. It seems compared to how I was, I'm a lot stronger. I wonder if there will be any drawbacks. Issei felt everything was too good to be true and should have drawbacks. It appears none though. If you use too much power, then you might accidentally destroy our world. I recommend always putting a powerful barrier. Indeed, his power was too much for a world to handle, like forcing a large object into a small opening. Yeah, but at least I can give hell to our enemies now. Issei grinned, eager to draw hands against his rivals and enemies after countlessly years of fighting for survival instead of enjoyment. Actually, let's test how strong I am. He clenched his fist, summoning an opponent that appeared to be a perfect copy of Apophis, including his personality. To think you'll make a copy of me in this way. I'm quite honored that I'll get another chance to fight you, Hyoudou. Issei spoke by a handsome young man with brown skin that had refined and sophisticated demeanor. Looking at Issei, seemingly even a fake felt a desire to kneel down when the entity before him was his king. Didn't expect that you'll be able to speak. I only thought of fighting you again since you've told me so, Issei recalled. Despite being enemies at one point, the two shared a heartfelt battle between warriors. I'm honored, and you've seemed to have matured into something powerful. Apophis complimented his newfound strength, and even though he was aware he was fake, Issei felt this is what the real Apophis would have said if they met again. Thanks. It's strange talking to you when I know you're fake. Ha ha ha, I feel the same way, but I know my true self would say the same thing, Red Dragon. Now, I know the reason why you've summoned and won't hold back. It will be an honor as the future king of the dragon race to fight me. At that moment he released his massive power that Issei reminded of the time they fought each other all those years ago. He did the same where their energies clash, where his endless crimson light mixes with the boundless darkness of Apophis. I've missed this. Let's fight till our hearts are filled, Apophis. The two grinned before turning into a stream of light as they collided with each other, where their fists cancelled their power. Apophis felt his body ache, noticing the power that Issei held had transcended to what he remembers. I do not know how long I've been home, but I can feel this is not your true strength. Indeed, I partially lost my prime power due to circumstances. If that is the case, I shall bring forth that true strength of yours. Apophis' eyes shone as he bare his fang, showing his snake eyes turning more ferocious. That Issei blocked a kick, sending him several feet, and countered with his own, making Apophis wince in pain from the impact. This kid has changed. He now has the quality of true dragon and the ambitious gaze of a king, Apophis thought to himself, and continued to fight Issei, where they vanished in place, producing explosions where Issei gradually grew stronger, catching up to the strength of Apophis, who stepped back where both were badly injured, but this own pumped them. I am pleased, O future king. Your strike has grown sharper, and does not contain any doubt when fighting. It is clear as the azure sky, unlike before. Apophis was impressed when he showed control at the level in which Issei knows what power to use and how to use them. You do not doubt you'll lose, weak or not. You've lost your lecherous nature and turned it into something stronger, he said while started to transform into his dragon form. He turned into Black Eastern Dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length. Apophis had gems along his body, all of which released a shimmering, silvery glow. He had 3 eyes upon his head which released the same silvery glow as his gems. Without a doubt my true self would say these words, young Red Dragon, you've grown something extraordinary, but do not lose sight of yourself at the path you roam. Issei nodded, knowing fully what he meant, especially after years of loss and victory that he experienced from the war against the outer god. I will not. Apophis was pleased and summoned orbs of darkness towards Issei, who summoned his infinity blaster that countered the attack as the two continued to clash, where the entire space was destroyed, where dust and debris covered the entire place. Where few minutes into the fight, Issei stood victorious, standing close to the defeated Apophis, who was dying yet didn't feel any remorse. This is truly a blessing to fight someone like Issei Hyoudou. When you find my true self, then I hope you'll give him the honor of dying by your hands. Apophis said, who was slowly vanishing, where Issei only silently looked at him. Even though this was just a fake world, the experience was real. No. Issei said, surprising Apophis, and continued. I won't kill you, the strength of someone of your caliber is needed in that world. You are not heartless nor mindless, and know how to have honor. I'll make you into my subordinate instead. Issei disliked killing anyone unless he knew it was the only choice given to him by his enemy. Apophis was surprised and felt honored by his words. If that is what you wish, then it will be an honor. Apophis soon disappeared while Issei decided not to summon him anymore beside his true enemy. He restored everything and took a moment to respect him. The scale male vanished as Issei took time to have a breather and grew through the experience of the fight. Issei didn't waste any more time and decided to try something. Now I've checked the boosted gear, let's test if I can use my true dragonification. Alright, but be careful, your body is yet fully complete and might cause some complications. Though, I can sense your draconic energy is increasing rapidly. Issei nodded as concentrated where his body began to be coated in an incredibly dense dragon aura that was red in color. He closed his eyes, feeling the tingly sensation of his body morphing and changed, having an overbearing demeanor that Irene enjoyed seeing. A dominating true dragon god king was about to be born once again. Even at a weakened state, his roar shall awaken the potential of all dragons and understand who he was. Every part was slowly assimilating into his very core, where he sprouted dragon wings, a pair of 8 where it shone in red, and his arms had acquired scales and scale under his eyes. Whoosh! He simply flapped his wings and shook the entire fake world that it was on the verge of collapsing if it weren't for the fact it was growing alongside him. Boom! Raha! Issei's eyes flew open, showing wine-red eyes containing a cross as he began to grow rapidly at an absurd rate that it was from ultimate class before reaching Satan class in every category. However, it is not over as he continues to grow, acquiring a power equal to dragon gods as he changes his size as the clothes seem to morph instead of being torn. I, who shall awaken, am the true Diabolos Deus dragon god king who has embodied the paragon of domination. With infinite hopes and dreams, I shall be the guardian of the loved. I am the light of crimson hope in the veil of darkness. And I promise you all, I shall bring you the future that shines in true crimson light. Dragon Overdrive. Ruha. The world-shattering roaring was heard that transcended even space, that made the other faction alarmed from the disturbances yet unable to find where it was. The dragon felt as if their true king was calling them. Irene, despite being within his soul, felt shaken and somehow knew it was different than before, as his potential was higher than ever before. When the transformation continues as a huge vortex, there's a huge shadow coming out from it, and the vortex is blown away when that shadow flaps its majestic-looking wings. Every inch of his body radiates dominance and power, but also soothing and holy at the same time. Issei's dragon form consists of 2 pairs of crimson gold wings, and on top of his head, there are horns that are shaped just like a king's crown. He only has 8 pairs when his human dragon hybrid forms. His dragon body looks quite muscular, and each piece of his scales are glowing brightly. Some part of his body is also covered in armor that just makes his form even more imposing. Strength and power against an opponent varies when considering the source of their power comes from. There are many factors that determine the power of an individual, from his destructive capabilities to their innate skills and ability. Even their equipment and race can change the factor of power of this scale. Every race has their own method and attribute as well as affinity that determines their status of power in the world. Within the world of Draconic Deus, there are races such as devils, fallen angels, gods and Buddha, as well as Eastern yokai. From a devil they have their own energy called demonic energy that allows them to use magic that normally powered by mana that are energy produced by the world itself. A mage would normally use their body as conduit to hold energy, filtering it into their body to be used, considering mana is endless. In every faction they have their own magic systems such as the Norse and Greek. There's also a power called senjutsu that is different from magic and sorcery, with the biggest difference being that it stresses the importance of chakra, their aura, the great original power that flows in one's spirit, their life force, and turning it into a constant current. Senjutsu is a power that is similar yet different from the magic of devils and light of angels. Despite it being incapable of matching the direct destructive power of magic or light, senjutsu makes use of the unknown parts hidden in plants, animals, and people. For example, if one learns senjutsu, it is stated that they excel at reading the flow of someone's aura, thus letting them grasp their movements from a far distance to a certain degree. A technique of senjutsu is tuki, in which they use their own life force or ki to increase their physical prowess by several folds. Every race has a different level of tuki, such as dragon, that are brimming with life force. From devil, there are also innate abilities that belong from their lineage, such as the Baal's power of destruction. Angel also has holy power that is strong against the unholy such devils, yet they are incredibly weak compared to other factions, especially their number. Lastly, they are sacred gear only gifted to humans or half-humans, allowing them to contend against the supernatural. On the other hand, God also has their power from their divinity. Their divine power is vastly superior to mana or demonic energy due to gathering fate from their worship, and has complete control of their attributes. Take for example, someone who is an expert in fire magic will lose against the god of fire due to having completed control without restriction. Fortunately, there is certainly a systematic rank of power used to gauge a person's status. It starts from low class, middle class, high class, low god, demigod, ultimate class, middle god, Satan class, super, high god, god king class, heavenly dragon, primordial god, dragon god. Issei transcends this hierarchy, standing on top when he's at the form that he was in. He felt everything coming together, as Issei moved his dragon wings, and simply moving caused the space to quake and break. It only has been 2 days, and yet he is able to reach beyond a dragon god, but he started to feel the toll from using the power, slowly turning back into his human form. After the transformation, Issei has the base power of a Satan class and can defeat them without any additional power-ups. Guess I won't have any problem throwing hands against those vampires to save Valerie. Issei grinned, flexing his muscles while he decided to sneak inside and save Valerie, but decided to gather information and think carefully as she could use it against him. He stretched a bit and pondered what to do next. Why don't you try tapping into your demonic powers next? He nodded, since he wanted to understand more of the demonic derivation. Issei always pondered who created the devils, since according to some stories it was Lucifer with Lilith that created them, but it was never fully explained and pieces of history seem to have been wiped. Yeah, let's meditate like before, since being dragon, devil and god does not mix well. Issei knew it somehow acted like oil and water, as he was forced to find balance between all of them, especially now that his demonic bloodline was purer than before. He sat down and relaxed his breathing, having done it over 1,000,000 times, trying to feel a presence that was familiar to him. Issei something calling him and out of reach, but he kept moving without any thoughts going deeper into his mind, once again that far from what Irene lies in. A moment of silence was heard until Issei's eyes slowly cracked open, looking at the starless sky and looking around, finding himself within a city that seemed lit as if it was daylight, despite the sky having no sun nor star, only black abyss. The atmosphere was strange, as Issei saw nothing but buildings with misty smoke. He noticed that his strength was gone and was confused at the situation that he found himself in. Whoa, this is certainly new. I wonder what's going on. Issei was only trying to pull the demonic powers, yet he was somehow the one that was pulled in. For how long will you stay in a daze, boy? A rough and old voice took his attention, turning to find a fairly tall, broad-shouldered gentleman with the appearance of a man of relatively healthy middle age. He wore his long, golden blonde hair in a loose, shoulder-length ponytail with 2 or 3 loose strands of hair falling over his brow, and sported a full Donegal-style beard on his square jaw. He also wore spectacles over his golden eyes. He wore a white dress shirt and tie under a black vest with matching slacks, and a black overcoat that fluttered with the wind, looking rather sternly at Issei, who felt he was familiar yet not. The sudden appearance of the old man perplexes Issei, noticing that he was strange, feeling nothing yet a looming danger was present. Are you the devil's progenitor, Satan? He asked, somewhat perplexed at his appearance, who had a sense of stillness around the old man. The latter narrowed his gaze into Issei, trying to peer through him, and said, I wonder, you may call me. Issei couldn't make out the name and felt it was distorted and that it hurt his mind. The fact he had fought and uttered the names of outer gods was baffling to say the least. What? I couldn't understand what you just said, he said, and gained a grunt from the old man staring at him, and said, It appears you still couldn't hear us. The old man felt dissatisfied while Issei was confused. Us. It was at that moment he suddenly felt danger, stepped back until he stood back on his feet, noticing that he was weaker than he normally should. Something crashed into where he was, causing a webway of cracks and dust while he shielded his eyes, and the moment he laid his eyes on his attack was dumbfounded when he saw the attacker wielding crimson sword, donning a black and gold medieval knight-esque armor with 6 tendril-like spikes, 2 jutting out of the armor's back and 4 jutting out of the shoulders, a headdress with a tall collar, and a floor-length red cape. Why you? Who are you? Issei was taken aback when the person before him looked exactly like him and sensed his bloodlust, and quickly tried to summon the boosted gear but found he was unable to. He frowned upon noticing that he was considerably weaker than normal, and couldn't use the power that he has. Well, try as hard as you can, but you won't be able to summon the boosted gear anytime soon. In a flash, Issei's eyes flew open and were barely able to block an incoming kick from his counter power, as he flew several dozen meters crashing into the buildings as he winced in pain. It made him recall the time he was powerless against the outer god. The time when he felt utter despair and desperation that he almost succumbed to madness. This isn't what I was expecting. Issei ignores his shock and turns his gaze sharper. He kept his calm, even if slightly annoyed at the situation, and immediately jumped into action and clashed against his counterpart by leaping and punching him, but it blocked his attack with the sword. The force of the impact produced a small shockwave as Issei was manifesting his other power unbound by conventional logic such as domination, dream, love and hope. Though it is suppressed by something that Issei couldn't understand but didn't care. He didn't want to back down, especially in a fight, as his pride as a dragon did not allow him to submit. As expected of the king, but you'll have to do better than that. Issei evaded his attack by flipping and stepping back, as well as redirecting his blade and parrying it with his hands by touching the blunt part of the sword. Unfortunately, the reason he was able to fight in even terms was due to the fact his opponent was holding back and annoyed. The skill and power was a perfect copy of what he knows, meaning his opponent can predict his next move. Issei was literally fighting himself at the moment. Issei had honed his skills and power to an unparalleled degree that it was able to compensate for lack of firepower. He knew that at this rate he'll lose against his opponent. Don't you want to know the answer? Come and fight me. He swung his blade, producing miasmic red darkness towards him that he evaded and tried to get closer towards him. Issei moved and did a roundhouse kick in such a fluid manner that it hit his counterpart, pushing him to stagger while the old man looked at the fight, observing the two. Impressive. However, you won't last nor hope to obtain the power you're looking for. Even after being complected, you had yet reached maturity to wield your true power. The old man spoke, having no intention to join the fight, and moved closer instead. Red Heart. What the hell are you two talking about? Issei could theorize what they were talking about, but he felt a strange and somehow confused desire, having encountered strange things before. You keep asking questions when you know the answer. How pathetic, King. His counterpart recovered and moved once again, attacking Issei, who was able to counter him with pure skills, yet he was slowly being overwhelmed. Issei struggles against him, yet somehow it slowly awakens something within him. When pinned against an overwhelming opponent, he felt his heart pounding as his nature was awakening. Tell me, for what reason do you continue to fight? His counterpart asked, swinging the sword horizontally, forcing Issei to lean back, then flip-kick the sword upward, but his grip was tight and remained in his hands, yet the opening was enough for Issei to adjust and take a stance. I fight to correct my mistakes and protect those I've lost. Issei rushed towards him and struck the abdomen of his counterpart, who was able to catch it using his other arm. Perhaps you are able to correct your mistake, but it will never erase it. You've lost them, and the people before you now are not them anymore. Then why bother? The counterpart harshly said, while Issei frowned and understood his words. The timeline he had left was not the same as the one he currently is. Perhaps it is true that the one he loved was truly gone, and the one he intended to save are nothing more than copies. The counterpart laughs and prepares his sword for another swing while holding Issei in place, who remains silent. He proceeded to swing the sword at incredible speed, with Issei still unmoving. Yes, keep dreaming, King, the counterpart said, was inches away from Issei, who remained silent before a glint in eyes awoke as he suddenly caught the sword, surprising his counterpart. I don't give a crap what you said. I'm here to save everyone and defeat the outer gods. I won't be stuck in stupid dilemma and act as if I'm delusional. I know what must be done. The old man nodded in approval as Issei's counterpart staggered, then smirked, who suddenly grew stronger, putting pressure into Issei, who almost fell into his knees yet gritted his teeth, looking at his counterpart with murderous intent. If you want to gain what seek, then call our names. Our true name. The old man looked down at Issei, who was struggling to stand and slowly gain a sense of connection, and something clicked as he suddenly released a massive amount of energy. His wine-red eyes flew open when knowledge flooded into his mind, and from that moment, wings began sprouting from his back. There were 3 pairs of wings, yet different aesthetic, from crimson feathered wings to dragon wings, then a bat wings followed. Issei felt the change and felt his energy churn like a vortex as he grew more powerful than before. When everything calms down, Issei looks at them calmly as his counterpart places the tip of his sword into his heart, while the old man looks at this with a hint of fear and concern. Have you finally decided to awaken from the distorted dream? His counterpart asked, looking excited yet afraid while Issei understood it and nodded. I am. Issei somehow lost part of him, yet he was about to gain more since he somehow felt fear for the first time in countless years. However, it is not his life that he was afraid of, rather those that he'll protect. Then say our name, Issei. The two said at the same time as the old man watched his counterpart push the sword into his case while he accepted it before speaking their name. Awaken, demon blood. Issei Tunnel. In that moment, Issei gritted his teeth, feeling the excruciating pain that was unusual when he had experienced this kind of pain. His power exploded and released different energy, roaring as the sword pushed deeper yet never went through his body, seemingly absorbed the sword. Where the sword suddenly appears behind Issei, that collapse turned into a halo-like weapon, acquiring all knowledge about the 72-pillar bloodline. No. He became the true demon monarch of the devil, where it made them feel, calling them, and descending as Issei returned to the real world, leaving the two behind. Our king has awakened, the counterpart, or Issei Tunnel said, while the old man Issei Tunnel said, who had a complicated expression. You know that he'll eventually awaken and bring forth nightmare against madness. Issei Tunnel said, while the old man Issei Tunnel looked at him and said, be it may, he had chosen this path and awakened to the painful truth. I can only watch over him now. Old man Issei Tunnel said, while Issei Tunnel shook his head. Truth, huh? He then turned back to where Issei disappeared, who was still transforming in the real world as he opened his eyes and grasped the raging power. Issei looks at his wings and demonic power, where he creates an orb of destruction, then whole, which is a spatial orb that can absorb and reflect attacks that came from Abaddon clan. Irene, who saw this, was surprised and impressed that her partner and lover had grown significantly more than before. Truth to be told, Issei's destructive capabilities remain the same, yet his threat has grown significantly due to countless ways to counter and fight enemies. A person's threat does not always equate to their destructive power. Congratulations, Issei. Irene cheered, dispelling everything, reverting back into his human form before he fell into his knee, panting heavily, feeling lightheaded. Issei, are you alright? Yeah, just lightheaded. Probably because I'm not used to the changes happening. Let me just. Issei suddenly fell to the floor unconscious while Irene tried to wake him up, but to no avail. Only after a few hours did Issei wake up, feeling a massive headache and soreness. He heard Irene, who wanted to know how he is and what happened, as he recalled everything, telling Irene the event that had unfolded. Indeed, I may have existed at the time in the Great War, but I never cared about anyone besides my rivalry against Albion. Therefore I have no clue who those individuals may be beside what you've told me. That's fine. For now, I'm hungry. Maybe we can go out and buy some quick meals. Issei stood up while he inspected himself and tried to suppress his aura to hide that he's not human. It was incredibly thick that it would still give him an charisma attraction to anyone, especially women. He uses magic to fix himself up, changing into jeans and black high-neck shirt along with a red jacket that had white lining. Issei nodded at his appearance, and went outside where it was lunch with mother, and washed the dishes soon after. I'll be going out to get some fresh air. Is there anything you want, Mom? Issei asked. I've already bought everything from the store, but thanks for the offer, son, his mother said while he nodded before excusing himself, walking towards the city once again. Issei was still craving something and went to find a convenience store, taking him little time until he spotted one and headed inside. He came looking for a sweet that was one of the favorite snacks of someone he loved and lost. Issei couldn't get them after reality was in a constant chaos and conflict. The snack that we were going to buy was a cookie ice cream shaped like a cat that frankly was too sweet for him since he prefers spicy food. When he was walking towards the cashier was the moment when he suddenly sensed someone familiar and saw a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes. The front of her hair has two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back has a short bob cut. She also wears a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. Her face was stoic, yet it gave her a rather cute demeanor. The petite girl was none other than Koneko Tojo, or Shirin, who caught a glimpse of his gaze staring at her and felt her heart suddenly felt emotional without reason. A single glance frozen into an eternal moment, as Issei tenderly smiled, looking at her, eager to embrace her like he desired to do with Akeno. He knows her pain and trauma, wanting to lessen it, yet he knew it would be selfish to do it when they are nothing but strangers. He was satisfied enough to see her alive and well. What's happening to me? Did he do something to me? Koneko's emotion was in an inner turmoil as she froze in place, where she felt a connection between the boy before her. A deep connection that she never felt before, and saw his expression made her heart flutter. Issei noticed her reaction and was internally screaming in pain but pushed himself to try and help her. Are you alright? Issei approached her trying to comfort her the best he could. Koneko snapped out of it while she tried to recall who Issei was but couldn't get any of it. I'm alright. Koneko doesn't know what's going on and tries to ignore it while Issei nodded. If you say so. Issei wanted to hug her and shower Koneko with all the love that he wanted to give after witnessing her death. However, he knew it was not the right time as they are strangers at this time, and trying to show his memory of them would not make them believe him, nor would it feel like his forcing himself into their life when he wanted to let things be natural. He wanted to regain their heart back without any of it as a way to redeem himself, and show his still worthy to be their man. Issei went to pay for the food while Koneko took one last glance trying to remember his face, then moved to buy some snacks. Issei quickly left the convenience store, but he knew that Koneko would stop when the snack he bought was the last one and move to the spot where they'll likely meet. There was a bench close by that overlooked the town that was in front of the convenience store, and leaned on the railing while he spread his senses and found a few individuals that were familiar, making him smile, and decided to meet them. He waited for Koneko knowing that she would remember his scent and follow him, which is why he didn't try to leave. Not to mention, the way she reacted the same way as Akeno did concluded that there is a possibility that they have returned as he did, but only their feelings like their soul are connected through space and time. Excuse me, he was about to open the wrapper when he heard Koneko turning around to look at him, still stoic, and gave a friendly smile. Yes, is there anything I can do for you? Issei had yet garnered a bad reputation in their school, Kuo. Koneko had countless questions yet felt that it would make her act creepy and strange, but her reason for finding him was the snack in his hands. You took the last cookie cat. I was planning on buying it. Issei wanted to pat her head seeing her cute expression looking at the sweet in his hands. Ah, well, here I was just picking random sweets anyway. I don't like sweets that much anyway. He reached out the sweet, surprising Koneko looking at him suspiciously yet unconsciously accepted it while Issei smiled, having filled with bliss seeing her happy. Wait, I was just to exchange it with another sweet if that's fine. We can go back and I can pay for it. Koneko didn't want to feel indebted to him while shaking his head and said, if you insist then sure, why not? The two returned back to the convenience store where Issei bought a curry bun instead. Koneko sat on the bench while Issei returned to the railing and ate his snack. He tried to ignore her gaze, but she was taking quick glances that it was distracting. Is there something on my face? I'm Koneko Tojo and it's nothing but. Have we met before? She tilted her head trying to remember while contemplating if he should tell her not, but knew it would complicate things at the moment. Anyone who knows the outer god should not try to remember them as they can erode the minds of weak individuals from knowing their names. Issei would need to develop a power to ensure their minds won't be corrupted. Only people of higher power are capable of remembering them but will still feel the effect even slightly. No, I won't forget a pretty face when I see one. Issei smoothly said while Koneko, who was stoic, felt her blood rushing and blushing. She had people compliment her, and it was always about her cuteness, yet this is the first time she was called pretty. Koneko doesn't know why, but his words were sincere and didn't look at her with the lecherous gaze that she often faces. His gaze was distant and melancholy, looking at her despite his smile. Pervert. The word seemed so familiar and special that Koneko felt it was right to call him that while Issei staggered hearing her. Why am I a pervert? I was just complimenting you. Issei played it off and acted overdramatic while Koneko gave a short giggle. Because you are a pervert. Wait, I have a name, it's Issei Hyoudou. Issei crosses his arms having finished his food and turns to face her while leaving his back on the railing. Issei, why is that name so far? Koneko asked herself, looking intently at Issei trying to remember, but even how much she tries it was impossible. All jokes aside, it's nice you, Koneko-chan. Me too. Say, Koneko-chan, what do you like and dislike? Issei knows the answer but wants to take his moment to leave an impression on her. Koneko thought for a moment before sharing a bit about herself until the two had a long conversation getting to know each other. He had to find a way to clear the name of her sister before the two could meet each other. Issei felt pity knowing that she distanced herself from Koneko to protect her, and knowing that she hates her made it even more painful. As they chat, Koneko felt a sense of trust and years of being knowing Issei, even though this is the first time he met him. She somehow knew his traits and trivial things about him. It made her feel happy just talking to him, while Issei was the same, having shared another moment together. Well, I'll be going now. Issei decided that it was time to leave when Koneko stopped him. Wait, see, can we meet here again? Koneko found it strange that she wanted to spend more time with a stranger and noticed that the sun was about to set in shock that they took a few hours just talking. Of course, do you have a phone in case I'm busy? Issei took out his phone and Koneko knew it was unusual to share a number with a stranger yet couldn't shake the feeling that she knew him. After they exchanged numbers, Issei unconsciously patted her head, surprising Koneko as he began walking away. Well, see you around, Koneko-chan. Koneko watched him disappear in daze wondering who he was but quickly shook head and went back to meet up with her friends. Issei was in the sky watching Koneko head back. I can feel that you had blast talking to her. I do, I just wish I could help her but I'm just a stranger to her at the moment. Issei could transfer memories to them, but it doesn't mean he should at the moment when things are more complicated than they seem. He continued to head back home but walked around the street trying to find someone. The moment that he spread his senses was when he had found the one that was important to Koneko. Hello there, kitty. Issei saw a black cat that was obviously Koneko's big sister, Kuroka, who was in her car form, who looked at Issei and seemed stunned for a moment, as she experienced the same feeling as the other woman before her. Who is this human? Kuroka thought, sensing that he was just human, yet her intuition told her there's more to it. Issei caresses her beautiful fur while Kuroka felt the warm mouth of someone eager to protect her, yet the feeling was foreign to her. Do you have a home? Why don't you come with me? Only if you want to. Issei pulled her his hand, making Kuroka disappointed and eager to feel the warmth once again. There's something about this human. Kuroka was curious and meow as if saying yes and jumped down, rubbing her body while purring, making Issei smile. Oh well, I guess you're coming with me. He picked her up and held her both arms. I wonder if you're a girl or boy. Can you meow if you're a girl or not? He didn't want to awkwardly check while Kuroka blushed at the thought of being checked out and quickly meowed. You're a girl, huh? Well, I wonder what I should call you. I just met a girl named Koneko, and you have black fur. How about Kuroka? Kuroka was surprised that he met her sister, and was now determined to observe him to see if he has bad intentions to her sister, while also shocked to hear her name, but thought it was a lucky guess. You like the name, huh? Well, I'm Issei Hyoudou. The name spun within Kuroka as she tries to recall if there's anyone that she knows that had the same name, yet like the others before her, she was unable to find the answer. The nagging feeling that it was important yet unable to remember irritates her. Issei began to head back home, where he met with mother, who noticed the cat. Oh Issei, where did you get that cat? I found her on the streets and thought it would be a good idea to give her a home. Issei, patting Kuroka, who purred enjoying the warmth, decided to put aside her nagging feeling. Ah well, just make sure you'll take care of her, his mother sternly said while he nodded before heading to his room, where he placed Kuroka on the bed, whose gaze was wandering on the room, finding the sight of erotic female poster and manga along with DVDs could be found. Issei saw this made his eyes twitch, having forgotten to get rid of them, and Kuroka was looking at him in a teasing way. He could tell the base from his intuition since he has known her for a long time. I should have gotten rid of them. He gathered them all into a bag while Kuroka watched from the bed, trying to find anything strange about him. She wanted to know if he would be a threat to her sister. Issei felt rather nostalgic seeing all his hidden stash of erotic games, but it felt wrong when there was a woman waiting for him. Few minutes later, he managed to get them all and essentially cleared his search history. Guess that's all of them. Time to destroy it. He pondered for a moment, wondering if he should use magic to get Kuroka's attention or wait until it was the right moment. Issei shrugged it off, considering she would be living with him and sooner or later would find out about him. Break. Issei used his own magic technique that was previously known as dress break, but removed his perversion, and it was an immensely powerful technique that tore things to shreds at the atomic level. Kuroka was astonished to witness him using magic and was alarmed, staring at Issei with vigilance since her instinct told her that he was strong. She senses it even for a brief moment, where the energy moves in a way that excitedly acts upon his command. Normally one would move according to the world, and yet even for a short amount of time, she was able to sense it, especially her skill in senjutsu. The world itself moved to accommodate his passing. It bends to his rules and reshapes everything in accord to his will. Kuroka knew that it made him feel as if he was the world itself. The feeling was overwhelming to say the least. I might have made a mistake, Issei thought, looking at Kuroka, who had all her fur straight up. You've forgotten that she's a senjutsu expert, and the brief moment you used your power was able to sense it. Issei was not an entity in the sense of mortal, rather he had become a living force. He acted as if she didn't know Kuroka was a yokai and sat on the bed while he reached his hands where Kuroka was scared that he might harm her, knowing that he might know she's disguising herself as a cat. No need to be scared. I won't hurt you, I promise. Guess it's a bit scary seeing what I did just now. However, to her surprise, he didn't do anything to her and pondered if he knew about her disguise but didn't try to expose herself. Kuroka slowly calmed down from his caress that was familiar to her, as if she had been longing for it. Glad you're finally relaxed? Well, I'll go ahead and take a shower while you stay here, or you can explore the house if you want. She meowed in response while Issei stood up heading to the shower, leaving Kuroka in the room to quickly transform into her human form, turning into a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. Her attire consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts. Kuroka's entire demeanor had both a serious and playful atmosphere, but at the moment her expression had a hint of confusion. Who are you, Issei Hyoudou? The name kept bothering her, and how her heart strangely fluttered like a young maiden despite being a straightforward and erotic woman. While she was searching for something about Issei, the man in question was in the shower trying to clear his mind. He had taken a bath twice now but didn't care since he's enjoying the cold sensation. Issei submerges himself in the bathtub, indulging in the cold, refreshing water. What do you think we should do next? I was thinking of creating your body tomorrow, then experimenting on how to utilize my devil powers. Issei thought of using Power of Time from the Agar's clan and adding infinity to it, allowing him to not worry about supplying it with energy. Though, his immense power could damage the flow, making it degrade over time unless he places the time at minimum where it won't collapse. Without even trying, he knew that diluting time to ridiculous does affect how long it would last. That would be wonderful, Issei. But no, I won't hold back once I get my body, Irene seductively said while Issei grinned in excitement, since he can't deny it would be thrilling for him as well. It's been over an extremely long time since he had a passionate night with the person he loves. Fortunately, he has self-control and is able to suppress his libido if he needs to. Careful now, dear. You know once my switch is on, then there is no turning it off until you're a mess. Issei smirks at her while Irene giggles, eager to feel his pounding. Then I can't wait, Irene cheered, making Issei chuckle before leaning his head back, thinking for a moment about his newfound powers. I need familiars. Someone to give me information on things. Perhaps I could use Annihilation Maker to make my own familiars, he thought to himself, having a horrible affinity before with forming familiars, and recalled Ryotaimaru, his familiar that grew alongside him. Unfortunately, it was destroyed when he fought against an entity that serves the outer god called Void Lords. Fortunately, I have enough power to create what I need. What is an Annihilation Maker? Annihilation Maker grants its wielder the ability to create numerous creatures from their shadows, based on their imagination. As such, the more honed the user's imagination and productivity, the more powerful the creature, as well as being able to produce a greater variety of creatures. As a Hyder Longinus, the Annihilation Maker can create monsters capable of trampling upon a small country in a matter of hours. If mastered, then it is possible to create the 100-meter-tall gigantic monsters commonly found in movies, through imagination alone, in addition to being able to potentially destroy the world. The weakness of this sacred gear is the energy needed and imagination of the individual, but Issei doesn't have the same limitation. After a while, Issei finished taking a bath and dried himself off before heading into his room, sensing Kuroka in her human form that immediately went into her cat form once she sensed him. He was naked with only a towel covering him, and wanted to tease her a bit, where Issei pretended not to notice, but the moment she saw his body, immediately smitten. Ara, what a delectable sight, Kuroka thought to herself, looking at his muscles that appear as if sculptured by renowned artisans. She couldn't deny her body was aroused by the sight before her, but seemingly surprised when her eyes spotted on his back. Issei saw his back in the mirror, shocked to find a sigil that seemed to be a sword with wings. He immediately realized that it was the mark that contained his demonic powers. His currently sealed state that hides his true power, yet even in his suppressed power was capable of contending against the high class from combat prowess alone. He resumed his search for new clothes and got red shirt and black short, where he took off the towel, where Kuroka eagerly wanted to see his Pakage and to her delight witness a massive dragon. Ara, this is the first time I've seen something like that. Kuroka was enjoying the sight while Issei inwardly smirked, dressing himself much to the Nekish's disappointment. She wanted to see more and was tempted to take him since he was a strong mate to have after getting a glimpse of his power, but she wanted to judge his character first. Issei went to lay on his bed while Kuroka leaped into his chest, purring and rubbing her face into his, acting like a cat, but she was actually enjoying cuddling with him. He smiled, relaxing for a moment, until his parents called him to have their dinner. When he left, Kuroka did the same and decided to return later, while Issei sensed she left and let her go before he sat down with his parents. They ate and chatted a bit while also bicker with his father, who asking for his stashed. "What the hell? Impossible. You actually threw away your prized possession." His father was astonished and in disbelief that his son, who was boob enthusiast like himself, yet to think he'll throw away his porn collection was like the world was ending. "Yeah, what's done is done." Issei continued eating without a problem while his dad couldn't accept it. "Where did you throw it? Maybe I can still save those babies." He was then smacked by his wife. "Stop pestering our son. Shouldn't be proud that he started changing for the better." In the end, his father gave up since he couldn't win against his wife, while Issei enjoyed seeing the two interact, and eventually they finished their dinner. Once he was in his room, Issei didn't try to sleep and went into his innovation clear dimension, deciding to change the place, separating facilities and adding essentials like a place to train and rest. "Now, let's try and change the time dilution." Issei unleashed his power, removing his sealed state, and the tattoo on his back glowed while Infinity Churn changed the flow of time within the dimension, setting it at level it won't be disrupted. He managed to place the time dilution from 1 day to 1 month without any issue and didn't even have to supply energy, as it is recycled through his infinity. Issei made a replica of an entire mansion that had been made by the Gremory household. Issei was satisfied with his creation and went to begin his monster creation. He first experimented in using Annihilation Maker, where Issei held out his hand thinking of the fundamentals of the life form that he intended to create. The sacred gear acted like an IE generation in which you only need to think of the fundamentals and it would construct what is close to what you need. The more detailed the description, the better the quality it would provide. Issei merely formed the creature that Leonardo had made to further understand the ability. When he was satisfied with what he had made, performed a few experiments and tests where it acted like a robot with specific commands. "Amazing, if I keep this up I'll have my personal army." Only been an hour and yet he already reached an incredible mastery and control where he created animals and simple life forms. Issei found that he's able to place specific traits where one can be intangible like a ghost or sturdy like a behemoth. The energy and power would have drained even the best user, but Issei surpasses this limitation. He resumed forming monsters and even began forming a dragon who were surprisingly easy to make, that had dragon energy and had a level of intellect even without properly acquiring a soul. Issei felt his connection through them and concluded that they'd become an extension of them. Issei didn't scrap them and felt them reside in the dimension, who quickly lived without worries. He was slowly immersing himself in creating monsters that he eventually reached a level where they didn't disappear like Leonardo. It is to be expected when he has the power of dream that turned dream into reality. The power of the monsters were high class to ultimate class, acquiring their own attributes through Issei. He didn't need to rest and continuously experimented to help improve his skills in making the monster, where within a whole week within the dimension had created over thousands of dragons and monsters. Of course, he had been taking breaks and relaxing, talking to Irene. The reason why he hasn't made her a body was because he wanted to improve his skills first before taking action. He was currently on a balcony looking at the land where dragons were flying around and playing under his rule. The monsters, especially the dragon type, had turned into their own race like Diabolos and Rathalos, that Issei name. Though they don't have the same level of intellect as humans, they were still capable of learning despite their lack of soul. Issei only recently gave them a soul when he got a hold of his newfound power, having used the Sephiroth Grawl to give them life. The amount of continuous growth that Issei did was unbelievable. Anyone who has so much power increases their level of mastery to a level where it is considered a genius level. To be fair, Issei is a talented genius if push comes to shove. Though, he could reach an unparalleled level of mastery when he has too many abilities to use. The surprise thing was when the monster, despite only existing for a week, began to repopulate when they acquired souls. Issei started to face a problem since there are no new souls that cycle and be placed to the new monster. He ended up creating a solution by making keystones to maintain the soul of reincarnation. After trial and error, it took him another week of non-stop working to form items to form new souls and recycle them if needed. He essentially programmed certain code into the dimension to cause the monster to prosper. When it was done, the dragon and monster were grateful that their king was benevolent. In the third week, Issei only trained his demonic abilities, where he concentrated on the essential abilities such as power of time, destruction, worthless, crack, whole, immortality, etc. Immortality is useless to him since he can regenerate instantly through ignoring damages into false via power of dream. he can turn reality into a dream as well. The only reason he can be wounded is if those entities are far superior to him. Everything was like breathing to him, as it was natural and easily triggering his abilities. Though, like breathing, there are certain ways to improve it that surpasses the normal state. Issei eventually reached a level in which he was satisfied and stopped deciding that he spent enough time ideally playing. At the moment, Issei was within an open space within his balcony where he was busily working on something. They seemed good enough, here, and that, and done. Issei finished forming a body that contains his dragon energy at its purest form, adding his connection to boosted gear, allowing Irene to incarnate into the body that he had provided. It took quite a lot of power to make the body for Irene, but it was all worth it. He made sure it was powerful enough to contain Irene, whose power enough to wipe the entire continent, or even the world itself. "I'm ready," Irene said before Issei pulled 90% of Irene's soul into the body, since she didn't want to leave him, and even if her body and soul dies, it would exist within Issei and eventually restore herself. Issei watched as light illuminated into the body, where it began to reshape itself from simple mannequin form into a more humanoid appearance, where it transformed into Irene. Her power churned around them, having finally released from her temporary home, and took her first breath, opening her eyes, where she laid her eyes into Issei, who smirked. His eyes explored her naked body and appreciated every part of it. Issei showed lust, but only his lover had the privilege. Irene seductively smiled before Issei nodded and said, "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Irene checks her body, giving Issei a little show, accentuating certain areas. "It's perfect. There isn't any issue." Issei nodded when he was suddenly pulled by Irene and drawn into the bed where she was on top of him. "Wait, shouldn't you test it first?" He awkwardly smiled, since he was worried that it could damage her body. "There's no better test than having sex, my beloved partner. You have no idea how I've been holding back even since you've grown stronger than ever." Irene licks her lips while Issei knew there wasn't a way out. "Alright, fine. As long as you're happy." Line break. After non-stop of intercourse that lasted over a couple of days inside the dimension of Innovation Clear, where Issei stopped when Irene was already exhausted from his touch and assault, where her face filled with bliss and panting heavily. Her body slightly twitched while muttering in her sleep that made Issei chuckle and kiss her forehead, and laid beside her, as she laid her head in his arms and slept cuddling him. The next day, Issei woke up feeling something wet, and opened his eyes, looking down where he saw Irene bobbing her head down. "Gushim's horning, partner." Irene kept her pace while Issei chuckled and said, "What a way to wake up, but haven't you had enough?" She slightly pouted, removing his little dragon from her mouth, and said, "I can't help it when it's been over 1,000 years since the last time we did it. I know, but for someone as perverted as I was, you turn out to be the one who grew addicted to it. Shush you and just let me enjoy this." "Alright ma'am, proceed." Line break. "Alright. Now let's take a shower before having breakfast." Irene nodded as the two left their bedroom, heading to the bathhouse that Issei made, where they enjoyed the warm water. "It had been over a whole week when every night I dream out the same nightmare. I can recall every single detail in the dream vividly. To even describe my dream would be difficult to find words to define what he witnessed, and would be unjust to call it a mere nightmare of simple fright and dread. I know what fear and dreadful emotion is like, yet what I felt in my dream could only be called unholy. That is not right. I am a devil, where stories and legends labeled us as evil and vile, and yet the things and creatures I witnessed were all akin to the way humans describe our race. Those abominations took shape in a mass of wriggling flesh, ever-changing form of horror. The foul aroma and dreadful sight eroded her mind, yet she was able to push through and fought them bravely. In my dream, I could see destruction where the city was in utter ruins, where the sky was darkened into misty miasmic shadow. The sound of scream for help and agonizing shriek reverberate across the decimated land. The place was hell itself, where flames and smoke lit a large part of the city. I vividly recalled that my stomach had been pierced, and a gaping hole could be seen in my stomach, as I felt my life was dwindling, while I was held by a handsome young man whose face I could not see, hidden in a veil of obstruction. He wore crimson-red armor that permeated an immense amount of power that warms my heart, as if even death cannot embrace me. My heart knew that he was someone to whom my heart belonged and no one else. He was the person who had been by my side without question. It flattering that he was an envious man that he didn't even allow death to embrace me, who was within the gasp of death. The dream itself and the emotion I've felt caused my heart to ache, having felt shameful for my weakness and vulnerability. It somewhat awoke me from my immature self ever since I began dreaming this lucid nightmare. I'm as sorry. I felt the wetness of my throat as blood gushed out, struggling to stay alive, looking at the shimmering crimson light permeating from my lover where it brilliantly illuminates hope. Don't be. His voice regal and strong stutter showing a hint of pain and guilt that even made me feel infuriated that I was weak to not hold my hands and embrace when his strong and dependable arms wrapped around me tightly, feeling unbelievable warmth from my cold, dwindling body. How can a man be filled with this kind of love and devotion to me who was nothing more than a spoiled and immature child who doesn't even try and fight for his love? I couldn't take it and made the decision to be better when I dream out this repeating nightmare. If this dream came true, then I want to be deserving and worthy to be by his side. Not some princess that relies on him every chance I get, but a queen who stood by his side proudly. Everything was too real, and I felt that if I continued to be a helpless little girl and believe my best is good enough, then I need to fight for my love. My freedom instead of waiting. This was my favorite part of my dream when I soon tasted his lips that felt unreal. The taste had an unfathomable flavor that I've ever tasted that I always crave every day at the beginning when I started dreaming of this lucid dream. It feels with emotion of love and regret mixed with bitterness of sadness and remorse. I never imagined I'll kiss someone who my heart beats for. Everyone only wanted my status and power, never the real me. I was an object, a tool that people often see. I know it was my fault, but it isn't to change, and everything is easier said than done. This dream always made me think of my faults, and how my continuous path of clumsiness will eventually be my downfall. Save yourself. I'm dying. I love you. I couldn't speak anymore. I've seen many movies where a dying character was still able to continue to monologue, but in truth it's impossible, as I could feel that the only reason I'm still alive in this dream was because of the boundless love from the man who embraced me and filled my heart with affection. I knew I had so many things to say and many to regret, yet I couldn't utter a single word in my dream. I could see his bitter expression that soon softened, while tears of blood fell from his eyes as he slowly laid me down, while I continued to watch unmoving as my life slowly faded away, but not after witnessing the man who had filled me with warmth and love to release an explosive energy around him before his face was covered by a helmet, and soon after cloud dispersed, revealing a horrifying mass of viscera and flesh of abomination. Countless eyes and tendrils stretched as far as my eyes could see, where it drew maddening erosion into my mind that I felt utter despair every single moment I recalled their hideous sight. It made me feel insignificant, as if nothing more than mere speck in the vast ocean of impossible and contradiction. The last thing I saw was when he flew to confront the monster, until I shut my eyes, leaving a satisfied yet sad smile, afraid of what the man would do from now on. He is here. My mind suddenly pulled, where everything turned blank white void, where I was taken aback, since normally I would awaken from my slumber and start a new day, yet this time it was different. I tried to search for the voice and witnessed something unbelievable. Who are you? I stuttered as I was dumbfounded at the appearance of the natural woman before me. She looked like my mother, yet with crimson red hair, and I didn't need to think too hard to know who she was. The beautiful woman was dressed in a noble and high-class dress with guard on her shoulders and forearms similar to my brother's. It exuded her charms that were fierce yet caring, strict yet fair. A quality that I needed yet never attained due to my weakness and immaturity. I am nothing more than a tragedy. Be better than me. Never be a burden. She spoke in a sad tone that I felt immense guilt and like a truck, and felt everything I've done wrong, where I was too spoiled and arrogant to accept my weakness. I could feel I've done something that could have been prevented if I acted more seriously. I suddenly felt the mature woman hugging me as she slowly faded into light. Accept your faults and remember, the bravest thing you can say is help. Asking for help isn't giving up, it's refusing to give up. Everything was new, and I knew that this will be the last time I'll dream this lucid dream, and the last time I'll see the man with whom my heart beats. He is waiting. Hurt and lost. Find him. And be better than what I did. She pulled back, giving me one last smile of comfort before I suddenly awoke from my dream, sweating bullet before clutching my head. I could feel tears falling from my eyes and countless emotions stirred within my heart. What's happening to me? Having left the innovation clear dimension where he left the time at dilution for the dragon and monster to grow and prosper. He was satisfied with the power that he wields and decided that it was time to visit Grigori, while Issei looked around his room where the sun was already up and found that Kuroka had not returned. Issei doesn't care if she returns or not, but he believes she'll come back because he was currently in contact with her sister, and she would prioritize spying on the people that might harm her sister. He went to have breakfast with his parents where his father went out earlier. Issei didn't think too much and ate his meal, and a few minutes later told his mom that he'll be gone for the whole day, and happily let him know that he had been getting better every day. Issei was out of the house and instantly vanished from his spot using Shundo, and leaped into the air heading somewhere, then stopped when his phone rang and opened to find a text from Koneko. He stopped at the top of the highest spot, having already traveled several kilometers in a few seconds. "Good morning, Issei-san." It felt weird that she called him san instead of senpai like she usually does even after their wedding. "Oh, good morning to you too, Koneko-chan. How are you?" "I'm fine, I just wanted to ask what time you want to meet." Koneko felt it was strange how she wanted to know more about him yet somehow gave the impression she knew him for a long time. Same time, Issei is happy that she is willing to meet him and ponder if she mentions him to Rias yet, or not. He does hope that she hasn't since it would be troublesome at the moment, and Issei still has things needed to be done. "Alright, I still have things to do. See you there?" Issei smiled and said. "Yeah, see ya." He turned off his phone and stood for a moment looking around the town of Kuo that was rather small, where Issei spread his senses before shrouding the entire place with a powerful barrier that will tell him everything that he needs. It was undetectable yet powerful, where even a dragon god can't put a scratch on it. Issei knew the town would eventually be a nexus for many events. Once it was down, he suddenly felt someone embrace him from his back, turned to see Irene. "What do you intend to do now?" Irene showed her draconic eyes, having full intent to do anything that her mate desires, who she sees deserve the entirety of the world. On the back of her hand was a draconic mark of two dragons touching their forehead into heart shape that indicates that they formed an eternal mate mark. Issei had done it before, yet the outer god had erased it with their might, where it normally shows the devotion of two mates to each other. It was like a ring, and the effect of this mark would not only show they were married, but if Issei dies then she will join him, while she dies then Issei would remain alive. An unfair thing, yet this shows that Irene belongs to Issei and no one else. I was thinking of taking the request of this soul. Issei had power over soul from the bloodline of person that isn't as powerful compared to Sephiroth Graal, but combined alongside his domination gave Issei power over life and death along with soul. He could hear their cries in pain and scream for help that Issei couldn't ignore their plea. He was unaware that the realm of death was currently waning, and his newly found power had attracted the attention of an ancient force outside the Draconic Deus. At the moment, everyone who has lordship over the dead felt their divinity was shifting, yet only the malicious one were negatively affected due to Issei's nature to only include those who are fair and not corrupted by power. Oh, conquering a criminal organization would be great, considering we need more eyes and ears. Issei can spread his senses across the entire world, yet it is unreliable and inaccurate, therefore would rather gain his own servant to be his eyes and ears. Yeah, also it would eliminate scum in this world. Issei could care less for criminals who could have changed and would remove them in the world, since those are not needed in the world. He shape-shifted his appearance into an adult version of him with his stubble and slightly longer hair tied in a man bun to hide his identity. Issei wore a brown overcoat and black inner shirt along with black jeans. He nodded in satisfaction seeing his appearance, while Irene complimented his charming face. "Is it just me, or have you become more handsome?" Irene pondered, looking at Issei, who appears more charismatic where he has approachable demeanor. Issei's current charm and aura attract women while forcing men to feel inferior to him. This excludes those who have a deep relationship. Ah, really? She moved closer, trying to inspect his face and caressing his mature face that was extremely manly and charming. His draconic slit eyes showed ferocity and power that are traits of a true king. "Well, I'll message Sensei." Issei took out his phone while Irene wrapped her arms behind him and floated a bit, looking at his phone, texting Azazel using a number only accessible to his most trusted confidant. "Meet me at 9 p.m. in XXX. Don't be late. This is important. Be alone and don't tell anyone." Issei finished waiting for Azazel to reply, and fortunately he wasn't busy. "Who is this? How did you access this line?" He somehow guessed Azazel was alarmed and high alert, looking at the text. "You won't believe if I tell you the truth unless you meet me in person." The topic is connected to Trihexa. Only few knew about the creature whose power comparable to the Great Red, having been sealed away by the biblical god who Issei now knew was alive and had plans on restoring the entire existence while protecting it from the threats of the outer gods. On the other side was a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He exuded a laid-back demeanor, yet his expression was serious, looking at his phone with an unknown number. Someone who knows about Trihexa. This man was Azazel as he contemplated the message of this unknown anomaly. Despite his normal antics, does not make him a fool and knows when things are not to be taken lightly. The topic of Trahixa, who only a select few knows about, makes it easy to guess who could speak about the apocalyptic creature, yet he knows none would discuss such a being of immense power. It could be a trap, but that's impossible when it is sent to my confidential number. Azazel finds it strange and bizarre that someone would gain his secret number, since this is used only for the most important information, and he only gave them to people he truly trusted with his life. He made it impossible for anyone to access it without specific conditions. Azazel believes that this person has no intention of antagonizing him, and he, himself, is well capable of defending himself. His intuition told him to trust the person who sent the message. "All right. I'll be there," Issei read the message and quickly responded. "Alone. Do not take this lightly." He didn't want anyone beside the one he trusted to know about the situation, namely the leaders of each faction. They are powerful enough to resist the erosion of Outer God. Once he was done talking with Azazel, Issei placed his phone in his pocket and opened a portal somewhere, followed by Irene, where the two arrived at the building hideout of a criminal organization, since he wanted to use them as an informant. In addition, get rid of the scum of the world, since they don't deserve to exist. Issei summoned monsters that were insected and can't be seen by naked eyes, akin to a ghost. The people inside had no idea, but they suddenly ripped to shreds, unable to fight back, while Irene moved easily, killing anyone that tried to get close, and Issei stoically moved inside, where they got inside the main office, where their leader was inside, who was pointing his gun at Issei. "Don't move, or..." Without a moment of hesitation, Irene appeared closer in an instant, and cleaved his hand that held the gun, causing him to scream in agony. Issei got close, looking down at the crime lord, who soiled its pants when he saw Issei. "Wait, don't kill me. I'll pay you ga." Issei grabbed him by the neck, resting him up while angrily looking at him with a death stare. "I don't care about your money. What I wish is for the soul around you to find peace in the afterlife." The crime lord felt something, and a shadowy figure of decaying human wrapped itself around him, causing to scream, but was muffled by the soul that wished to tear him apart. Issei could hear the soul of the dead and feel their grief that he couldn't stand their cries for help. Once everything was done, Issei cleaned up the place, and the ones who weren't scum and only forced to do dirty jobs were brainwashed into becoming his employees. He could tell what kind of person they were based on their soul. He acquired their riches that he gave them to people in need, telling employees to donate them while also taking some share. Issei hardly needed money and only did it to satisfy his own selfish desire to help. Issei finished his work and left a person to manage the new business. He used some of the money to start his own business, and bought a building that will invest in other rising enterprises. Issei knew about the future, and therefore would eventually become rich if he helped invest. He appears to be wasting time, but this also helps spread his influence and information gathering both in the supernatural and real world, since he was afraid that the other god will send their puppets to cause trouble. Issei had left a dragonoid, a humanoid dragon that he made using his blood and essence along with the traits of Irene, making them his current most powerful race that he created that are technically his children. They have their own soul after he had learned how to make them and had the power. Issei made them elemental dragons containing affinity for certain elements, yet their powers are equal to heavenly dragons in their prime. Of course, this only at their base, and full power would be beyond it around Krom Kruch. He called the organization as DXD, since the name stuck to him, and I like it simple. He wasn't like Valia, who would make complicated sounding names, since she acted like a middle schooler who combined names that sound cool. Tatsashiro, I'll let you handle it. Kneeled down to him was Enregal, an elderly man with red hair having a large and well-built body. He exuded blazing flames that are akin to dormant volcanoes ready to erupt any moment. He sees Issei as his creator and honors any command he wishes. Issei's own creation had incredible intellect and skills that they can easily adapt and learn. They had some knowledge using the memories of the soul that Issei took and fused it into him, removing their ego. Most of the souls he used for the life he created were criminals and scum, having removed their ego that essentially wiped their existence, and chance of reincarnation absorbed into the dragon soul. Worry not, Issei-sama. I will handle everything. Issei nodded before he let him do his job, and Irene followed him to their next destination. He opened a portal that was now at the location of the underworld, which was the Nibirius household. He was there to find evidence needed to clear the name of Kuroka. Issei already plans on stealing the hair clip of Koneko, considering it has data of the research from Nibirius, who had performed a horrific experiment in hopes of creating a super-class devil. Dear. The moment Issei arrived at the mansion, felt angered and infuriated that he found the trapped soul that wished for justice to be brought to them in order to finally rest. I'm going to visit Hades later, I swear. Issei felt his rage burning from his heart, extremely infuriated that Hades doesn't do his job in maintaining the cycle of life and death where his soul reapers don't even do their jobs. He knows that there is currently an inner conflict within Realm of the Dead and would force them to reconstruct it. He doesn't care if other factions would classify him as a threat because he already is, but Issei needs to take action to fix certain problems in his world. At the other timeline, Hades was replaced by Orcus, ultimate class Grim Reaper from the conservative faction and the father of Benia, who would later become his second knight in his peerage that also grew into a romantic lover of his. During his rule, the Realm of the Dead became more lively, where it isn't simply wasteland, and turned into fertile land where souls are either punished, sent to their respected heaven, or reincarnated. My existence will eventually be exposed anyway, might as well get rid of that boner, Issei jokingly said, giving an immature joke that made Irene slightly giggle before he took the souls and cleansed them to be reincarnated. He gave a small prayer out of respect and noticed that he didn't feel any headache despite her original devil bloodline. Now, let's pay them a visit. Irene nodded as the two went to an institute that had been locked down, and Issei found it hypocritical that the devil is hiding their dark secret. He didn't judge them and see it as the action of an individual eager to remove those fools. He spread his senses, finding guards was in the place, and Issei simply locked the space before teleporting to a room that he believed to be the place where it was, and to his horror, as well as disgust, found remains of the experimented yokai and other races that were severely mutated. How disgusting! Issei looked at them with disgust, feeling great remorse for their suffering, and Irene saw his reaction, immediately embrace him, knowing that it made her lover recall the horrors of the war against the outer gods. I'm fine now, Irene. Let's get this done and destroy this place. Out of respect to Xerxes, I won't end the entire bloodline of Nibirius. He searched for the files and recorded the evidence that will reveal the horrors of their action. Issei finished and left the place like a mirage, floating in the show where Irene was beside him. He held out his arms to the building, churning his power before muttering under his breath. Collapse. It was then the entire institute compressed into nothingness, removing a large chunk of the land and removing the place without a trace. He uses a technique that amplifies his break into something similar to a black hole that shreds the entire dimension to zero. Issei doesn't care if it causes a panic in their society, since his intent is to eliminate the poison in their faction. Xerxes don't have the courage to do it. Now that's done, let's head to the Realm of the Dead. Irene nodded as he left the place, where minutes later the devil noticed the commotion and were horrified at what they found. They all reported to the 4 devil kings, who were lost at what had happened to the Nibirius Institute having been erased from the face of the planet. While they were busy trying to find the answer, Issei and Irene arrived at the Realm of the Dead, where it was nothing but wasteland, only a certain place was different. He didn't hesitate to quickly surround himself with his scale armor, where Irene remained quiet, knowing that he was extremely angry and eager to beat Hades. Within the desolate wasteland of the Realm of the Dead, in which souls are reincarnated, the one who ruled and governed the domain of the dead are many, yet only one currently has been assigned to manage the realm, and that would be Hades. He currently resides in a pristine shrine and palace that was out of place within the domain. Inside was a skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests, giving off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets can glow to give the appearance of eyes. He currently contemplating in his plan on removing other faction and Longinus, as he despises beings of other mythologies, especially devils and fallen angels, believing that they are unnecessary beings, calling them bats, referring to the devil's wings, and crows, referring to the fallen angel's wings. It is important to note that despite his hatred of the other mythologies, he is not an evil god. His goal is to rid the world of these beings, as he calls them, an annoyance. Unfortunately, Hades had neglected his job, forgetting the true dread until now, when the entire realm shook, feeling divine power beyond even the chief gods. What is this? He felt astonished, unable to even comprehend what kind of monster would bear this amount of hatred and malice to him. Hades, suddenly someone burst into his door, where Grim Reapers arrive, led by Thanatos, who appears to be a hooded skeleton who emanates malicious air around him. Hades, do you have any ideas on what's going on? Thanatos roared as he was shaken, sensing that even with his power won't win against their enemy, yet despite his pride to fight knew it was losing war in the end. I don't know. Let's check. It was then something came crashing into their temple, where dust and debris covered where they were only able to see 2 silhouettes, a woman and a man. They all stood waiting until crimson-red eyes glowed through the dust, until suddenly a gust of wind pushed everything and revealed their transgressors. The two were none other than Issei and Irene, who stood observing everyone, where Hades came out from his astonishment, and immediately ordered his Grim Reaper to surround them. Who are you and what purpose do you have in my domain? Hades demanded, showing his self-centered arrogance despite having already sensed their power eclipses theirs. On the other hand, Thanatos remains quiet, trying to grasp their power and how to handle the situation. Issei still had his scale mail, yet unable to recognize it for being the boosted gear due to no previous user having unlocked this far. However, they know that he was a sacred gear user base from energy permeating from it, and the hint of the dragon slowly made them realize what he had. You're the current Red Dragon Emperor. Thanatos was the first one to notice, as he had been inspecting him every inch of his being while Issei stoically stared at them. That instantly released a massive pressure that caused them to tense up. "Damn you, pest! How dare you transgress my domain and have the audacity to be overbearing!" Hades roared, summoning his scythe, pouring an immense amount of death energy that decayed while Thanatos did the same, ready to apprehend him. "You're a shitty leader if this place looks like a dump," Issei roared, rushing toward Hades, who blocked his strike but was pushed back kilometers away from their spot while Thanatos tried to follow but was stopped by Irene, who appeared beside him and struck his face with a power jab, shocking the god of death. "Nice. This will be great of a training session for me." Irene evilly grinned before moving her hand, causing the air to glisten before a massive explosion occurred, having formed small orbs that boosted, turning to enormous bomb, instantly killed numerous Grim Reapers, having destroyed their astral form, returned them into simple energy. Completely destroying a soul would be impossible, as they only dispersed, and only immensely powerful creatures are capable of such a thing. While Irene fought Thanatos, Issei was at the other side, having grabbed Hades by the face and slammed him to the ground, forming a large crater. He stepped back when Hades released his power to push him away and stood back up in rage at the humiliation that he was being put through. "I was right when I told myself to get rid of you, pest." Using their power without knowing their place, Hades arrogantly yelled while Issei scoffed at his words. "I know my place quite well, Hades. You've abused and neglected your task in managing the realm of the dead, letting souls be lost rather than be reaped and guided to their resting place." Issei was infuriated that someone decided that Hades would be the right god to rule the realm of the dead. He knows that other factions have their own society of soul reapers, like Shinto had Shinigami, who take their job a lot better than Hades, yet most power is within him. This made Issei angry that he doesn't take his job as the god of afterlife seriously. "Boy, you do not understand the grand scheme of things. My goal outweighs the insignificant passing of mortals." Hades explains, viewing his job as the god of the afterlife to be second to his goal of removing the other faction that view them as annoyances. Issei clicked his tongue, hearing the arrogance of Hades, having heard his time once before, and had sealed him away as punishment, only to be released because he helped fight against the outer god. "Then you're the fool who does not understand." He summoned a Akashic record, where Hades was wondering what kind of artifact it was, sensing nothing yet everything that confuses him. He remains quiet, observing his every move. Issei took out a sword that looked like dragon tooth, that was long like claymore yet had a red rim and black handle. He held the blade and swung it instantly, cleaving the ground, shocking Hades at the immense power of the sword. He could easily use Infinity Blaster and other destructive power, but Issei doesn't have any intention of destroying the realm of the death, and took a more controlled and precise approach. Hades was alarmed yet didn't back down even if he lost, doesn't want to show any weakness or cowardice, knowing that his goal was right and just in his eyes. Perhaps if this was a Chinese novel then he would be begging, but Hades would rather be destroyed than be humiliated. Issei pointed his sword towards the god of the afterlife and said, "You don't deserve to rule the dead." Issei rushed towards Hades, who barely caught his movement, and parried with his scythe while producing Mist of Death, but it was cancelled when Issei produced his own using his dragon aura, producing a dragon god flames. The shockwave of their battle could be felt miles upon miles within the realm of the dead, that caught the attention of another Grim Reaper that had a cloak covering its entire body, having striking wolf mask, and had two sickle rather than large scythe. Someone is attacking Hades-sama. The Grim Reaper was the leader of conservative faction within the realm of the dead, who are more peaceful and prefer to ally themselves with other factions rather than antagonize them. He had been responsible for mostly guiding the soul to the afterlife, considering Hades had neglected his work for the past thousands of years, causing ghosts and haunted spirits to wander the mortal world without appropriately cleansing their soul to be reincarnated. What kind person would fight the god of the afterlife? Orcus turned to his side, looking at a little girl with pale skin. She was a cute girl with long, dark purple hair and sleepy golden eyes. Her hair is tied in a long braid by a bow with a purple skull, reaching all the way down to her hips. The little girl also has 3 black markings on both her thighs, also having gold neon lines in its interior. She wears a white skull mask in conjunction with her Grim Reaper clothing, which consists of a light blue dress and a black and white hood resembling a jester cap with an emerald gem at the tip. She also wears black elbow-length gloves covered in gold neon lines with gems at the back of her wrists. This was Orcus's daughter, Benia Orcus. Papa don't know, but I'll investigate. He wanted to overthrow Hades for a long time, wishing to end the suffering of the dead as a promise to his late wife who was human. Orcus can't let them suffer any longer, yet Hades was a powerful god and he knows his limits as well as the consequence of fighting against the god of the dead. Therefore, he decided to leave and help maintain the cycle of life and death from a distance that Hades doesn't interfere since they only guide souls. Can I come with you? Benia asked, looking far into the distance, sensing something familiar that made her heart pound and was overjoyed for unknown reason. Orcus looks at his daughter, hesitant to take her with him, but trusts her in defending herself if things go out of hand. Fine, call the others. His daughter nodded, leaving him looking at the direction of the commotion that was currently turning into an intense battlefield where small ravines were cleaved into the ground and crater formed from the shockwave upon the collision of their might. Unbelievable. I've fought the Red Dragon Emperor before, but this is... Hades to himself, unable to accept that he was slowly being overwhelmed by Issei, who barely broke a sweat and fought him with little effort. The vast ocean of power coming off from him was overwhelming, yet he doesn't use them in a way that utilizes everything. He realized that Issei was using him as a training dummy as the clanging sound of their weapon reverberated across the dimension. Hades felt numb from each strike that cleaved large part of the ground. Issei was trying to reawaken the struggle, the desperate feeling of wanting to win and overcome everything. He was growing rapidly when Hades was pushed back from the standard power of Issei. Why you? Why haven't you boosted yourself? Hades finally noticed that Issei barely tried to increase his power using the boosted gear. Issei didn't say anything and halted for a moment, looking straight at Hades, that offended the god of the dead, feeling insignificant in his eyes. He was one of the godheads within Olympus, yet to Issei he was nothing. If that is what you want, then prepare yourself. Issei placed barrier extremely thick that distorted the entire place, trapping the two of them. Hades suddenly tensed up, sensing the temperature drop, feeling dread and fear, looking at Issei, whose raging aura suddenly vanished and became tame, yet something primal and terrifying was about to awaken. He suddenly witnesses a mirage of enormous dragons staring down at him, making Hades feel like an ant. Issei's draconic eyes sharpened, taking deep breath, gripping the sword tightly before his eyes shot open, causing the ground to crumble from sudden release of his power. That Hades felt numerous divinity, and astonished that someone would wield a pure and powerful divine power. Boost of infinity. In an instant, Issei's power scale at ridiculous degree that continuously transcend his enemy to whatever level they are, then he'll supersede them, but the downside would be the possibility of accidentally destroying the entire world. Hades was taken aback and noticed the power of a dragon god. I was right, dangerous creatures like yourself don't deserve to live. Hades rushed where he sent waves of death slashes toward Issei, who didn't even flinch, and instantly the attack was dispersed, shocking Hades, then saw him vanish, and a streak of light suddenly flashes as he steps aside, where it grazes his cheek and the slash splits the ground in half. Issei didn't waste any time and switched the angle of his sword, then quickly slashed in horizontal towards his side that tried to block by Hades, yet this caused his weapon that was forged by the Cyclops and Hecatonkars, making it incredibly powerful. However, the force of his blade sliced through it like butter and wounded the god of the dead before flinging him to the ends of the barrier. Hades became more frustrated, pouring even more death energy, forming a shadow-like construct that was pointed at Issei. Damn you, mortal, die! Thousands upon thousands of death beams were sent toward Issei, where he smirked and produced his own attack beam that collided with Hades' attack as he dodged them, rushing towards Hades, who gripped his weapon tightly, knowing that he'll lose but won't go down easily. In a massive explosion, Issei and Hades at the center of their bullet hell, where they deflect, redirect, cancel and counter every attack with Hades, was slowly drained. What? How can this be? You have divine dividing powers. Hades was flabbergasted, feeling his power depleting from Issei, who continuously grew as time passed. This is impossible. With this kind of power, to remain unnoticed should not exist. He couldn't believe even the blessing of Ophis was shocking, yet combined with divine dividing powers and his constant growth should have already broken his entire body. However, even now, he didn't shed any fear or anxiety, only a determined gaze. Who are you? He felt fear for the first time when the looming doom was upon him, where he saw up close the wine-red dragon eyes locked into him, where Issei bare his fangs. You already know who I am. Issei threw away his word, having already dealt with Hades' weapon and didn't think it was necessary to use it. The god of the dead was annoyed that he didn't get the answer and tried to force him by producing a rain of death energy beam. However, Issei vanished and tried to dodge, was too late, receiving a knee strike to his skull, forming a small crack from the impact. Hades staggered only to fall into his knees as Issei followed the knee strike with an axe kick, causing a large crater in the ground. While he was struggling to stand up, was once again attacked to the side of his head and buried his entire skull to the ground, while Issei stood towering over his body. Their fight was over as Hades' power was now gone. As they were fighting, distance away was loud explosion and sound of battle happening as Thanatos struggling to gain an advantage against his opponent. To think the Welsh dragon has been resurrected. What purpose do you have for being here? Thanatos remained rational and kept Irene busy with a conversation. The woman was entertained by his demeanor and said, "Reforming the entire realm of the dead. Would that suffice? My husband felt unsatisfied at how you run this place." Irene conjured red beam, unleashing rains of attack that Thanatos countered by pouring divine death into his side that was nothing but darkness in a shape of scythe, where a single slash reduced the rain of attack to nothing and did the same thing, conjuring barrage of darkness that move in a tremendous speed. She easily caught them and flew, dodging the attack, while Irene transformed her arms into her dragon hand, hoping to swat Thanatos, yet the god of death stepped back and slashes, forcing her to revert it back before blitzing towards Thanatos, who blocked her fist, result in a shockwave that shook everything in their surrounding. The two were at a deadlock, intently looking at each other, with Irene merely smiling, unfazed by the threatening aura radiating from Thanatos. "Always getting in the way of our business. What do you intend to do once Lord Hades is overthrown? Do you wish to kill him?" Thanatos questioned her, while Irene scoffed at him and said, "You think my husband would fight to kill? Unless you're deserving and the shed of hope is vanquished, then he will not kill. His power can decimate the entire world with a single snap of his fingers, yet he is not that kind of man. Irene's own strength can easily cause the entire world of Earth to shake violently and destroy it to her might, and the only reason it hasn't been destroyed is because of barriers surrounding them when she fought Albion. On the other hand, Issei was within a realm of power beyond even the strongest being in this world. He eclipses every single powerhouse, with the only exception of gods from other worlds and outer gods. There are certain universes stronger than Draconic Deus, DXD, like FXF universe. Thanatos knew it was not a lie nor exaggerating, knowing what kind of race Irene, who only chose a mate vastly superior to them in power. What kind of dragon would choose a weak mate? They are races of strength and power. I've said enough? Regardless, you have already stepped into a dragon's tail. Irene took a deep breath, and before Thanatos could react, she unleashed a powerful breath attack. Red Dragon Roar, a blast of fire attack that incinerated large portion of the realm of the dead, scorching the entire ground, turning them into a molten lava, while Thanatos' shadow essence barely hangs on as his divine soul almost destroys. As God, it was impossible for them to die due to using the faith of their followers to return, but it will take a considerable amount of time. There are only certain artifacts capable of completely slaying a god, and those are sacred gear. To think that I, the god of death, almost died. He reformed his body and became more serious, looking at Irene, unleashing his killing intent. You're still alive. Well, let's get this over with. Irene boosted herself and gathered her attack into another breath attack, while Thanatos made clicking noises despite the lack of tongue. Red Dragon Roar. However, this time Thanatos didn't waste any time to avoid the attack and unleashed a multitude of razor death slashes towards Irene, who dodged them and did the same using her arms. The attack cancels each other, and Irene vanishes from her spot, appearing behind Thanatos, who couldn't react quick enough before he slammed into the ground. Irene stood over the defeated body of Thanatos, who was already exhausted from their fight. Damn it! Thanatos tried to fight back but saw dreadful eyes of Irene looking down at him, while Beam Blast was right at his face, feeling a sudden coldness, as if he would face complete annihilation. Give up. At this point, you won't defeat me. He was speechless, unable to refute in fear of being destroyed and dispel his seat aura, having given up, knowing it was the better option as much he hates to admit it. Irene nodded at his choice, then turned to the other side where her husband should be fighting. Wise choice. I wonder how my beloved is doing, Irene said, while the man in question stood over the god of the dead, who glaring at Issei. On the other hand, the latter had a different expression. You are a fool, Hades. Trying to eliminate the threats because of her. Do you think she'll be proud of what you've become? Issei spoke, having finally gotten to where Hades was vulnerable enough to talk with. Hades' power has already been reduced to nothing, yet the burning hatred shines through and lash out at Issei. You have no idea what I feel, he roared, while Issei stepped back, looking at him, who was on his knees, having already been defeated. Because of you, pest, the only one who accepted me and filled this wasteland with light was snuffed out by you. Hades glared at Issei and wanted to stop him, only to see a gaze reminiscent of his own. The two were alike, Issei hated the outer god to the core of his being and wanted to eradicate every single one of those abominations. On the other hand, Hades had his wife Persephone, who had been killed by a zealot Longinus user from the other faction. He was kind in the past, like the stories within the myth, only being bitter and turning into this broken god when his beloved was taken from him. Do you think it will change anything? You think she'll be happy to see the once kind god to this? Issei receives a punch from Hades without him standing up since he's taller than Issei. The strike barely hurt, and nothing more than trying to stop him from talking. Shut up, shut up, shut up, you pest took her from me, killed her from me. Hades screamed when Issei looked at him with pity, having learned the story when Nyx told him and acted evil because a small part of his former self still remains, wanting someone to stop him and end his suffering. He tried his hardest to move on, yet seeing the soul he guided find peace while his hope of embracing his lover was gone. Why are you doing this? Hades regained some clarity, looking at Issei, having lost his will to fight and only wanted to see how things would end. Issei reaches out his hand, inflicting Hades with the warmth of hope, regaining something deep within his soul. Killing you won't solve anything. Your reason is valid, as I too wish to eradicate my enemies, but those things are unreasonable and evil in every sense of the world. Hades, I shall give you an offer, work for me and perhaps I can return your wife. Issei can revive anything as long their essence still exists. Even if soul is vanquished, it will remain only outer gods whose power are able to erase soul, body, essence of an entity. Though, he can't revive anything that doesn't wish to return and already pass on. What? Impossible. Hades had already done everything in his power to return his beloved back, but her soul had already been erased from the one who killed her. I can, but you should know unless she doesn't desire to return, then I won't be able to bring her back. Lies. No power can return someone whose soul is distinguished. Hades couldn't accept his offer, seeing it as trap to lure him in only for him to be betrayed. Issei can easily abandon him and seal Hades, yet he believes his power would be useful against the arrival of the outer god. He would be a cannon fodder compared to them, yet Hades still will be useful and can get stronger as time goes. Unless Issei sees nothing but malice, then he would kill them, and Hades has small hope within him. Issei can sense people's true self because of his hope that can affect anyone so long as they have hope. Then if you can't believe my words, then I shall make believe through my action. Issei held out his hand to the side of Hades when he witnessed something unbelievable, where light glowed while energy churned and forms a humanoid construct. He was doing this out of this because Issei felt like repaying the sin of those that wrong Hades. In addition, it allowed him to test if he can revive a god and later bring forth Akeno's mother if he has a chance. Issei wouldn't break the balance of life and death too often, knowing it has consequences. Hades watched and felt dumbfounded when the lights slowly faded away, revealing a womanly woman, but stripped down. Her clothes have some green and white pieces, like a thin scarf adorning her neck and a bow tied in her dress, and baskets full of vegetables. Her attire can change to the underworld style, with skulls adorning her shoulders and a bun in her hair. She has white skin, green eyes, and blonde hair, and a braided haircut. The woman glanced at Hades, who was shaken when he saw her, and didn't hesitate to try and hug the woman, only to punch on top of his skull, surprising Issei. He had talked to her before arriving there and didn't expect her violent outburst. The other reason why he decided to help Hades rather than seal him was because of his encounter with Persephone's essence. You useless husband, how can you let my death turn you into this? Issei watched as the woman beat the god of the dead, who didn't even defend himself. He remained silent, giving them space, knowing the god was nothing more than a wounded man and needed healing. He understood the emotions that ran through Hades at the moment, from guilt, shame, anger to remorse and disbelief that his beloved had returned to him. Guess things have calmed down, huh? He turned to his side, finding Irene flying towards him holding the unconscious Thanatos throwing to the side like a ragdoll, and walked closer to kiss Issei on the cheek, turning her attention to the other couple who was now at each other's embrace. Hades apologizing to his wife, slowly changing his form into something that was like his former self. He turned into a massive, hulking figure, significantly larger than any human. He has gray skin, red eyes with black sclera, and long, wavy black hair. Notably, he also possesses a waist-length mustache whose two halves intersect each other across his upper chest, forming the shape of his symbol, Gigoros. He wears decadent red robes adorned with numerous pieces of golden, gem-encrusted jewelry with a skull motif. There is a flame-colored wreath laurel upon his head. Hades' bare feet emit a fiery glow, and singe the ground as he walks. This was the image that Hades once had that didn't strike mortal souls, fear only authority and fair judgment. Hades felt happy for the first time in millennia, turning to face Issei, who smiled and without hesitation kneeled down before him. I, God of the dead, ruler of the realm of the dead, offer my utmost loyalty and servitude for what you've given me can never compare to anything in this world. Anything you ask, I shall do it without hesitation and solemnly swear to the river Styx that I shall never betray thee. Hades' deep voice reverberates, giving a powerful feeling, causing something to shake with Issei noticing a presence, and like tribulation strike down into the god of the dead. Issei was surprised knowing that swearing to the river Styx was not to be taken lightly, since breaking them would bring forth the wrath of goddess Styx. He never met her, however. She was within a section of the underworld between the realm of the dead and Koch Idis. Her power was known to be unique, as it was like a curse or a cancer that slowly erodes the gods and slowly kills them the more they break the oath. Even Nyx is susceptible to it, though not by long shot. I am as well, Persephone, goddess of spring, swear to give my loyalty to you, and may the river Styx me if I betray thee. Issei looks down at the couple, seemingly showing that they are willing to bow down to him. Stand up, I accept your loyalty, however, your crimes to the human world cannot be cleansed that easily. Hades understood it, having regained his clarity, and memories of his action now haunts him, seeking to redeem him from the shame that now holds him. He had neglected his duty and conspired against those who wanted conflict to end. Hades was the kindest among the three godheads in the Mount Olympus and was the most loyal to his spouse. Even times he was tempted to find another but didn't. I know, your divinity gave me clarity of the sin I've committed. Hades felt the purest form of light illuminating from Issei, who was like a still ocean reflecting the azure sky. His clear mind finally senses that his divine power transcends every god in the world. Then, we can discuss further at a better place. For how long are you going to hide and wait? Issei looked in a certain direction, and a group of grim reapers appeared, led by a larger and more powerful one next to a little girl Issei instantly recognized. The moment Benia met his eyes instantly felt like an electrifying sensation, experiencing the same situation as the woman before her. Issei was confident that they had their memories locked somewhere, and would find a way to reawaken them. Forgive our transgression, I am Orcus, and who are you and what happened here? He was perplexed, having witnessed their goddess to suddenly be revived and their former leader having kneeled down towards an unknown assailant. There is quite a lot to discuss. Is there a place for us to talk? Hades nodded and said, we can discuss everything in my castle. Issei didn't say anything, turning his attention to Thanatos, who held out his hand before he suddenly vanished, sending the god of death within the prison inside his personal world. He doubted his dragonids would be defeated to weaken Thanatos, not to mention Issei, practically a god inside the dimension, as it grew proportionally to him. This made the spectator astonished and perplexed, wondering where he sent. Unlike Hades, Thanatos' true intent of destroying the other faction even wanted to dominate them by making Satan-class devil using the research stored inside Koneko's hair clip. Eventually everyone came to his castle in a conference room where Orcus had hard time progressing everything when Issei told what had happened and his intention. You're saying that I'll be in charge of this realm from now on, while Hades will continue to act as he did, with the reason being that he'll be a spy against a group of terrorists. Issei nodded as Orcus clarified everything. He didn't tell everything but the situation currently happening. His main priority at the moment would be to stop any ongoing conflict, and ensure once he leaves to fight the outer gods, then he can rest easy knowing they'll be alright. Issei has no intention of staying in Draconic Deus and intends to leave temporarily to grow stronger, bringing few people with him in his adventure. His end goal is to eradicate or seal the outer god, preventing them from continuing to destroy worlds and ruin lives. Indeed, I've done my investigation and can see you have fondness in mortal lives. Issei glanced at Benia with a loving smile, who made the young girl confused and should be creeped out, but she felt as though she knew him all her life. Irene, sitting on his lap, suddenly snuggled herself into Issei's chest, making Benia annoyed and jealous for unknown reason, looking at her chest and Irene's before sighing. Orcus noticed his gaze and frowned, yet somehow knew he was a person trustworthy. His instinct told him something and said, that face, it's not your real face, is it? Issei didn't hide it and nodded, spreading his sense before erecting a barrier to ensure no one would see his face, reverting into his younger self. Indeed, I do not want to associate this face with people I care for. He does plan on creating monsters to protect them from the shadow, but at the moment, he is not taking risks. Then why would you suddenly show your face? Aren't you afraid that I might leak it? Orcus tried to confront him, yet was surprised when Issei laughed, surprised everyone, even Hades, showing how confident Issei was at the situation. I know what I'm doing and who to trust. I intend to form a treaty with every faction to unite them, or rather make a peace treaty to ensure no more wars and conflict ever arrives. Issei spoke as if it was a promise, and achieved it without fail. He does not know the complete scope of the effect of his arrival, and considers everything. Events had been removed and tragedy were avoided, yet Issei still considered his action would greatly affect the masses, therefore does not intend to act without a proper plan. The reason why he attacked Hades is because he had everything under control. He couldn't find Chaos Brigade that easily, especially how it likely branches or even worse had contact with the outer gods that he hopes isn't the case. How do you intend to do this? Orcus asked, since bad blood was still fresh among the other faction. I'm an outsider and won't join any faction, becoming a force that keeps things in check. Issei unknowingly becomes the ruler of every faction and becomes the light and symbol. He couldn't join Ryasa's peerage, nor does he intend to be under the Devil Society, knowing his strength alone brings imbalance, causing other factions to plot against them. Orcus looked at the long term and nodded. Very well, I shall maintain this realm and turn it into a better place. Issei nodded, and after a while, he eliminated the Grim Reapers who were against the new rule and left the place. Bennia looked at him, drawn toward Issei, wanting to be by his side for some reason. Lord Issei, may I request something? Issei stopped for a moment, looking at Orcus, and from the way he looked at them knew what he was planning to do. What would that be? Can you bring my daughter to accompany me to act as representative and servant in your endeavors? Orcus trusted his intuition and saw him as the perfect candidate for his daughter. Having a powerful in-law would be beneficial, and seeing his daughter being eyeing to him shows she was attracted to him. Perhaps I should finally talk to my children. My 2 daughters should be with their grandmother. Zagreus should be with Artemis. Hades looking at his former subordinates, now superior, basically dethroning his daughter to Issei. He also intends to be there for his daughter when the time comes. However, I should fix what I've broken. Hades looked at his wife, who held his hand tightly, showing that she won't be going anywhere anymore. On the other hand, Issei smiled, looking at Bennia's face to slightly blush. Very well then. What's your name? Issei pretended to not know her, fearing that it could trigger their memories from being completely restored, that would result in insanity and madness. He needs to find someone to restore their memories without caring if they go crazy or not. At the moment, there are few candidates, namely Diodora Astaroth. Bennia Orcus, it's nice to meet you, Lord Issei. Her voice filled Issei with another nostalgia, where she was a fan of his Appai Dragon series. Issei has no plan on doing them, but does intend to make a show for children to spread hope. He won't be the Appai Dragon, but the blazing truth of hope. Likewise. I'll visit sometime, and Bennia-san is free to return anytime. Come, there are still places I need to visit. She nodded as they gave their farewells, leaving them in their task to restore the realm of the dead, where within the wasteland a flower seemed to bloom, revealing a miracle that even in the dread and darkness place can illuminate miracles. Innovation, clear dimension. 130 time dilution. Issei's residence. Issei took Bennia to his personal world for the time being to adjust and rethink his course of action, having arrived at a floating palace requested by Irene, who told him that a high-class home was deserving of true dragon god king. He thought it was a bit too much, but Issei didn't care that much since it was a small thing. The dimensions had expanded even further, that it was essentially turning into an entirely new world. Issei couldn't bring things he makes using the sacred gear does not mean he could use other methods nor use his own power to make them. He had trained and can't insight that dimensional lost and innovation clear are needed to form an entirely new sacred gear that Issei plans on fusing to can mastery over spatial dimension. However, that is a story for another time. At the moment, Bennia was surprised when she arrived in another dimension and almost fainted upon sensing the vast amount of dragons and monsters that she hadn't seen before flying around, bowing before Issei as they stride through the hallway. Where are we, Lord Issei? Bennia asked curiously, wishing to start a conversation with her new master. Just call me Issei, Bennia-san. He was her husband and would be awkward to address him as such. Though, Issei isn't arrogant and self-centered enough to say they are his wife at the moment, willing to respect them until they regain their memories or fall for him. As for your question, this place is a dimension that I've made along with the creature you see. Bennia was shocked the more he spoke about the place as he explained most of them. She didn't expect Issei to be this powerful, because there are some dragons with ultimate class and beyond. Amazing. Does that mean no one is ruling over the cycle of soul? There isn't any heaven and realm of the dead, Bennia said. It's still a work in progress, and I've only used this place as a training ground. The cycle of reincarnation maintains itself, that's why there won't be any issue with the soul. Anyway, I shall show you around in the place you'll be spending time being. A couple of hours later, showing the place, Benya made herself at home, unsure why she felt as if she belonged to be by his side. He let her explore the place while Issei went to bathhouse to relax, where Irene had joined him, having an amazing time. Issei was submerged in the bath with Irene on his side, resting her head on his shoulder. So what do you plan on how to pursue her? Irene asked, knowing Issei isn't one who is assertive when it comes to pursuing women, because in more ways than one he does it unconsciously out of goodwill. I don't know, to be honest. I'm confident they have parts of their future self locked deep in their soul. Perhaps a gift from the biblical God. Whatever it may be telling them could trigger their memories, then those pesky abominations corrupt them. Issei's tone held poison as he spoke the outer god, knowing that even simply mentioning their titles would cause a cold sensation, and uttering their names would lead to insanity. What if biblical God casts protection? Irene asked while Issei gave it some thought, considering the possibility. Even if that is the case, I won't risk it until I gain a firm grasp of the situation. Issei does hope it was the case, yet he knew deep down the outer god will take advantage of it, especially since he had only arrived for 2 days. Those abominations most likely sense his arrival and need to stay low for a moment. Knowing you, it won't take that long until they regain everything. Irene moved to sit on lap, showing her body, while Issei remains leaning on the edge of the bathhouse looking at her. Now let's put that aside. Where is my reward? Issei smirked and pulled out closer as they went at it for an hour. Afterwards, Issei went to his workshop since he had a few days inside the dimension, considering only a few hours would pass by outside. Irene had checked on the condition of the monster, who started building monuments for Issei that he let them do as they pleased. He immediately summoned Thanatos, who was still unconscious, and Issei didn't waste any time to turn him into a servant, rewriting his memories, ensuring he would be an ally to him. Issei finds it would cause an uproar in killing a god, leaving the judgment to Olympus. However, he decided to split him, stealing part of his power, leaving only the qualities he deemed necessary, acquiring at least 20% of his strength to make sacred gear, focusing on death. Once Thanatos had been reformed, sent back to prison for the time being. Let's make Benya her own special death-side sacred gear. Issei summoned the Akashic record that flipped its pages as the entire workshop illuminated by a golden light, where he began to inscribe things he needed for making a sacred gear for Benya, who was currently talking with Irene. Why does Lord Issei feel familiar? Benya asked Irene, who softly smiled since she also wanted to tell her their secret, but it was not yet time. Eventually you will know. He is too kind to tell you and consider your feelings, but I can at least say that you are important to him, and you can feel it, can't you? Irene watched as Benya clutched her chest, recalling how he spoke to her, and his gaze ever shifting into a different demeanor. She pondered why it was easy for her to understand what he was feeling, and how to react to them. Yes. It feels as if I have known her all my life. Issei could have easily improvised a reason without telling the whole truth. Unfortunately, outer gods are a nuisance, and he had countless experience to know that they are able to manifest through summoning, and more information about them unless they are strong individuals. I wish I could tell you, but for the time being, you'll be doing some training with me. I'm sure you don't want to be a burden to be by his side. Benya nodded, determined to prove her worth, and part of her didn't want to fall behind in strength. She may not understand what's going on. There is a part of her that knows she can trust them with all her heart. Irene smiled, leaned closer to her ears, and said, also, try to seduce him. He isn't picky in someone's body. Benya slightly blushed, thinking about doing proactive seduction to Issei, remembering how he looks. His perfectly shaped face that enticed her heart, stirring it with impure thoughts. As the two continued their discussion, Issei was busily assembling a sacred gear for Benya, pondering what balance breaker it will form, and suddenly sneezed. Achoo, I wonder what those two are doing. Well, I'm almost done here. Issei had made sides similar design to Benya's with subtle differences, since he knew it was better to make weapons that she's comfortable with. He added the effect that it can reap and resurrect souls into shadow monsters. He tested it on a monster he formed, and the result was what he wanted but had room to improve. Issei decided to make sacred gear that would provide him with records of his strength, to ensure his progress is what he wanted. He put aside the death scythe and continued to make the said sacred gear, and finally succeeded. The sacred gear didn't have physical form, but it manifested through his eyes. It glowed in wine red with a cross symbol, and thought about his strength. To his surprise and amusement, showed a panel screen before his eyes with details about himself. Name: Issei Hyoudou. Age: 17, plus 10,000. Title: Red Dragon, Emperor of the Blazing Truth, the demonic dragon who manifested the power of infinity and dreams, Crimson Heavenly Dragon, Crimson Dragon Emperor, Accursed Fiend, Deus Ex Machina, Red Dragon Emperor, etc. Race: True Diabolos Deus Dragon God. Potential: Infinity. Rank: True Dragon God. Equals: Combat Prowess. Attack Potency: Primordial God, Heavenly Dragon Class. Intelligence: Primordial God, Heavenly Dragon Class. Speed: Primordial God, Heavenly Dragon Class. Durability: Primordial God, Heavenly Dragon Class. Stamina: Primordial God, Heavenly Dragon Class. Equals: Divinity. Infinity. Dream. Hope. Miracles. Domination. Primordial Knight. Power: Boosted Gear. Sacred Gear Creation, Akashic Record. 72 Devil Pillar, Issei Hyoudou. Equals: Combat Skills: True Dragon Battle Aura, Tuki. Unparalleled Magic Skills. Unparalleled Swordsmanship Skills. Unparalleled Martial Arts Skills. Issei was shocked at how well it was detailed and could see the title given to him by the people that he fought, especially the outer god who considered him the accursed fiend. He copied certain status from games he had played, and that isn't shown as his true capabilities, as it can change through his abilities such as the boosted gear. What's up with the title? I have so many. Deus Ex Machina, True God of Endless Hope and Dream. Issei was baffled looking at that title ponder who called him those terms, and it was a lot but didn't try reading them all. As for the other information provided, it gave him base and outline of his overstrength. Attack potency is, to be put plainly, is the destructive capabilities that his power could result if he tried using his base powers without using any abilities. Meanwhile, intelligence is a word that is incredibly difficult to define, as it has been used to refer to many things, such as one's ability to process information, or their capacity for logic, self-awareness, creativity, reasoning, and/or problem-solving, or their knowledge and memory. In its fullest definition, intelligence can be said to encompass all these things, which makes it incredibly difficult to quantify in versus debating terms, as many individuals may have plentiful ability in one area, such as knowledge, and also be lacking entirely in another, such as planning, emotional intelligence, or creativity. Issei's falls under a few categories such as creativity, self-awareness, reasoning, etc. He isn't the best in planning and strategies since it falls to his wives like Ravel. Speed is a tricky thing since there are different types of speed such as attack speed, combat speed, reaction speed, and travel speed. It was mixed together perfectly. Durability is basically how much force he can withstand, while stamina is how long he can fight, but Issei can go without rest and constantly replenish thanks to his infinity. Primordial Knight. Issei had the power that belonged to Nyx, who taught him how to utilize her darkness that was one of the best within the Draconic Deus, and grew significantly as he had grown stronger with every use. Guess that's enough for today. He unsummoned his Akashic Record, where 5 hours inside had passed where only a few minutes flew outside. Issei teleported to the kitchen, spreading his senses, where he found their aura seemingly chatting. Issei let them be and went to cook some meals and prepared a simple dish where half an hour the two came to check on him. Bennia smelled the aroma and a sense of nostalgia blossomed within her where Issei turned. "Oh, you two are here. Well, how do you feel being here, Bennia-san?" "It feels nice. Irene-san has been telling us all about this world." Bennia slightly blushed, having listened through Irene describing his sexual preferences and been corrupted by the heavenly dragon who acted innocently watching Issei as he prepared their meal. "Well, here I have some lunch. From now on, we will be training and Irene can remain here as I go outside later." She nodded as they began to eat their meal, having a perfect harmony, and didn't feel out of place as they ate. However, Bennia felt there were people missing and unsure who, but knew they were more. Based on what Irene said, there are others like her who will experience the same thing as she does. Regardless of the incomplete feeling, Bennia felt as if she belonged there by his side. After a while, Issei continued his day by studying creating sacred gear, while Irene and Bennia continued to discuss their plans on enticing him. He examines the sacred gear he has made to see if there are any errors. The day soon came to an end where they ate their dinner and called it a day. Issei only woke up and sensed that Irene moved out as he found her bringing Bennia and left in the bed with him. They were all naked in the bed, as Issei had the habit of sleeping naked from Rias. Though only half naked, but still he could feel Irene's soft and endowed asset, while Bennia, despite her petite body, was rather alluring and arousing. Fortunately, Issei had perfect control over his body. "Why did you?" Issei telepathically called her while Irene giggled. Just sleep and enjoy it. You don't need to worry, I have everything under control. Irene was bold and Issei inwardly sighs, giving up and enjoying the moment sleeping with 2 of his future wives. Innovation Clear Dimension. 130 Days Time Dilution. Training Grounds. The next day, Issei woke up with the 2 women snuggling and he got the chance to see their beautiful sleeping faces as Issei didn't try to move and disturb their sleep. He took a moment to enjoy until Benia's eyes twitched and cracked open, revealing her golden eyes. Their eyes met, making Benia blush yet composed herself as her heart stirred that calmed her. She found it strange that it felt familiar, as if she had done it countless times. Morning, Benia-san. Her moist gaze locked into Issei's handsome face, unconsciously moved, unable to stop herself, and Issei knew what she was about to do. He was unsure if he should stop her, but subconsciously Issei accepted her action. Her soft and petite lips pressed against his as Benia was still half asleep, thinking everything was dream-tasting. His sweet lips inserting to a deep kiss while Issei took aback but took it and decided there was no turning back. Benia regained clarity, pulled back embarrassed at what came over her, while Issei merely chuckled. Sorry, I didn't know what came over me, Benia said. It's fine. Just relax. Issei patted her head, calming her down while giggling could be heard as Irene woke up. You 2 are adorable. Give me some of that. Irene leaned closer, giving Issei a passionate kiss that lasted a few seconds, giving Benia quite the show, and was aroused by the sight, but before everything escalated, Issei stopped her from going further. Enough, Irene. We still have work to do. Irene gave a disappointed pout but didn't say anything and stretched her body, showing the well-endowed shape that she has, while Benia looked at her own, then to Irene, envious of her body. No need to be jealous, dear. Issei darling here isn't a picky one. Just need to be assertive with him. Irene glances at Benia, giving her some advice while turning to Issei. What do you think of her body, Issei darling? Issei doesn't know what to make of the situation but decided to be honest. It's her body and that's yours. Comparing you 2 wouldn't be the same. Besides, I could care less about appearances. Issei gave his honest opinion, making Benia's heart be pulled and wished to confront him about the emotion, but intuitively stopped her. Deep down, something telling her to trust Issei and not to worry. Anyway, let's have breakfast and start our day. After a while, the 3 went to have breakfast, having short conversation to get to know each other. When they finished their meal, they went to the training grounds, where it was an open area in the air. The entire residence of Issei was a floating island in the sky that was large enough to be considered a small town. Issei aims to train, or rather help her grow stronger, watching Benia chat with Irene as he scans her status power. Name: Benia Orcus. Age: 15. Title: Daughter of Orcus, lowly Grim Reaper, Crimson Dragon Mate, Mischievous Reaper. Race: Grim Reaper Hybrid. Potential: Ultimate Class. Rank: High Class. Equals: Combat Prowess. Attack Potency: Middle Class. Intelligence: Middle Class. Speed: High Class. Durability: High Class. Stamina: High Class. Power: Death Force Manipulation. Soul Force Manipulation. Equals: Combat Skills: Low-level Death Aura. High-level Magic Skills. High-level Side Skills. Low Martial Arts Skills. Issei frowns at the potential, but this isn't far off since everything has limit in their potential, excluding himself. This is only because of the world restrictions, as each world has their standard of strength limiting life form to ensure the entire world isn't destroyed from overloading it with power. Though, it also has to do with talent, but Issei was an anomaly, and had once changed their potential due to his power. Countless times he broke the limits, and balance showed how his wives reached a level beyond superclass, but those powers weren't enough against the outer god. Regardless, Issei was a living miracle, a deus ex machina, and capable of manifesting his wish if he desired it. Not to mention turning them into a dragon through reconstruction using his essence, but Issei has no plans on doing it at the moment, until they fall for him. Alright, today we will be sparring and improving your strength. Our enemies in the future are vastly more possible for you to even fathom, therefore I shall increase your potential and provide the necessary things to help you grow. Benia doesn't know what is about to happen but is determined to overcome whatever is heading her way. Issei witnessed her demeanor and smiled, holding out his hands. In order to increase your potential, you must first desire to get strong and allow it to manifest using my power. Now are you ready? A potential would increase every aspect of an individual, including their talent and affinity. Though, there are certain limits, Issei will defy them and allow her to transcend the limitations. I am. Benia didn't hesitate, knowing everything was bizarre, yet deep within her soul there was someone or something crying desperately to crawl out, making her listen to Issei. Alright then, let us begin. Issei took a deep breath, releasing his restrictions, shocking her when she witnessed him become more handsome than before, affected by his enticing charisma. She noticed Issei's eyes turned sharp, having a cross irises and red marking under his eyes running down his cheek like dripping tears. It was then a light illuminated into Benia as she was comforted by the crimson light, and growing in her potential where she concentrated in reason to grow stronger, listening deep inside her where the emotion that wished to be by his side screamed. The once ultimate class potential grew exponentially, reaching the world limit of a dragon god class. Issei needs to take them away from their world to find stronger ones to grow further than before. Regardless, he was able to do it again, but much later. When the light died down, Benia inspected herself, confused that she doesn't feel stronger, but Issei informed her that she only needs to spar and train. I've increased your potential, not your strength. Spoiling you too much would make you hate me, and I trust you to obtain strength with your own 2 hands. Issei chuckled while Irene rolled her eyes, watching them, since he likes to spoil all of them. Now let's begin your training. Don't hold back and show me where your level is at. Issei blasts his intent into Benia, making her will shake and shaking in fear, testing her willpower. She was sweating bullets, and despite this was still on her feet. I'm ready. Benia unleashed her power and began to spar with Issei, giving everything that she has while her opponent maintains his power at a level that won't seriously harm her. Equals. Innovation Clear Dimension. 130 Days Time Dilution. Training Grounds. Time flew by and a well had gone where Issei continued his training and guidance to Benia, who was gradually growing in strength, getting to know more about Issei. He takes half a day training her while the other half would be learning more about creating sacred gear, forming a few that would suit his women like Yusaka and Seraphol. It would be a given to protect themselves. Issei also uses knowledge on the research that Azazel had compiled, grateful that he took the time to study them and didn't get damaged from ensuing war against the outer god. Alright, I'll let you two continue training. I still have things to take care of. Issei informed them about his departure to save Valerie, who was still at the hands of the enemy. This action could cause a ripple of effect, but he does not care since his own existence already changes everything. Don't worry, I'll take care of her, and it's not like it will take you the entire day outside. We'll meet a few days later inside. Issei nodded as he received a hug from her and kissed before turning to Benia, who tried to hold her composure. It has only been a week of training, yet she is already smitten by Issei, pondering if it was normal to feel that way. He smiled, patted her head, and Benia enjoyed the pampering. Good luck, Issei, and be careful. He smiled and she stepped forward to give him a tight hug. Once their farewells ended, Issei went outside the dimension where he quickly teleported to the Teep's territory. Only a couple hours had passed, and Issei spread his senses at the place where he easily found a familiar signature, teleporting himself without a problem. He found a small room devoid of anything and witnessed countless souls surrounding the place. Issei calmly walked over while the soul moved aside until he stood over the bed and found a young woman with short blonde hair and red eyes. Her entire aura was exhausted and dwindling, where her soul seemed unorganized and shambles. Damn, I'm not that great at fixing souls. Issei frowned since her soul was broken to different pieces, knowing the reason was the extraction of it. Unfortunately, he isn't one who would give up that easily. But I have something better. He sealed the room, ensuring no one would be able to disturb him, and summoned a Akashic record, and took out the complete Sephiroth Graal that was a perfect copy of it. In addition, Issei's own desires and wishes manifest into healing Valerie. Light illuminates and energy churn as Issei permeates vast amounts of power, assimilating the sacred gear into her soul, slowly repairing everything. Few minutes later, when everything settled down, Valerie's breathing and aura became more calm, but she was still unconscious as her body craved something. Let's bring her out of here for now. Issei carried Valerie into Princess Carrie before teleporting far away from the place and returned to Kuo, where he took her to a hotel to wake her up. He was worried that taking him inside the Innovation Clear Dimension would complicate her condition. Issei laid her down on the bed and pondered on ways to wake her up, then remembered that she needed blood. How do I? Damn it. Hope she won't get mad. Issei proceeds to bite his tongue to make it bleed before moving closer to the sleeping young woman, leaning until he paused for a moment, apologizing with his heart, and took her lips before pouring the content within his mouth into her. It was instantaneous, as Issei felt her drinking the blood that he offered and was glad that she started to regain her strength, then was taken aback where she held his cheek, seemingly wanting more, and moving her tongue inside, sucking him. Their lips departed, and Valerie, looking at him in daze, and immediately blushed while Issei quickly stepped back and said, Wait, I'm sorry, ahem, how do you feel? Valerie was still shocked at the ordeal but calmed herself and said, I am fine, but who are you people? She was confused with everything that was happening and felt a bit scared, and Issei healed his tongue and said, well, it's a long story, but equals darkness. It surrounds her like misty silk, softly caressing her skin as she seems to float within a vast murky water. She felt her body weight like a ton, unable to move anything, and felt alone, only accompanied by the endless void. She tried recalling the last thing she remembered before drowning in the sea of nothingness. It was a time where she was happy and hadn't experienced the horrid that happened to her. Her only comfort was her friend that was like a brother to her, but he was soon taken away from her when she tried to escape with him, only for her to awaken her new power, and taken away to be used as a tool until her own body was not her own anymore. Her awareness was instinctively able to guess that this darkness was death itself. Therefore, the moment she would be swallowed by the darkness, that would spell the end of her life. While she was exposed to the freezing coldness emanating from that void, she instinctively hugged herself with her arms. I don't want to die. The young woman could not help but feel like it was unfair for her to die as a maiden who had never experienced love. Her desire to have her own family and friends while surrounded by bright smiles as she lives a life where she is able to have someone by her side till the end. Someone who would do their best for them, and never abandon them even in the darkest times. She felt it was too regrettable to simply yield into some disease even though she doesn't have the strength to fight the current of death. Somebody save me. I cannot get through this hopeless situation through my own power. Thinking so, the young woman was able to stretch her right arm despite the weight she felt towards the empty space in front of her, seeking for someone's help, anyone's. And at that moment where hope seems lost, a large dependable hand that seemed like it belonged to one of the enticing princes from fairy tale, gently wrapped the young woman's supple and thin fingertips. Am I being saved? A warm sensation was transmitted to the princess through that large hand while she clung onto it in her daze. It was giving her a sense of security, like it could protect her from any difficulties. As she used both of her arms to cling to the hand and embraced it with all of her body, a young person's face came into her view, but she could not distinguish it well due to it being wrapped by light. The young woman felt relieved from the bottom of her heart, for that person made her feel an unconditional sense of security. He made her feel like all she needed to be rescued from her plight was to leave everything to him. It's this person, is this person my? At that moment, the young woman was suddenly invaded by an unbearable feeling of yearning, and she gave her lips to that young stranger. It's so warm. She unconsciously swallowed some of the warm magic power that was coming to her through her lips, as if she was drinking the finest of nectars. That small amount alone was enough to warm her chest and to make her feel like her mind was melting. Wanting even more of that magic power, the young woman started stretching her tongue to reach the warm nectar. She was able to feel how agitated and bewildered the person in front of her was as she entwined her tongue with his. And at the same time, her muddled thoughts were gradually becoming clearer and clearer. This strong sense of security that I'm feeling has to come from a man. But in that case, then who is he, and why in the world am I entwining my tongue with his? When her mind became clear and eyes opened, was able to see the face of her prince. He had long wild brown hair and wine-red eyes, seemingly seducing her hearts, while having a delicate yet manly face. She hears her heartbeat pounding non-stop in daze, looking at the man before her. The young woman couldn't believe her first kiss was taken by a stranger, and had been saving it for her husband, yet she seems to crave more of his lips that remained glossy from their kiss. Realizing what happened, immediately pulled back and asked who he was. And he gave an awkward smile and said, well, it's a long story, but I was investigating the vampire faction and noticed something strange, only to find you in vegetative state with your all in shambles, and decided to help you. Issei explained while Valerie was still confused and surprised about what happened. Thanks for saving me. Valerie's heart stirred, feeling that he was to be trusted, noticing that the souls around him were calm and quiet. Kayemi Issei. Valerie Teeps. He nodded while Valerie Fidget was awkward silent, since she was still trying to process what's going on. Valerie, what a beautiful name. His words caused her to blush, filling her heart with emotion. Issei sat the chair close by, worried that getting close would scare her, while Valerie kept looking at him. So why did you save me? The two were strangers, and Valerie never had the chance to have new friends ever since she awakened her sacred gear. Perhaps I was fated to be there to save you. I am unsure, but I certainly can't turn a blind eye to someone in pain. Though I am no saint. Issei honestly believes that he isn't one who has a self-centered hero complex, and would abandon everything in exchange for his lovers. Though he once met the outer god for an offer, Issei isn't a fool to believe them and slaughter everyone. He saves those who are within reach and fair in his decision. Issei is unreasonable if his enemies are unreasonable. He isn't one who takes pleasure in needless slaughter. Then what do I need to repay you? Valerie was lost in the world, unaware of anything, while Issei understood this, looking at her. There isn't a need, but how about you tell me things about you and I'll do the same. Also, you might be angry. Hope it's to your liking. Issei took out boxes of pizza that he stored in his innovation clear, surprising Valerie and her stomach growling as she smelled the food. She may have drank his blood, but the small amount had already been used to repair the damage in her soul. Issei closed and opened the box, showing a variety of food. He still had a few hours left until meeting up with Koneko, and spending the remainder with Valerie, who was confused how to eat it, watching Issei doing the same thing. The moment she took a bite, felt an explosion of flavor, having been deprived of food. Issei watched her cutely eat the pizza slice while pondering if he should kill her father and brother, but decided to let her decide. He began to tell things about himself to Valerie, who intently listened and did the same, where she expressed her longing for her childhood friend who was like a brother to her. Issei understood her feelings and fear of not knowing what happened to her childhood friend. I'm sure your friend is fine and likely has new friends to be there for him. Don't worry, perhaps you'll find him soon. You're right. Valerie gave an adorable, determined expression, while Issei smiled. If it's alright, I can bring you to my home with my parents, but just know they don't know about the supernatural and the like. It isn't the time for them to know about it. They were accepting of Asya when she moved to his house, and most likely will be the same with Valerie. In addition, no one in Kuo knows her besides Gasper. Is that alright? You saved me and now you plan to provide a home for me, Valerie said. Well, you don't have anyone to rely on at the moment, and it became my responsibility after I've saved you, and it would be unfortunate if you get captured or hurt again. Issei assured her, and Valerie knew that he was right. If that's okay, then I'll be in your care. Valerie bowed, showing her gratitude, while Issei stopped her. I don't mind, and it isn't a problem, I promise. Alright, let's finish up and take you with me. After a while, the two continued their conversation, telling about the world and how it operates, but Issei had to recall certain things since it was currently 2000 and the date that the war against the Outer God began. 2012 with 2009 is where he fought against the EXE, who became his allies after placing a peace treaty. Valerie's eyes shone like a little girl, fascinated at the new things she learned about the world. And once they finished eating, Issei teleported home, where he remembered Kuroko was staying in his home, but Issei wasn't worried. Valerie looked at his home nervously since everything was happening too fast, and glanced at Issei, who gave her a smile and said, No need to be nervous. My parents will love you. Valerie nodded, taking deep breath, and said, I'm ready. The two went inside, where Issei found his parents in the living room, confused why his father was at home. Dad, I thought you went to work. His voice caught their attention, immediately shifting to Valerie. We closed it off since a truck crashed into our clinic. No one was hurt, but we had to close for the day until it's fixed. But enough about me. Who is this? Don't tell me you kidnap a girl in the streets. I taught you better than this. Poor girl. Don't worry, I'll be at this guy for you. Issei vein popped while his father was teasing him until he struck his face with human strength, shutting him up. Can you shut up? I didn't do anything like that. You brat. You've gotten stronger, but your old man is still better than you. Come here. The two proceed to bicker while Valerie watches, unable to understand what's going on, until Issei's mother approaches her and says, Hello there, no need to be nervous, sweetie. Can you tell me your name, and why you're with my son? Mickey calmly asked, while Valerie felt like in the presence of her mother, and immediately answered. Well, I got lost in town and don't have a place to go. Issei found me and decided to help me. Oh my, how about your parents? Where are they? I don't have one anymore. Valerie felt conflicted on how she feels about her family, and hasn't decided to hate them or not, but suddenly was hugged by Mickey, showering her with motherly love. You don't need to continue. It's fine now. If my son decides to help you, then we will do the same. You know, I've always wanted my own daughter. That's why you can treat me as if I'm your mother, so long it's fine with you. Her warm mouth made Valerie feel calm and welcome, making her smile. Meanwhile, Issei and Jean stopped fighting, looking at them before letting go at each other's hair. Good, you're certainly getting better, especially how you managed to woo a girl and bring them home. I'm proud of you. Dad, stop being a pervert. I save her. What? Just because you begin to change doesn't mean you're not a pervert like your old man. Have you lost your way and forgotten the sacred truth that the female body is supreme? Issei blankly looked at his father, who posed as if presenting the divine side of a naked woman, and felt embarrassed that he was like that in the past, and said, Alright, I'm a pervert. Stop doing that, Dad, you're scaring our guest. Jean looked at Valerie and quickly stood properly before coughing, introducing himself to Valerie. Sorry about that, I got excited since we lost hope that our son will ever bring a girl home. Issei rolled his eyes watching them, and a few minutes later Mickey showed him around and Jean tried to chat with Issei, but he went to his room to check on Kuroka. He found her sleeping on his bed in her cat form and went closer, causing her to wake up as she stretched, and Issei moved closer to pet her. Ha, I wonder where you head to when I'm not around, but glad you're making yourself at home. Too bad I still have places to be and meet up with Koneko-chan. DRACONIC Deus. Japan, Kuo Town. Hyoudou household. Kuroka heard his words and became tense, eager to observe him to protect her sister but worried that she might notice her. She wanted to confront Issei but was afraid that it might compromise her chance of spying on him. Issei noticed her reaction and immediately went to pet her to calm Kuroka down, feeling the warmth like before that she craves. You seem tense, don't worry, I'll try to return as early as I can to cuddle with you. Perhaps you're jealous that I'll be meeting someone. He teased her and Kuroka stared at him deadpan since it was her sister, and she didn't have any feelings for Issei, unaware that she was thinking the reason was because of wanting to protect her sister. Issei chuckled then proceeded to find new clothes stripping for Kuroka to enjoy and didn't miss any moment to take everything. She kept staring at his little dragon, licking her lips like a hungry beast. He had decided to confront Kuroka later once he cleared up her name after meeting the great faction leaders. Kuroka can at least be told a bit of the truth, like Benya, who knows that she's special to Issei, and the Grim Reaper knows as well. Issei found that it doesn't have any issue and at least clears some things. Though, he can't always say it to everyone unless they want to know why he is eager to help them, since it would be unusual to say there is someone special in his life and would look like a lunatic. Few seconds later, Issei had a simple black shirt and pants, putting on accessories like a watch. He noticed how his build settled and how it was when he's primed. Issei hasn't aged and stopped aging at his prime, virtually making ageless immortal. He nodded to himself, turned to Kuroka, who regained clarity, and received another pet from Issei. Hold the fort for me, Kuroka. I'll come back soon. He pulled his arms, leaving his room while Kuroka decided to observe them from a distance to ensure that he wouldn't do anything bad with her sister. Meanwhile, Issei left the room to find his parents, only to see no one was there anymore. He went to the kitchen to find a note where his mother took Valerie around while his father had business to take care of. He realized that Valerie's doesn't have any clothes yet, and most likely his mother took her around to shop. She did always dream of having a daughter to shop with and often did it with Asya. I need to fess up soon and help renovate our home since it will eventually be flooded with people. Issei knows it is inevitable that they'll find out, but he isn't ready until he's confident that everything is stable. He doesn't want to overload his parents, since they will be preoccupied with Valerie for the time being. His parents are idiots, and would realize something was up. Maybe visit Asya, but she most likely hasn't met Diadora yet. He left the house while his thoughts were filled with the dilemma regarding Asya. Issei can save her from discrimination from the corrupt Vatican members, or he can let her suffer until she leaves the place. Maybe I can speak with Michael about taking Asya to my residence. Issei knew it would be selfish of him to let her suffer because he wanted to be with her. He soon arrived to where he would meet up with Koneko while leaning on the bench, wrecking his mind and trying to solve the dilemma. This is difficult, but I should focus on reporting what I know with the people I trust to take swift action. Asya is safe for now at least. Fuck it, I'll check up on her, and even place some protect to ensure she's safe. Then there's Ingvild, but I don't know where she is. He deep in his thoughts gained another problem, and that would be finding his queen, knowing that she would still be asleep due to her disease. Issei decided not to think too hard and be paranoid since it wouldn't do him any good, and his intuition is telling him that they're still safe. Issei-san. Issei took out his thoughts and turned to look at Koneko, who was dressed in a rather pink long sleeve and skirt, looking at him with a worried expression despite how she normally has a stoic one. Ah yes, he slightly staggered and Koneko felt relieved and said, "Are you alright?" Issei nodded, giving a stiff smile, and said, Sorry, I just got lost in my thoughts." "Say you look really beautiful, Koneko-chan." He immediately complimented her outfit that was perfect for her, and Koneko blushed. He called me beautiful instead of cute. Koneko didn't mind the compliment but got tired of hearing being called cute, and wished she would grow up quickly and gain a better figure like her Bucho. Pervert. Still on with that, huh? Why don't we get some food at the convenience store, my treat? She nodded as she went inside the store where Koneko bought mostly sweets, while Issei got spicy curry bread and anything spicy like chips. The two began to have casual conversation about their day where Koneko shared a few things about herself. Issei stopped time to take the hair clip and replace it with an identical one since it contains the data of the nefarious genius crimes. "Oh, you're in a school club, huh? Can you tell me about them?" Koneko thought for a moment before a few things about everyone in the occult research club. He knows them more than anyone else and happy that they are still the same. Then suddenly she said something that caught his attention. "Our bucho suddenly changed a week ago, and we've been busy doing activities for our club." Issei seemed shocked that Rias would try and train since she was extremely stubborn and spoiled at times, only changing when she met him, realizing her own mistake. He didn't resent her for it since Rias was still a young girl and had her flaws. Issei did confront her about letting him continue and die in Rainer's hand instead of just telling him about the supernatural. Issei isn't petty enough to be mad at her forever and reconcile after a while. In the end, Rias was immature and didn't face any setbacks that she was able to overcome. To be fair, if I were in her shoes and lived the way she did, then wouldn't I have done the same thing? In the end, if I'm not her, and she's not me, therefore how we react are different. It isn't justifiable, but at least it was more understandable. He inwardly sighs at himself having relationships with numerous women that have issues and trauma. I'm happy that she decided to take action since Koneko was about to slip up, looking at Issei, who was in a daze gazing at the sun slowly setting once again. "Issei-san, why do you always appear in deep thought? Is there something bothering you?" Koneko is still unsure why she feels the need to check on him, and Issei turns to face her. "Nothing. I've just recalled a tragic story of two siblings." Issei wanted to help her and stop Koneko from holding back since she needs to not be afraid of her roots. Two siblings. Koneko grew curious, and Issei softly smiled and began to tell a story of her life, but in a way that doesn't reveal the truth. Her face contorted to a wide array of emotion hearing the story and began to realize what the things that her sister had done to protect her. "Are you alright, Koneko-chan? I know it's quite the sad and tragic beginning, but it isn't the end," as the younger sibling decides to grow stronger in order to save her older sister. His words made Koneko understand what she needs to do, and despite her fear knew what she needed to do. At that moment, something stirred in her mind and heart, where Issei also felt something, where memories began to resurface while Issei was unsure what the reason for what's going on. I want to become strong. Like Hyoudou-senpai, Zenobia-senpai, Akeno-san, and also Issei-senpai, I want to make my spirit and body strong. Gyakuen is also becoming strong. I don't have a healing power like Asuya-senpai either. At this rate, I'll become useless. Even though I'm a rook, I'm the weakest. I hate being useless. But I don't want to use the power sleeping inside me, my Nikomata power. If I use it, just like my Ne-sama. I don't want that. I absolutely don't want such a thing. Koneko witnessed events that haven't happened yet had resurfaced in her mind, regaining her memories of the time that had been lost and destroyed. I love you, senpai. Even with Bucho ahead of me. Even if Asuya-senpai and Akeno-senpai are ahead of me, I will definitely catch up to them. That's why. Please make me your bride when I get bigger. Koneko's eyes widened as tears began to flow. Her eyes turned to face Issei, who was confused but understood what had happened. She reached out, touching his face as his heart pounded, and stopped when she saw the time of her last breath, where Issei desperately tried to save her, having been severely mutated by the outer god, turning into a viscera of living flesh, unable to die, where Issei forced to kill her to end her suffering, knowing that it only prolong her agonizing life if he tries to find a way to save her. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, the older Issei repeatedly said while Koneko's body began to disintegrate, her only regret being unable to tell him that it was alright and it was not his fault. Issei-senpai. Koneko, at the present looking at Issei, didn't waste any time to move to kiss him, but Issei stopped her for a moment even though he wanted to. Sorry, but your sister is watching. Issei noticed her present, and was ready to beat him if he did anything with her sister, while Koneko pouted, then let out a laugh and whipped her tears. Then kiss me later, he nodded and said. I promised. That aside, how do you feel? I'm surprised that you regain your memories when I'm trying to figure out ways in protecting your mind from those abominations. Can you tell me everything you remember, and why you think you suddenly regained it? Koneko told everything that she recalled to the finest detail, that he was surprised that she able to remain sane despite acknowledging the existence of the outer gods. Perhaps the biblical god did something, or perhaps it's my going. Regardless of the reason, I'm grateful that at least I know of ways to let them regain their memories, but I still should find a way to fortify their minds to ensure they're safe. Issei had already lost them once and won't do it again. How about you, Issei-senpai? After our death, what did you do? Koneko knew Issei had suffered the longest and he was downcast. After the destruction of this world, me, Nyx and a few remaining gods searched for a new world as shelter and prepared a way to counter them, but Issei vividly remembers being the only one standing and remaining survivor of his world, carrying everyone's will, as he didn't let himself die, knowing everyone he loved would die along with him, as no one would ever remember them. Koneko's heart shook listening to his story despite few details removed. Issei didn't mention the deal he made with her against the outer god. He himself was surprised he would do it. You've suffered then, and even now, by carrying the weight of the future. Issei-senpai, I'm here and won't leave you anymore. Everyone would feel the same if they regained their memories. Issei nodded, wanting to kiss her, but Kuroko was watching, and casting an illusion would scare her since she would notice it rather easily. He isn't an expert in them, and mostly has been a brawler. Thanks, Koneko-chan. Actually, there are more. Koneko perked up as Issei mentioned about the sacred gear that he obtained hiding biblical god's existence, since it isn't his decision to reveal him, and he might have reason to hide. Amazing. Does that mean you can make any sacred gear? Issei nodded and said. Depends on how complex it is, but yeah. I actually plan on meeting up with the faction leader to tell them about what I know and clear your sister's name, then ask to train all of you. My strength is already quite high, and maybe I will be able to restore everyone's memories. Issei explained the new ways they'll train Koneko, eager to grow and be by his side again. Koneko was happy that she's the second one who has her memory, with Irene being the first. After a while, the two separate despite Koneko not wanting to, and told her that they can meet again the next day, but mentioned she would be training again and might be able to meet. If that is the case, then I'll try to talk with Surzex about helping them train. He also mentioned to Koneko about the hair clipped and nodded. Issei disappeared from his spot and Kuroko did the same, heading somewhere, most likely his home. How do I trigger their memories? Issei arrived at the bar where he told Azazel to meet up, changing his age and appearance, and sat down. He got to thinking on how Koneko regained his memories. It didn't take him that long to conclude that the reason would be having triggered an important and life-changing moment. I can test it on Kuroko later. Issei ordered a simple non-alcoholic drink, afraid that he might get drunk and it would be disastrous if he did. Though, he misses the taste of it. He spread his senses, looking at the people in the bar waiting for Azazel. It didn't take too long when he spotted a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He wore a suit. Looking around, and Issei spread his aura, letting him know where he was, and spotted him giving a serious expression and to approach him. So you're the guy who called me, huh? Tell me who you are and why did you call me here? Issei nodded and gestured for him to sit as he drank, and Azazel continued to observe him. What about showing you will be far too shocking, which you should prepare yourself for. Issei turned to face Azazel, having touched his shoulder, and in an instant his expression froze, tensing up, regaining memories of the timeline where he fought till the end, but to no avail. Azazel looked at Issei with widened eyes and rattling teeth, as well as being drenched in sweat. Fuck. He couldn't even think of anything to say and could only swear, realizing the situation for their world is in the brink of destruction. I need a drink. Give me the strongest alcohol. Issei let him calm down while he received his alcohol and chugged the shot. You've calmed down, Azazel-sensei. Issei looked at his expression, nodding, and said, I'm just trying to process the shit you've just given me. Tell me, what happened to start and finish? Don't leave any detail. Issei nodded, casting some illusion to hide their conversation, and began to explain what he told Koneko, leaving few details since too many had happened after 10,000 years. Azazel had an array of expressions hearing the stories of his students, who fought more terrifying opponents than the Great Faction War. Geez, kid, I'm glad you're still sane after all that. How did you come back? Azazel sees Issei as not only his student in perversion and training, but also a son-in-law, since he did marry his foster daughter, Balia. He was relieved that he can still smile and joke around. Can't reveal it since the person is the only one who should reveal their existence. However, during my return I've acquired more power than I anticipated. His words made his teacher curious, but didn't question his decision since he had reason to hide it. Azazel was dumbfounded, learning about the ability to create sacred gear, not just artificial but a real sacred gear. At this rate you'll give me a heart attack, don't tell me there's more. Actually, I also have the power to wield the 72 Devil Pillar, and my strength is already at a true dragon god level. Azazel's eyes twitched and drank his alcohol and said, How is that even possible, Azazel? I'm unsure, but regardless, my power is vastly more versatile and powerful than before. Issei. The two soon fell silent, and Azazel changed his tone and said, Then tell me what you need me to do, Azazel. It's simple, contact Michael and the mouse since I need to be informed as well. They can get rid of the rat in their faction soon, Issei. Azazel nodded, taking out his phone immediately, telling everyone that it was an emergency that needed to be discussed within a few hours. Alright, come with me to the conference room. I'll contact Shemhazai and let Penemu. Will you restore her memory as well? He smirked, teasing Issei since she was an foster mother of Valia and another woman of Issei who fell in love during the event against the outer gods of EXE universe. Of course, I would restore Seraphal. Why would I do the same as her? She isn't weaker than you anyway. Truthfully, Penemu attacks potency equal to an ultimate class and only below compared to Azazel, but only by a small margin. Yeah, did you ever do it with her? You never told me even though I tried asking you. Issei rolled his eyes, giving him a cheeky smile, recalling the time he did it with her and another time threesome with Valia. They've already been engaged and technically married through dragon ritual. He wasn't able to do it with Koneko since they were being spied on by Kuroka, but planned on doing the ritual with all of them. Cheeky bastard, keep your secret then. On a serious note, did you get a new woman through your adventure to other worlds? Issei shook his head since most of the world had been infected by the madness of the outer god. No, I was busy surviving and protecting the ones still alive. Also, due to the amount I've killed, it forces me to be isolated since I'm a beacon for outer gods. Azazel frowned, angry at the abomination, yet didn't dare speak their name nor call them out since they will likely descend if he tries. But I did get with Nyx. Oh really now, you managed to tame her, huh? Blame her for provoking me one time. One led to another, and we ended up together, spending roughly 15 years until. Issei became quieter and Azazel understood. Eventually the two chatted, reminiscent of old times, learning about the situation in the underworld and Irene. Oh, does that mean you lost it? Azazel smirked at his student, giving an approved nod while Issei grinned as his teacher held his glass. Then cheers. We will make sure our future is saved. His grin widened and took his cup to cheers as the two eventually finished drinking and headed to Grigori, having been informed by Shemhazai about the arrival of the other faction leader. Right, why do you look like your prime? The two were walking in the corridor towards the conference room. Issei noticed it and quickly changed back to his youth. There it is, Azazel. Well, I can't go to a bar looking like a minor, can I, Issei? You can actually, but you're right, I guess, Azazel. The two eventually arrived, where at the entrance was a stunningly attractive woman with sexy hip-length black hair that had bangs hanging on the right side with two ahogis, green eyes, a mole under her left eye, red round glasses, one earring on her left ear, and a voluptuous figure. Her outfit consists of a green knitted turtleneck, a tight black miniskirt along with her cross-garter motif stockings, and her signature white lab coat. She had a wise and caring demeanor, yet frowned when looking at them, more specifically Azazel. Where the hell did you go off to? The woman sternly said, looking down at Azazel, who awkwardly smiled. Oh come on, I just went for fresh air. Azazel joked around while the woman noticed Issei and was stunned for a moment, confused at what she was feeling. Who might this be? Her tone shift was more calm and motherly, unable to scan how strong Issei was since he sealed his power temporarily, only using it when needed. At base he is still powerful enough to contend against ultimate class due to his physiology. Issei Hyoudou, I'm the one who asked for Azazel to meet me and start a meeting. If it caused any inconveniences then I apologize, but what about speaking is extremely important. Issei regally spoke while Azazel clicked his tongue, hearing his student act like a gentleman. He has an expression that said, "Ask Kisser." Issei just smirked as if saying, "Yes, I am." While the two had a mental conversation, the woman stepped forward, getting closer at his face and said, "Have we met before? Something tells me we have, but I don't know where." "Oh, where are my manners? My name is Penemu, the chief secretary." Issei's mouth twitched since he remembered how sharp she can be at times and coughed. "I will explain in the meeting, Issei." Penemu, unsure what it had to do with the meeting, but nodded as they all went inside, where they opened the door, being greeted by 6 individuals, one with wild green hair seemingly inspecting their appearances, and a bald-haired one who seemed to trying to keep himself awake, while a young petite girl with a large breast and ponytail wearing a magical girl outfit was looking at them, emanating a bubbly air. The most eye-catching is the handsome young man with crimson red hair observing their appearance, and was shocked to see the young woman beside them like the rest of the people inside. A handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes. He wears a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He has golden shoulder plates with a white sash and a golden halo set above his head. Another handsome man in his 20s, with silver white hair and purple eyes. His outfit consists of a purple beret hat, purple trench coat over a black vest, white pants and black boots, who closed by looking at Azazel. "Azazel, you will be the end of me soon. Where did you run off to?" the man said, looking angrily at the Grigori leader. "Calm your tits, Shemhazai. Issei, do it since this guy can't wait." Azazel ignored Shemhazai and sat down while everyone looked at Issei, who rolled his eyes. "Alright, hope no one resists since everything will be shocking," Issei said while everyone wondered what he meant until he placed a barrier and unleashed his power, since there would be a lot of people needed to regain their memories. The red tear-like mark became more prominent as he managed to restore everyone's memories. Their faces contorted in numerous expressions, dumbfounded at what they had learned and what's to come. When it all ended, everyone was looking at Issei, with the two women inside had tears in their eyes and didn't take any more times to jump to hug him. "Issei-tan, darling. There was once a story in the distant past of a young angel fallen in love with a man who seduced her. She was naive at the time, curious, and ended up corrupted, turning her once pure white angelic wings to turn pitch black like the night. The young angel was devastated when his father found out, having scolded her, and due to the shame it brought to her father, returned to the man she fell in love with, only to taste the bitterness of betrayal, where the man only used her to be nothing more than amusement. She screamed and fought, yet the damage in her heart had caused her to fall deeper into the rapid hole of the world. The once innocent young angel took her first life, where life bathed the ground and everything became a blur to her memories. Only her brothers who came to find the scene comforted her. She learns he has the same fate as she did, and eventually their father, who saw that few of his children had fallen, forced him to discipline them, exiling them from their former home, and though it brought him great pain, he had given them a place to be their new home. After their fall, their father had chosen a worthy man to save a few worthy individuals who did not have any poison that caused the angel to fall and smite the corrupted humans who took advantage of his innocent children. Eventually time passed by, she grew distance, learning to accept her fall, and grew to become more mature, turning into a headstrong and independent woman. She did not bear lasting hatred to the race that the man she fell in love with, rather her heart became enclosed, unable to find a way to accept a man in her life, fearing for the betrayal she had experienced. Her brothers and sister were fortunate enough to have their partner with them, birthing a new generation of fallen, and this made her envious, learning more about how relationships between man and woman can be. Their father didn't punish them since they were only misguided, and gladly accepted them. Eventually war stirred a massive carnage between her faction of the fallen angel and devil. The angel and fallen angel were allies, or rather had neutral stands, with few fallen angels having malicious intent against both factions. She participated, watching her brother and sister fall while bystanders were killed in the sidelines. The devil faction were strong due to their innate abilities from their bloodline, forcing the fallen angel and angel to stop in their fight. Countless years of endless battle had come to an end when news of her father and the four great Mao perished from a massive conflict between them. Though, eventually her father was not dead, rather part of his grand plan. Momentary peace came, allowing her faction to find new ways to occupy themselves, where her older brother found the hobby of replicating their father's work called sacred gear. On the other hand, she continued her life like before, helping her new family, and envied her other brother who had his own family. It was years ago that she heard the news that her brother had fallen in love with a woman who belonged to a powerful clan. She congratulated him and warned about the consequences, forcing him and the woman to live far away from her clan, living peacefully. She envied him so badly until her older brother brought a young girl who was scared, showing a life of abuse. She can see herself in the little girl's eyes and accepts her as own daughter, teaching what she knows. The little girl, who was scared to be left alone, turned into a stubborn and strong-willed young woman, having grown stronger than normal children, wielding a powerful sacred gear of divine dividing. She was proud and even got another daughter who was a kind and loving young woman who was older than his other daughter, but she loved them both like her flesh. Time flies and his brother comes with news of his family having been attacked, having a tragic end where his daughter hated her for his mistakes. She tried to help, but there was nothing she could do. Eventually they learned what happened to his daughter, who had joined the devil's peerage under the heiress of the Gremry. His brother could only observe and speak with the brother of the heiress and current title of Lucifer to protect and care for his daughter. She felt sorrow seeing her brother suffer and prayed for her father to help fix the wound of the past. To her surprise, a single man appeared into their life that changed everything. He was an unusual person who shared his deep affection for the female buxom and gave an honest love for it, sharing his naive dream of harem king. She found it amusing and came to know more about the said young man, learning of his history, realizing he experienced the same thing as she did but worse. Betrayed and killed by the woman he thought genuinely liked him and thought this was the truth, only to find out he was controlled by someone forcing them to do what they did. He suddenly became lost and had deep trauma, pushing away the woman that truly liked him because of his deeper personality. Despite his perversion, the young man was courageous, selfless, and unwaveringly determined to protect those who are important to him, despite almost dying by the hands of his opponents. Having great kindness, he is also very caring, putting his nose into other people's business. In addition, he had a habit of not forgiving himself if he does something wrong, always saying sorry on instinct if said thing is mentioned, and showing an expression of pain and regret. This causes even more distance between his relationship with the woman that was around him. Despite their feelings and despite wanting to lose his virginity, he refuses to take advantage of women when they are upset, even if they themselves are willing to. There was a time she tried to see him as her 2 daughters fell for him, and found he was more than meets the eye, unlike the man she fell in love with. He is also fiercely loyal to his comrades, and is always willing to stand up for them. His kindness also has a positive influence on others, including former enemies. She often teased them until time went by and her feelings grew for him. At first she saw him as someone to be teased and didn't want to make her relationship with daughter awkward. Unfortunately, the young man had ways in persuading and unconsciously making women fall for them. She will never ever forget when her story was heard by the young man who remained silent and didn't dare to judge her. His words were the final nail to the coffin that broke her and made the decision to follow her feelings. I'm unsure what to say and didn't expect that was the case, but you shouldn't be too hard on yourself. One day there will be a person who will never betray you and give you the world if it needs to be. Whoever that jerk was doesn't appreciate a beautiful woman to be by his side. The young man spoke without any lie, giving the whole truth of what he feels. She had giggled at that time and found his answer to be flattering. He had changed after accepting the woman around and becoming more mature and aware, but certainly had his dense moments. But you don't know me from that time, she tries to deny it only for him to cut her off. So what of it? It's not every day a literal angel to descend from heaven to fall for a man willing to be tainted to follow their heart. The young man seemed to express his frustration, trying to think of the reason why someone would betray a beautiful woman who was obsessed with them. He would protect them at all costs and love them without end. Hell, that guy has to be worse scum to be dumb enough to try doing those things. I'm a pervert, sure, but I'm not a scum. She paused, looking at him before giving a light giggle, and he gave a weak smile. I got off topic. What I am trying to say is that regardless of what happened in the past, you shouldn't hold you back in the present to obtain your future. The young man looked at her directly in the eyes, showing what he felt, and this caused her heart to stir inside, having her heart slowly falling for him. Since that day she started to grow closer to him, and wasn't simply teasing anymore, as she tries to understand her feelings more before confessing. Stop, Issei. This moment was the time when the conflict between her world and the world called Evia told at its climax, as their leader had arrived, having defeated most of their forces, where only he was the one that remained standing. Everyone was on the ground unconscious and badly wounded, while the barrier was keeping everyone safe, surrounded by mechanical creatures, and one of them stood among the ground who permeated an incenses and dreadful atmosphere, looking down at them as inferior beings. The aura around him was dense enough to manifest into a horrific entity weighing down on their barrier that was trying to be broken by his underling. The young man looked at him, giving an intense glare, while his vision was hazy due to the blood pouring from his head. He was badly wounded and barely standing, with his armor badly damaged, and was supported by her. It pains her heart to see him in a horrific state, and yet he didn't seem concerned about his well-being. I can still fight. I'm still alive, there's that. If I don't go and fight to help my comrade, then I will regret it later. He stubbornly stepped forward, fixing his armor with the last bit of his remaining power, standing tall, showing his back to her. The young man stood firm and strong despite his state and permeated more power. She looked at him, speechless, struggling to stand, as she was also badly injured. Unlike the man who looked at him to taint her, he stood looking forward and his back behind her, showing that he will protect no matter what, even if he may never see him again. Her heart wavered, filled the time they spent with one another, and how his presence awakened a feeling that she had long forgotten. Fear creeps into her heart, and was not afraid to let him go, and moved to hug her from behind him, surprising the young man. And no, I can't leave you. I don't want to lose you now when I've finally accepted my feelings for you. Tears fell from her eyes as she tightened her hug, trying to stop him from going anywhere. The young man was speechless, yet immediately turned to face her, where he was able to see her beautiful and charming face before wiping the tears in her eyes, forcing himself to smile despite the pain he was in. "Penemu, I'm not going anywhere. I keep my promise and I'll come back alive. Just take everyone back to a safe place." The young man caressed her cheek, stopping her from crying, looking intently at his face, taking a few moments until she leaned forward, giving him a kiss, surprising him, yet accepted it with his heart hugging her back while she had wrapped her arms around his shoulder. The taste was sweet despite the blood in his mouth, taking a few seconds until their lips departed. "Make sure to come, alright?" She raised her voice while the young man smiled and said. "Of course, I can't let you be disappointed after confessing to me." He smirked while she nodded before leaning into his ear and said, "If you die, then you won't be able to take me to bed." This made the young man extremely motivated and nodded like a man and turning back against his enemy. "Then I'm off." He readied himself to fly when she had one last thing to say. "Issei." The young man turned and heard her words. "I love you." Her words were genuine and were not used carelessly, while Issei warmly smiled. "I love you too, Penemu." He then flew at incredible speed, resulting in a powerful gust of wind, and confronted his enemy without fear and hesitation. 3 years had passed since that day where Penemu and his other woman had gotten married, living in peace and prosperity until the arrival of the outer god, having died tragically when faced against those horrid creatures. "Who are you?" She faced a creature that made her skinny crawl and teeth rattle in fear, despite the creature standing unfazed by her presence. "I WNDRIFYUCNUTTRMYNAME. I am OSSADGOWHCVILPOGGA. TGFESTRFROMTGSTRS. Her mind was unable to comprehend or understand the sound that was amalgamation of every sound, tune, tone and unsound. Words that did not belong to their world, nor should it exist. THISWORLDWILL. CRUMBLESAND. FALLIKETHEONEBFORENDTGNEXT. ANOFFERINGFR. THEDMONSELTN. WHOBRINGDFYNGMADNSS. The creature seemingly spread preformed hymns of horrific shriek and maddening screams. Everything seemed to fall and crumble into something beyond horror and cosmic scale, where sound was far too distant from reality that she was unable to know which was real, which was not. Despair and fear of madness creep into her heart as she suffocates in a strange and horrifying way. However, light shone from her heart that pushes all this dreadful madness and able to breath and stand against the abyssal abomination, who, caught by surprise, gave great interest. OHDR, IAPPRSYUHAVHISLIGHT. SDRNG, THIS. WRLDSHULDNT. HEVBNREWRITTNTCHNWHYWELD. Its tone, despite the difficulty to understand, showed a deep interest and fascination that she was able to remain sane looking at his presence, that words itself is unjustified in describing it. TOTHINKW. WULDFALLF4. HISGRANDPLAN, TCHN. W8CHASWED Philey THISWRLD. It suddenly roared, and the last thing she ever saw was the sky and the face of his lover, who held her, realizing that her images had been distorted and mutated, yet he was surprised that he still recognized her. "I say, don't look at me." She was ashamed of the display that her form showed, while her voice made him jump, and quickly said, "Penemu, thank goodness you're alive. Don't worry, help is on their way." His voice of desperation was clear, and she knew her life was fading quickly. "It's too late. Please, I don't want you to look at me." "Why?" He was confused, and she was speechless, and heard him speak and give a soft, heartfelt smile. "No matter what you look like, you're just as beautiful as I've met you." She felt flustered at his words, since it often the other way around, as he easily flustered from simple teasing, but now he matured and grew into someone dependable. "I won't deny I was attracted to you for your beauty, but I fell in love with your personality and love for me," he said, slowly tearing up, gritting his teeth, crying, seeing her in pain, but continued to speak instinctively, and felt that at ease her worry and fear. "The thing I find most beautiful about you is, despite how you carry your beauty, you have something deeper inside, and I love every part of it," her heart pounding deeply from his words, falling for him yet again. "A headstrong, kind and loving woman who did not judge me for who I was in the past. That is why, even without your beauty, then you will still be my Penemu. The woman I loved and cherished." That was the final word before she passed unsatisfied in life and prayed for her father to protect her lover from evil. She had many things that she wanted to say and things to do, but was unable to. Her only fear is that he would blame himself for her death. This was the tragic story of Penemu. Current timeline. Draconic Deus. Grigori, conference room. Memories of a forgotten and destroyed life resurface from the depths of their mind, processing what they had learned. They all stared at the man who gave them the revelation of the apocalypse that has yet to come. He was currently smothered by two pairs of mountains who tenderly embraced him and didn't want to leave. P-Tan, you're pushing me too far. I want to hug Issei-tan, said by a short yet well-endowed young girl wearing a magical outfit, letting the man squish her breast in his face. Fufufu, getting greedy now, Sarah. You know Issei-kun prefers mine over yours, said by a mature and beautiful woman wearing glasses, pulling the man who doesn't know how to feel since a part of him wants to enjoy but another was the other were looking at them strangely. That's not true. He likes all sizes. If not, then Issei wouldn't be the Oppai dragon, Sarah Fall declared, pulling him into her chest. Alright, can you stop fighting? We can do this later. For now I want to discuss what I intend to do and prepare for the war against not only those abominations but also the Eevee gods. Issei knew that they wouldn't arrive if it weren't for Rezavim, but he also believed that it only matter of time they did, like how the outer god arrives. He can't let them win, especially how Chimyun Chapati, or Oppai goddess, who became his lover along few others. Unfortunately, he can't work on multiple things and rush everything, knowing that it would hinder everyone's ability to overcome and become strong. Issei needed to trust them that they could survive and grow. At the moment, he would need to concentrate on the woman around him first before heading to that world. Issei knew they would be angry at him for doubting their abilities, and only hoped that they'll meet soon. Then tell us what we need to do. Surzek's sharp gaze took the matter seriously, as he had a wife and child needed to be protected. First, I want to train Rias and her peerage. He needs to recall their past and grow stronger much faster than before. Second, we need to form a peace treaty soon. Perhaps a few months from now, since it's best to clean up the rats in each faction. Issei doesn't consider what he knows would be a fact, therefore believes that Kokubyo might change his plans. He glanced at Azazel and Surzek, who nodded as they knew exactly who they're talking to. Though they may have the information about the rats in their faction, does not mean they have any concrete evidence of them, and would be in tight investigation for the time being. Oh, also don't make Roigun suffer too much and maybe train with us. Issei was worried that her love for the raiding games would be ruined due to the scandal of King Pieces. Stop it, you worrywart. Ryutan can handle her situation herself, but don't worry, I'll ask her along with Sotan to join your training, Sarah Fall said, having known Roigun for some time, as both were around centuries, while the former was few thousand since she was there during the Civil War. Ara, how can you worry about other girls when you have us here? Penemu teased him, while Issei rolled her eyes, knowing she also worried about them, since in her eyes they were like her own daughters. Moving on, I would like someone to find Ingvold for me and bring her to me. Issei has no clue where she is and where to find her. Oh, leave that to me, Issei-tan. Sarah Fall excitedly said, and received a nod from Issei. Their meeting continues with Issei asking for expansion of the business he formed after taking over the criminal in Kuo. It would be a lot easier, and Penemu decided to come in to manage the business. Michael pondered if he should have brought her sister, since she was one of Issei's women who was able to remain pure to Issei power and influence that defied the heaven system. Issei also began to talk about having a sacred gear system that shocked everyone, especially Michael, asking how he was able to obtain it. I can't reveal it since it is my decision to do so. Regardless, I'm going to heaven in the future to see if there will be a change to this, Issei. Is that the only reason? Why about Sister Gabriel, Penemu? She should be fine in heaven for now, and I'm fine waiting so long she's safe. Also, I need to put my attention to you girls first, right, Issei? They smiled hearing his words and smothered him again, while Surzek smiled that his brother-in-law was still sane after all the things he had experienced. Right, would you like Grafia to be by your side? Surzek took her in as their head maid of their family to keep her safe after the Civil War. Many dislike his decision, but it was the only way to keep her safe, and had been close friends with his wife. I would love that, but at the moment our home is not the same, and my parents would find it strange to have a maid all of a sudden. Maybe a week or so until things are in the right place. Alright, Issei nodded, then recalled something and said, Oh right, Ajuka-san, hope you don't mind, can I have some evil pieces? I want to test something with it. That won't be a problem. Come by to my lab anytime. It's the least I can do for you. After a while the meeting ended and everyone including Sarah Fall left, but not before giving Issei a passionate kiss that lasted for a few seconds. Make sure to call me often, Drailing, Issei nodded, watching her left, and Penami remained by his side, who smiled, and Azazel and Shemhazai left them be. Wanna see, Valia? You sure? Don't you think she'll ask me to fight her? Fufufu, stop acting like you weren't planning to. Anyway, she's in the training grounds as usual. Geez, it's like what, 5 AM here? The place of Grigori was closer to Western region at the moment. In Japan it would be 10 PM with a 7-hour difference. Issei scratched his head, worried about her, but can't deny he wasn't doing the same thing the way he was currently training. As they headed their way, the fallen angel was curious who he was, especially being intimate to their chief secretary. Fine, bring me to her. Penami gave an excited smile, wrapping her arms around Issei and pulled him to where Valia presumably trains. Right, are you going to bring me your personal world? I want to spend my time catching up with you and maybe have fun, she learned to whisper into his ear, making Issei smirk, pulling her closer. Careful now, you won't be walking for days if you wake up my dragon. Penami heated up by licking her lips, and after a while they tried to the training facility, where they got inside to find the place having been badly damaged from constant fighting. Robots and monsters were littered on the ground and defeated, and at the center was a young woman of average height with fair skin. She has short silver hair and magenta eyes. On her back was white metallic dragon wings, with 8 energy feathered wings. Current timeline: Draconic Deus. Grigori, training grounds. The sound of clashing could be heard as an explosion reverberated across the room. Beasts and robots rushed towards something that moved like blue streak of light, passing through them and dismembering them in a speed that appeared like a flash. For a brief moment the light stopped to reveal a young woman with short white hair and magenta eyes, wearing a green v-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. She also wears burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them, and black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. However, on her back were white mechanical wings with blue, energy projected, feathers. You're pushing yourself too hard, Valia, a feminine voice came from her wings that glowed as it spoke. The young woman, Valia, was snicker at the comment and said, How can I become strong without pushing myself? I don't want to put shame in your name, Albion. She stubbornly said despite the rate she is doing would likely do more harm than good to her body, as there is currently a wall to her growth that she needs to break, but simply fighting a strong opponent won't make her stronger. I may have told you to get strong to surpass your future rival, but at the moment you won't get stronger by simply continuously fighting. Then what do you suggest we do? As the two contemplate the sound of the door shutting open, and quickly sensed something at the door, where she saw the familiar face of her foster mother, who was smiling seeing her. Valia was happy to see her but confused when she saw a young man beside her. He didn't have anything impressive nor overbearing demeanor, only a sense of familiarity that made her confused. Deep in her heart there was an impulse that made her want to punch him so hard, then kiss him. Valia was unsure of her emotion, yet knew that he was someone special. She continued observing him, noticing his feature of messy and spiky brown hair and wine-red eyes that seemed to peer into her soul, enticing like the devil despite being one. He wore a simple brown overcoat and black inner turtleneck shirt with the same colored slick pants and leather shoes. Who is this? Valia quickly, as she kept her attention on Issei, who warily smiled, giving a daggering gaze. Penami smiled, then said, Your suitor, dear. She teased Valia, making her blush hearing her foster mother, and instantly refuted. What? You're kidding, right? Valia looked at Issei and noted that he was certainly handsome and attractive, but he didn't have the qualities that she looks for in a man. She desires a strong and powerful man that can give her a strong child. Though, he also has to be kind and loving man, who complete opposite of her father and grandfather. Stop teasing me, Penami. Penami giggled, hiding behind Issei, pushing him forward, but Issei didn't let himself be pushed that easily. What are you doing? Anyway, you want to know who I am. Perhaps this will suffice. Issei held out his hand to reveal a red draconic gauntlet with green orb that shocked Valia before her expression turned into a smirk. Turns out you're going to be my rival, Red Dragon. Let's see who's stronger right here, right now. Valia didn't waste any time to show her intention, while Issei internally sighs, almost forgetting that she was a battle maniac. Though, he believes this will trigger her memories of him to her. Unlike the Penemu and the others who have ultimate and Satan-class powers of their own, most of Valia's power derives from the divine divining, making it impossible to restore her memories besides triggering something in her mind. Hold on, you are not in the best condition to fight me. Issei knew it wouldn't be fair to fight her even in her best state, since his power already eclipses hers, but she stepped forward, grabbing her by the shirt and said, Screw that, I was just warming up. Fight me now, damn it. Valia cocked her fist and struck Issei, who took the attack, sending him flying several feet before stopping himself mid-air and stood back into his feet, where Valia saw there was barely any scratch in his face. Guess I'll be on the side. Careful now, Valia dear, you might not be able to take him on a fight, or in bed that easily. Valia glared at his foster mother, who laughed it off, stepping far away watching the two fight. She's right, I have feeling that this red dragon host is different than any I've seen before. Albion could feel the same emotion that her host felt, pondering who the man could be to make her experience a strange feeling. On the other hand, Issei was dusting himself off looking at Valia, where he quickly used the sacred gear that gave him information stats. Name: Valia Lucifer. Age: 17. Title: Great-granddaughter of Lucifer, White Dragon Empress, Vanishing Dragon, the strongest White Dragon Empress, White Dragon Empress of Lucifer, White Dragon Empress of the Morning Star, Crimson Dragon's mate. Race: Devil-Human Hybrid. Potential: Dragon God class. Rank: Satan class. Equals: Combat prowess. Attack potency. Ultimate class. Intelligence: High class. Speed: High class. Durability: Ultimate class. Stamina: Ultimate class. Power: Divine Divining. Equals: Combat skills: High Dragon Aura. Middle level magic skills: High martial arts skills. Issei didn't have to improve her potential at the moment, since she still needs to train until breaking through her limits. He cracked his bones and turned his gaze sharp, akin to a sword that made Valia tense and alert. He moves his hand, manipulating the place, turning the entire training room into a separate dimension that allows them to fight without damaging outside, while Penemu watches the battle outside the small dome that forms and screen shows them inside. Ha ha ha, this will be fun. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. He didn't feel scared after witnessing him easily separating the space and making a pocket dimension. This just made their fast more entertaining without any problem. Her entire body was engulfed in white light, where it quickly settled and revealed her wearing a white dragon armor with blue jewels that covers the body. Issei notes her power was rapidly increased due to the nature of her sacred gear. Valia, I've already said this, but I need to repeat it. You need to be careful, as this one is stronger than he seems. Albion warned her, while Valia outright ignored her and said, Aren't you going to transform? Issei smirked, then unsealed himself, where his aura weighed down into Valia that made her thrilled, then scared, finally finding an opponent worth fighting. His battle spirit manifested, allowing her to envision the dragon that he was. It would be an overkill to use it. Come at me with all you got, White Dragon Empress. With that shout announced their battle as both vanished. For a brief moment nothing happened until over a dozen shockwaves appeared and the two in deadlock then stepped back before executing several fist strikes, sending waves of force behind them. Their fist clashes that cancel their attack perfectly, while Vali continuously divides his power and adds it to her own. She felt the exhilarating feeling of an exciting battle, where her desire to win affects the outcome of their fight, as sacred gear is drawn by emotion of the user. Divide, 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 divide. She constantly took his base power and rapidly weakened Issei, but it hardly affected him. Issei was only in defense, taking hits from her, as she continued to take more of his own power that was unfortunately too vast that it didn't drain him, since it recovered faster than it can be drained. Unless she achieved Diabolos Dragon Lucifer, then it's impossible to drain him. Is he toying with me? Valia already noticed that hardly showed any exhaustion and was smiling every moment their fist and kicks clashed. Every time she attacked, there is an instant counter and deflect her strike, showing his unparalleled martial art that had been home for several thousands of years. It was useless against outer gods, but Issei still trains on how to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Though, it does help regulate his power to be evenly spread out, ensuring he is using the best of whatever power output he's using throughout his body. Valia's armor was slowly being chipped away due to his strike, but her feelings to defeat him allowed her to continue and restore the damages. Blurg. Valia vomited blood as Issei elbow struck her abdomen and uppercut her, then proceeded to give a back kick that completely emptied her diaphragm. What? She was shocked that her opponent bypassed her senses and attacked without her noticing. Valia pushed through the pain and propelled herself back to strike, but Issei took the chance to evade and spun his body, missing the attack before using the momentum from Valia to strike her face with another elbow strike, resulting in a sonic boom reverberating through the air. You're good, I give you that. Fortunately, she was able to catch his elbow strike before it hit her. But you need a lot more to make me submit. She cocked her arms and clenched her fist, gathering force, while Issei did the same. Then the collision of their fists shattered the sound barrier, producing shockwaves. Damn it, how thick-skinned is this? She thought as she felt the force traveling through her hands that had already been weakened, yet it still had the power to numb her arms. It appears that he is leagues beyond you. He haven't even used his sacred gear to boost himself, Albion telepathically said while Valia stepped back to allow herself to recover a bit of her strength while Issei stood looking at her. A sense of nostalgia was filling her heart, and wanted to know more about it as the fight continued. The pocket dimension shakes violently from their fight with the force of their attack. The thundering sound of their attack echoed across the pocket dimension like a raging tempest as the destructive force caused the entire place to be reshaped. Let's see if you can take this. Dragon shot. Issei formed a small red particle made from his true dragon aura and cocked his fist before striking it that instantly produced a massive blast of attack. Valia dodge. Albion shouted as she saw the incoming attack, and Valia thought she could take it but realized the danger and managed to evade the attack, destroying a large part of the pocket dimension. Valia nervously inspected the aftermath, realizing her chances were slim at her current power. She turned to face Issei, who was relaxed, and saw her to be not worthy of his true power. Instead of being discouraged, she became more eager to surpass him and reach his level. You certainly did not disappoint, my rival. Valia wiped the sweat on her face, and Issei smiled before speaking. To please, princess? Do you still want to continue? Issei smirks, noticing that Valia had the same expression as she did when they fought. Don't get ahead of yourself. We're just getting started, she said, taking deep breath, unleashing a massive energy, creating a vortex around her. I, who shall awaken? Her scale mail began to grow, where the aura around her seemed to permeate a different energy containing a divinity of supremacy. I'm the White Dragon Empress who will take the law down to the darkness. Issei watched with a proud smile, witnessing the glorious light of the morning star. He decided to give her the reward of fighting her in his scale mail armor. I can't keep holding back if you're going this far. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei was shrouded in his Diabolos Dragon God scale mail as it became his standard scale mail. I walk the road of domination with infinite destruction and by piercing through the imaginary dream. Both unleashed their aura where reddish crimson was clashing against the bluish white light. I shall become a pure empress of White Dragon. Outside was Penemy watching them fight and was surprised at the power her husband showcased, wondering if his strength would return after arriving. Penemy was not worried about Valia, knowing Issei is extremely protective, especially since he's a dragon, and they are known to be obsessively protective. As she spectates their fight, sensed someone entering the training ground. At the door was a beautiful, buxom young woman with long flowing blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. She appears to wear standard magician robes with a hood. Penemy. The young woman approached Penemy, pulling her into a tight hug, giving a sweet smile. Lavinia, why are you here? Did something happen with the mission with Tobio? The young woman was Lavinia Rennie, a foster daughter of Penemy and foster elder sister of Valia. We just got back investigating and decided to wait until things are clear. Is Va-chan fighting someone again? Lavinia turned to look at the screen where she watched her younger sister fighting a young man who was suddenly engulfed in crimson light, where he suddenly had similar armor as her sister. Isn't that the Red Dragon Empress? Is Va-chan fighting her long-awaited rival? She became eager to see their fight as her sister finished her chant. And I shall have you obey the silvery white illusions and the perfect evil ways, in a glorious form of a mechanical dragon exuding a power that rivals the gods. Juggernaut Overdrive. A deep yet feminine roar screamed out where she exhaled, looking at Issei, who took a stand and noticed his power had not changed yet, was now in scale mail armor. No words were needed as their feet planted deep into the ground, causing them to crack and crumble as they propelled themselves forwards, where her humongous fist still countered by Issei. She's reflecting my attacks, Issei thought to himself as he used his penetration that bypassed her reflection, surprising Valia, feeling the pain had damaged her arms going numb, but clenched her fist and they seemingly multiplied from the speed that they were fighting. I haven't had fun like this for a long time, Valia said, twisting her body using her tail to whip at Issei, flinging him in the air and appearing above him to slam him down. However, it was only an after image, surprising her and barely blocked the incoming attack as she was slammed in the ground. Valia recovered instantly, pushing the dust and clearing the area, showing her still unfazed from the battle. She reached her hand where Issei's eyes widened. Compression divider. Issei rapidly felt his power dwindling, having sealed part of his infinity due to being too far and the possibility of Ophis sensing him. He smirked at her determination and propelled himself forward where the two collided, resulting in a massive shockwave that disintegrated in the spherical field around them. "Tell me, why do you push yourself this hard?" Issei decided to trigger the memory that made Valier realize that she loved him. He recalled the moment she did because Valier didn't hesitate to kiss him when she realized it. "Why? Because I want to prove I'm the strongest." He is inwardly sad and knowing the truth of her vulnerable side where her desire to be strong stems from being unable to save those important to her because of her weakness. Issei experienced the same thing when everyone he loved died and became lost in his despair that he was fortunate to have Irene. He is determined to pull her out from the dark and finally save Valier from her obsession. He was a hypocrite as he also had the same obsession even now. However, Issei won't stand ideally to let those he loved continue their destructive path. "How about you? Why are you this powerful? Tell me your secret." Valier struck Issei but he redirected the attack and stepped back. "Because of my deepest desire." Issei had awakened from his boob obsession and his potential exploded when he realized that his greatest desire was to love and be loved as well as be surrounded by love. An old man once told him about the beauty of breasts, and to show love through loving them causing confusion in his naive and innocent heart. It was during his fight against the EXC where he unlocked his true and unrestrained potential. Still, it was not enough against the outer gods. "I don't care if I'm the strongest or the weakest. What I seek is a power to protect the people I love. It just happens that I need to be the strongest in order to do that," Issei said while Valier's heart tightened and began to stir inside, feeling unknown emotions as static images began to show in her mind. What is this?" She was bewildered but shook her head facing Issei thinking he was messing with her mind. "Why you're distracting me? Let's end this fight. Show me your true power." Valier roared, launching herself with incredible speed where she struck Issei who didn't react and appeared to the direction he was heading before she created a pattern of lights caused by the after images as she turned Issei like pinball. She was unsure why her heart began to grow restless and slowly noticed that she was gradually weakening. Looking at Issei who was in her enormous dragon hands like a small doll. "Why haven't you gone all out, damn it? Do you think I don't deserve to fight you at full power?" Valier desperately demanded, annoyed at her emotion that was all jumbled. Suddenly a glint from Issei's eyes showed as Issei spoke and said, "No, you were always stronger than me." In that moment Issei escaped, grasped by spatial magic where Issei was several dozen feet away. Issei unveiled his head and took a deep breath where he conjured a sword knowing that summoning his infinite blaster would result in unnecessary damage. "That is why I need to show you that you are by giving my all." The world became still as if waiting for Issei to take his next move. Valier was unable to react when he vanished, and the moment she came to her senses found Issei standing over her where she felt her whole body was aching. Issei had sliced her form penetrating her defense, and collapsed it back to her normal state. In other words, Issei disrupts the flow of energy. "Ha, I didn't have the chance from the start, huh?" Valier didn't feel discouraged and more motivated to reach his level but paused when she saw his expression before hearing his soft voice. "Valier, you're not alone anymore." His words were strange and the way he was treating him appeared as if he knew her. Valier looked at him weirdly as a flash of static images appeared where she saw his face looking at the morning sun as her head leaned on his shoulder. "It is okay to be weak. It's okay to have weakness. That is the reason why we want to overcome it, but you won't overcome them alone." Another came into her mind where she was alone, and abused by her father and grandfather. The only one who made her strong was her mother who always smiled despite their situation. There is no one in existence that can overcome something without others pushing them forward and being by their side. The sound of her pounding chest suddenly resounded within as another flash of static images showed him standing in front of her with his wife back protecting her from something, and she heard him speak while overlapping at the person before her. "Stubborn Morningstar." Her eyes shined as everything flooded like dam where energy churned around her where tears fell from her eyes where memories flooded into her mind, and the same happened to Albion who deeply connected to her. Valier Lucifer, she was born as the daughter of Razivin, the son of Rezivim, and a human woman, making her a half-breed. Once it was revealed that Valier bore one of the Longinus, divine dividing, in addition to the power inherited from her great-grandfather, the original Lucifer. Her father soon developed an inferiority complex toward her daughter who she viewed as a monster for holding those two powers. Because of the advice from Rezivim, Razivin started to bully and physically abuse Vali for her powers if she was so scared of him. Although she received physical abuse from her father, she was loved by her human mother who would treat her wounds, attempt to protect her, and fed her whatever she could even if it was pasta, which became her favorite despite the bland taste. Long enough, Her mother was killed during the time they tried to escape, and Valia light vanished, having her mother's last words shaped her future. Valia, my morning star. Stay strong. You have to keep strong. Now run and live for me. Having to run and escape, knowing that if she stayed would make her mother's sacrifice to be in vain. She pushes herself, and Valia manages to escape before being found by Azazel, who brought him in and raised he and Grigori, teaching her about both her Longinus and demonic powers with the intention of killing both her father and grandfather for her abuse through childhood. This was where her life began to take a turn, where she had experienced something close to a family. Someone she acknowledges as her sister and mother, but the demon in her haunts her, and the desire to become strong held her back to fully reaching her potential. Only until she met her rival did things change. At first she was disappointed. She was extremely disappointed that her rival was nothing but a perverted scum. He spoke to the female breast with passion that she almost respected him, but still annoyed she ended up fighting someone like him. However, Valia came to accept that she had misjudged him, that even though he was perverted, his intention and heart was pure. He never forced himself on any of the women around him despite having all the chances. She was captivated by his rivals fighting for his family. At the same time, Valia felt lonely. Deep inside her heart, as much as she hates to admit it, Valia actually wanted to be raised in a happy family like him, as well as being a normal person with no special lineage. Her heart wavered and didn't expect to fall for someone like him who through it all fought not because of his ambition but because of reason. And that reason is the people that surround him with love. She fell in love with the person who surpassed him at every step. Mom, will I be like you when I grow up? Will I find my prince like the story you told me about? The suppressed memories that had long forgotten resurfaced, recalling the smile and caress of her mother. Yes, and whoever that boy may be will surely be someone that you can lean on. I believe you'll meet a man opposite of your father. Someone you can believe with all of your heart to protect you and love you. A strong boy who is honest of what he feels and what he wants. She caresses, giving the young Valia a smile, who did the same, giving a gleeful grin. I've decided, the older Valia said at that time, pulling Issei for a kiss while his harem at the time watched in shock, and continued. I want a big family with you and shower them with love. That's why you better return alive and take responsibility. She finds it silly with the words she chooses at that time, but eventually time goes by and her life regains its light. In the form of an honest soldier who stood firm and sincere, Valia looked at Issei with a different demeanor filled with love and affection, while tears fell from her eyes. Issei. Current timeline. Draconic Deus. Grigori training grounds. Issei's theory was correct, pondering if he could try scanning their body to those that regain their memories naturally, but decided against it for now since there might be some complication that affects them if he makes a single mistake. The moment Valia recalled her memories, immediately went to pummel on the ground, hitting Issei with all her strength without using her power, and sat above him, pinning Issei on the ground. He made the feed outside cut since it would be unusual if they saw what's happening, since he sensed someone had arrived to join Penemu. Damn you. Valia was emotional due to being unable to be of any use to Issei during the fight against the outer gods, having been turned into a hostage. She told him to kill her but didn't listen, and resulted in him being badly wounded. Calm down, Valia. Darling had enough. Albion spoke as she processed the memory that flowed into her mind, recalling the time she gained respect and admiration for Issei, who continuously grew exponential despite the lack of discipline and eagerness to train had reached unbelievable heights. He has all the qualities that she wanted for a mate to bear their children. Strong and honest, who knows what he wants and gets what he wants. Few seconds later, Albion managed to take Valia out from her stupor and stopped before looking down at Issei, who didn't say anything and just had his gaze locked into her. Valia gritted her teeth, then leaned down, taking his lips, where she gave a deep kiss where Issei wrapped his arms around her back. Few seconds later, the two pulled back where Valia got off of him and said, Tell me everything from the start, don't leave any detail, and how far you've grown since the last time we fought, Valia demanded, while Issei chuckled, deciding it was quicker to check something, trusting his guts that he will find something in her memories if he shared his. Alright, hold my hand since there's something I want to test. She nodded as Issei poured his energy to transfer memory using the same principle as charm, bypassing her resistance and manipulating his own mind to enter her mindscape. Issei found himself in the mindscape and quickly explored the place to find golden scripture that seemingly coated her soul, protecting its deepest parts. This was similar to the ancient text found when I gained the sacred gear system. Issei thought, touching the text that felt warm and comforting while outside was filled with dark and malicious darkness, that he knew this was erosion of the outer god that transcends normal type of time and space. He memorized the entire scripture to be replicated and protect those that are too weak at the moment. Issei pulled back his consciousness before transferring most of his experience, since it's over 10,000 years that he had to leave things. There were years where he lived in complete isolation to train and understand many missing pieces that allowed him to unlock newfound power. That is certainly demoralizing. To think they were capable of such a feat. My goodness, you were able to destroy entire universes with ease. Valya exclaimed that a fear requires power that transcends infinity, as the universe is known to constantly expand at the speed faster than light. Yes, I transcend the fourth-dimensional plane to contend against the abomination. Issei crossed his arms looking at her, who looked confused. Fourth dimension. What the hell does that even mean? He shook his head and said, it is rather difficult, but every universe restricts third-dimensional beings like us, similar to how if we draw in a paper the 2D dimensional being won't move and only exist. They will only be one height and length. Issei showed some hologram through his illusion magic. By stepping into fourth dimension, you won't have the same weakness as third dimension, making you invincible when fighting a third dimension. Though you can hurt them but never truly defeat them, as they are mere projection of themselves. If not, then the entire universe would collapse due to the dimension it could only support. He fought through them despite only having third dimension powers until he bypassed the power to be contained and transcend into a fourth dimensional being. Of course there's more dimension. The whole multiverse is so vast that no one can measure how big the whole multiverse is. Therefore in the multiverse, there are actually many existence dimensions, these higher dimensional realms. But these realms are only a piece of the infinite amount of higher dimensional parallel spaces that makes up the whole multiverse. These infinite higher dimensional spaces is why the theory of multidimensional space exists in the multiverse. It should be known that those beings that transcend third dimension limitation can change in higher spaces and be able to shuttle between them. This is because the higher one climbs in dimensions, the more they can feel the multidimensional spaces. Hence why the multiverse is divided into 10 levels, with the higher ones grasping more of the multidimensional space. Starting from 4D spaces, one can travel anywhere in the 3D spaces and between the higher. Then in 5D space one can see the past and future of different parallel universes. Those in 6D can see the past and future of any different parallel universes space-times. The creatures in the 6-dimensional space can change time and space arbitrarily. Those in 7D are connected by two infinite possibilities brought together. Those in 8D space can travel in different universes, with the rules in these universes being different. In short, in each universe, matter, nature, and chemical reaction rules are different. Those in the 8D spaces are required to master and rule over all higher dimensional universes, leading to being the master of all universes. In 9D, one is called the true God King and can arbitrarily control the rules of the whole multiverse. They can change the universe rules such as gravity, time, speed, etc. at will. And the 10D space holds infinite spacetime, contains all the universe, all the possibilities, all the time, and all of everything. Unfortunately, Issei never reached that height before having been defeated by the leading general of the Outer God and the one that caused his injuries before returning back in time. Issei had reached 9th dimension where he was practically omnipotent, yet the Outer Gods were far too strong and had completely erased the time and space of his past that prevented him from returning and changing his past. This is the reason why he was shocked that a biblical god was able to return him back to something that doesn't exist anymore. It was a lot harder to understand when he was only in the 3rd dimension and pseudo 4th dimensional being if push himself harder, but it would force him to escape to the dimensional gap. A power that great can only be contained if set in a dimension that has no definite dimension. Issei learned that it is called state of existence from her, and how to achieve it. She set a category that is known that are as follows: Alpha state, 4th dimension; Omega state, 5th dimension; Omicron state, 6th dimension; Cosmic state, 7th dimension; Genesis state, 8th dimension; True God state, 9th dimension; True God King state, 10th dimension. Issei believed there were higher dimensions but never reached it, nor did she tell him about it. This is the only thing that he was aware of. What in the actual hell? Did we even have the chance of beating them in first place? Valya felt annoyed and slightly anxious that something cannot be harmed completely without bypassing the restriction of the universe. She does feel relieved that there is always room to go, but it was disheartening that those higher dimensions are virtually invulnerable. Once one enters the alpha state and higher, becoming a higher dimensional existence and a life form on the universal level. one will gain layers of invulnerability that would further set them apart from ordinary creatures and further show why they are the strongest creatures in their universe. Those in the alpha state and higher state cannot be harmed or calculated by lower dimensional beings. Meaning if one isn't in the same dimension or higher than them, it's impossible for them to affect and hurt them. Those in the alpha state and higher cannot be harmed or affected by those who are still bound by the dimensional effects of the same dimension, and lower even if they are as strong as alpha state or stronger. For example, an alpha state can't be harmed by those who are still affected by the third dimensional effects. This is known as the dimensional reduction and suppression in individual gains after reaching the fourth dimension and higher. We can, so long they can bleed, we can kill it. Remember when we fought for the first time? Issei looked straight into her eyes that didn't have the slightest fear nor anxiety against their opponent. He had the expression that he already won. The outer god fortunately are suppressed and unable to descend with their true power into a lower dimension, giving them enough a chance to contend against them. Even an idiot can make the impossible possible. Valia paused, taking a moment recalling that time before smiling. Yeah, someone more stubborn than me does often create miracles. You never set limits to yourself and always act recklessly, Valia. Anyway, princess, try not to reveal anything you know about the future. It risks drawing the attention of those pests. Issei. I know. Though I do hope you won't act alone and carry the burden alone, Valia. Valia stared at him intently while Issei nodded inwardly since he hid some things like being captured and tortured. After a while, the two exited the pocket dimension where they met up with Penemu and an unknown young woman walking up to them. The latter leaned closer looking at every inch of his body, and if this was the old Issei then he would have been flustered and acting perverted as her chest was rather prominent. However, Issei knows her quite well and how carefree she is as well, often an airhead of her own beauty. Ow, Lavinia received a carrot chop in the head by Penemu as she looked at her. Why did you hit me, Penemu, Lavinia? I've told you to be aware of how you act with people, Penemu. Penemu scolded her while Lavinia pouted, pulling back and returning her eyes on Issei. It's nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. I'm Lavinia Rennie. She introduced herself and experienced the same situation as every girl within his harem. Lavinia felt compelled to know him and strangely experienced a sense of familiarity around him. I'm Issei Hyoudou, or Issei for short. Issei smiled that instantly made them not just Lavinia to have their heart jump from his charismatic smile. Issei-kun, how long have you been involved in the supernatural, Lavinia? Issei pondered about the question since technically it has only been exactly 4 days since he returned home and a month within the Innovate Clear dimension. Not sure, exactly. But it has been a long time I guess, Issei. Then why have you visited Grigori? Are you joining us, Lavinia? Kind of. I'll be acting as an outside force for the supernatural to keep it balanced. My goal is to unify the entire supernatural into one, Issei. He is stubborn despite knowing it was impossible and didn't lose hope nor will to achieve his goal knowing it is one of the few ways to combat the outer gods. Issei had to find a way to a higher dimensional plane to help the gods and powerful individuals to achieve the fourth dimensional state, where it will provide a boost in power within the universe. He needs to achieve Alpha state and boost the universe where Issei can monitor the progress of the Draconic Deus. If it means he needs to build his own empire then he will do it to protect the world. Lavinia looked at Issei in awe and admiration that he had selfless ambition. Oh, that's a great ambition, Lavinia. Hey, don't want to ruin your moment, lovebirds, but can we find a better place to talk? Valia. She called out to them and the two looked at her before giving a quick nod as the group headed to find a suitable place to chat. While they were walking, Valia broke the silence. Also, don't believe him. I heard that his real goal is to build a harem, Valia. She smirks at him where Issei's eyes twitch, but there was not a lie since he was planning to, but only the woman that he fell in love with and engaged. Ara, does that mean you fancy us, Issei-kun? Not that I mind since you're quite handsome. Lavinia was rather straightforward in her compliment, while Penemu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you girls should be careful around him, or you might fall into his clutches, Penemu. She jokingly said, knowing they already have the moment he appears in their life. Issei shook his head and sighed. Hee, you're right. They eventually arrive at the living quarter of Penemu where Issei sits down at the table joined by everyone who looks at him, especially Lavinia. Will you restore her memories, Penemu? She telepathically asked Issei, looking at him wanting to include her in their circle of harem that recalls everything. I can try, Issei responded, turning his attention to Lavinia. Right, can you tell me about yourself, Rennie-san, Valia and Penemu told me a bit of themselves already, Issei. He glanced at the two who remained quiet with Valia leaving on the wall acting cool. Please just call me by my first name, Lavinia. I don't know why but I feel you're someone familiar. Have we met before, Lavinia? The nagging feeling keeps rising up while Issei thought about how to bring out her memories since there are many moments that spark their love for each other. Perhaps in another life, Issei. She blushed from his words where she felt growing closer to something. Now tell me a bit of yourself. Lavinia nodded, sharing a bit of her life. At a young age of 9, Lavinia lost her parents in an accident and couldn't find any relatives who were willing to take her in due to her incessant mention of her doll, which no one could see. She later met Glenda, one of the Wizards of Oz who took her in and cared for her, teaching Lavinia magic since she had talent in it despite not coming from a lineage of magicians like others. As she reached the age of 13, Glenda convinced her to join the Magician Association of Grauzoberer in order to cultivate a rapport with fellow magicians of her own age. According to Lavinia, Glenda was an extremely kind and gentle person who was deeply passionate about studying magic, teaching Lavinia the philosophy about magic being a miraculous power that can bring happiness to everyone. Having accepted Lavinia as a student, treating her with unconditional love and care as her surrogate guardian after her parents' death for 4 years. However, in reality that Lavinia unaware of that time is that Glenda is unscrupulous, whose only concern like most of the other members of Wizards of Oz is strengthening her own magic skills and knowledge single-mindedly. Due to her purpose in researching sacred gears, she took Lavinia under her care only to have the chance to study her Longinus' absolute demise, when she had finished her research. She sent Lavinia to Grauzoberer under the pretext of letting her socialize with other magicians. Unbeknownst to Lavinia at that time, Glenda had already chose to sever ties with her, even start a false rumor of being attacked by a fellow magician of Oz to cover up her actions and disappearance. Glenda also had no qualms offering her sacred gear research to dangerous people such as Augusta, which allowed them to create the Utsasimi to aid the Utsasimi agency in starting the Four Fiends project, apathetic to the chaos and harm that they would cause. Ah, you've lived quite an eventful life, huh? At the very least you have a real family that truly cherished and loved you. Lavinia smiled, embracing Penemu beside her while using magic to pull Valia, who dislikes her affection but does love her. Yeah, I have Vaichan and Penemu. Issei was happy seeing her smile and always admired her for standing tall with a smile after she went through. A real smile that didn't hide any sadness and lies. To have a beautiful smile even in all of those things is admirable. The warmth and word that Issei said triggered her memories as Lavinia memories began to flood into her mind as she was forced to let go of Valia and Penemu clutching her chest and head. The moment he spent time with everyone and how happy she was to be by his side. She taught Issei magic, forming a pact with her, and Lefei Pendragon as well, teaching another girl named Aika Kiryu who had talent in magic. I don't give a damn about your ambition. Lavinia was crying at that time, holding Valia, who was badly wounded, watching the back of Issei fighting a mechanical entity. But you made a terrible mistake, he roared, shaking the ground violently, bursting in an explosive aura that didn't even faze his enemy looking down at them. Mistake me, I don't make mistakes. You who dare defy us are the one whom before it continued was struck by Issei, creating metallic clicking sound before a sonic boom soon followed, sending his opponent several dozen meters away from his spot. That's for invading our world, Issei. He instantly appeared in the direction where he sent his enemy before striking again upward. This is for hurting the people I cared about. Issei did it again, slamming him downwards, and appeared on the ground as if he teleported, activating his infinity blasters pointing at his enemy. And this is ruining Lavinia's smile, Issei. In a massive explosion blasted towards the mechanical enemy, who couldn't even counter as it disintegrated his enemy into ash. Lavinia watched and still had her tears falling from her eyes until the dust cleared, revealing Issei without his armor falling into his knees. Issei-kun. Lavinia. She yelled out, looking worried for Issei, feeling heart pounding strangely that was completely different from how he felt with any other people. Issei made her aware of her beauty and always gave her the attention she wanted. He had the ability to make women around him feel drawn to him with his unfiltered honesty. He saw him turn, then gave her a wide grin that made her heart skip a beat, and couldn't help show a smile for him. Until then, she unexpectedly fell for him like the girls before her. Lavinia, a voice took her out from her thoughts and looked at the man who made her feel special and important, as well aware of things around her. Someone who would never betray her and a person she could try with all her heart. Issei-kun. She jumped, hugging Issei tightly, smothering him with her breast. Valia saw this and couldn't help but click her tongue. This pervert, Valia. Fufu, you said as if it's not the reason we like darling. Albion teased her while she ignored her while Penemu giggled seeing them interact. Issei tried to calm her down where Lavinia eventually let go, allowing him to explain what happened. To actually return back in time, that's a dream many magicians wish to accomplish. Lavinia. Oh right, you never mentioned who is the one who knows about the future beside us. Penemu. There's Irene, Koneko, Seraphal, you, Valia and now Lavinia. Maybe I'll get Kuroka but later once I leave. Issei thought to himself, deciding that the growing woman would force him to finally tell his parents. Though, he'll wait a week or two to finally renovate his home. Oh, what about the others? Will you meet them, Lavinia? She cutely tilted her head, wanting her lover who had experienced countless painful years without them to have all those that love him to be by his side. I'm planning on trying to restore their memories, but I need time to trigger it like I did for you. Now that I think about it, what triggered the memory? I know Koneko was triggered because I helped her realize what her sister did for her. Issei asked since he was just guessing what the most memorable moment they share since everything was unforgettable for him. He did everything to protect his memories from being lost, the outer god unable to penetrate his mind and soul. For me, it triggered because, actually never mind, Valia blushed trying to hide her feelings while Lavinia and Penemu giggled at her reaction. Oh come on, Va-chan. For me it is because you always loved my smile, making me remember the time I fell in love with you. Someone who is willing to take on the impossible to protect my smile makes my heart pound. Lavinia. Lavinia shared that Issei embraced him then kissed him passionately, annoying Valia who got jealous watching them. Alright, fine, it's my turn. I got my memories when you said I'm not alone, and it's fine to accept my weakness to overcome it. You brought the memories of my mother back, Valia. Valia blushed, which made Issei chuckled, pulling her, putting Valia on his lap, then turning her head to kiss him where she squirmed at the sensation. You're so adorable, Valia. Now it's your mother's turn. Penemu moved closer, taking Issei's lips, arousing everyone in the room. As much as I want to take all of you, there are still things that need to be done. Irene was fortunate enough to have her fill but won't be having any once girls return by his side. Inside the innovation clear where Irene was training Benia to utilize her powers without wasting any power suddenly shudders. Why did I shudder? I wonder what's going outside, she thought to herself before turning back her attention to Benia who was growing steadily. Meanwhile back outside the dimension, every girl frowned but understood. Fine, but you owe me a date few days from now, Issei, Penemu. She demanded and Lavinia chimed in along with Valia. Me too, I want to spend time with Issei-kun. Lavinia. You're planning on training right, maybe we can go on a mission together, Valia. Issei chuckly enjoying that things were slowly returning back to normal. He agreed to all of them pinning some schedule plans since he is mostly free anyway and spends most training in time-diluted dimension. Eventually, he left Grigori after receiving a kiss from them telling the three that he will visit often and take them on training, but for now they need to work on the thing they are doing. Alright, let's find Kuroka and be done for today. Unknown location. In a dark underground where a group of people were exploring a cave within an isolated island where they stumbled upon something unbelievable. They were all in awe how large open space had formed underground where it was impossible, as if bending the space inside. The group were archaeologists exploring new discoveries that they would soon hope to never learn. The one leading the expedition was an old man that looked rather intellectual who had dedicated his life to learning the dream he had seen. A promise of forbidden knowledge that humanity would be benefited from. Professor, over here, a man called out to the professor whose eyes widened in awe when he found what seemed to be a gate that appeared to be carved with chisel, yet it somehow had the texture of soft and mushy flesh. The gate had the shape of a six-eyed octopus with ancient words written on the border where the professor touched it, hearing a whisper in the back of his head where the people inside seemed ecstatic to discover what they've found. Isn't this amazing, Professor? After years of searching we finally found an ancient place lost in time. A young man who seemed to be his assistant approached the old man who remained silent looking at the gate. Indeed. How many people are here? Everyone here has worked hard and has families waiting for them, correct? They are the only one who provides, and if they are gone then utter despair will be brought into them, correct? The young man was confused and taken aback by the words of the old man but answered back. Why yeah, this discovery will be life-changing for all of them. I think there's around 20 people here. A moment of silence came as the wind passed by before the ground shook, causing everyone to panic, and the young man witnessed the gate glowed in green and heard the old man speak. Phingli mglw naf Cthulhu ar Lioganegolftain. He spoke in a strange tongue as everyone panicked inside as the young man tried to save the old man holding onto his shoulder. Profs. Before he could finish witnessing, the old man had eyes bleed and rotate at an alarming rate. As the young man was beaten by the old man as he screamed trying to push the old man, yet despite the rotting flesh still had more strength than him and couldn't help but screamed. Give yourself to me, climbing from the depths abyssal, to give mankind its dismissal. Soon will come the great and dreaded old ones, to destroy mankind, the bold ones. Come at last the long foretold ones, till o'er all the world they reign, the world they reign. He heard a voice of endless tone that made his mind overwhelmed, coughing blood and dying in miserable and dreadful ways as he fused into the body of the old man as he became a monster mutant. Rower, the newly creature shrieks, while the others who tried to escape only for their route to have been closed by the boulders watched as a creature of nightmare in the distant move at horrifying speed. Oh my god, I can't die here. My daughter is waiting for me. Please, I need to save her. Fuck, I refuse to die here. I'm going to propose, Bluer. One of them then were pierced by a sharp tendrils as they all tried to plead, but were brutally slaughtered and gutted like fish. Unfortunately, despite their disgusting state, they were still alive somehow. The flesh and blood were collected, fusing into the creature as they went back to the gate before it painfully killed itself and sacrificed his own existence to open the gate. It opened, revealing nothingness until the sound of footsteps could be heard as green light pierced through the shadow until it was revealed to be a young man with long, messy, dark green hair that transitioned into octopus tendrils until it completely became a hare. He wore a dark trench coat that was buttoned and gloves appearing similar to a young man before. The young man observed his body and awkwardly moved. Lower dimension is surely difficult to move with. If it weren't for my bastard brother, I can easily move third dimension, but regardless, my task still remains. Cause chaos. Unknown location. Issei had locked his sense to Kuroka and memorized it, having the ability to sense nearly everything in the world with ease to show how strong had reached yet this far from being fourth dimensional state, or alpha state. He arrives at a small cave where she seems to be relaxing until Issei lets his presence known quickly appear before her, causing Kuroka to tense up. Who are you and how did you find me? Kuroka was an SS stray devil that makes her someone who is top priority in being arrested by the Devil Society due to what she had done to Nibirius. You already know me. I mean, you've every bit part of my body, don't you, Issei? Issei teases her a bit, making Kuroka flustered considering she's quite emotional when her true self is present. You knew, then does it mean you also knew I was watching you from afar and know who that young girl you've talking to, Kuroka? Kuroka only held her guard, confused why she hadn't placed any spell while Issei had his hands on his back that straightened his posture. Let me tell you a little story then, Kuroka. He proceeded to tell the same story as Issei did with Koneko to trigger her memories, making Kuroka frozen in place looking at him with tears in her eyes, making Issei's subconscious pulled her into his embrace that confused Kuroka. You've been strong for far too long. It's not your fault beside the one who wrongs you, Issei. Issei knew that it was unusual for a stranger to embrace her like an old friend, yet Kuroka didn't push him, enjoying his sense that was manly and dependable, reeking of a dragon. I've destroyed the place where you've suffered, but not before gathering evidence to free you from the unreasonable crimes you've done to save yourself and your sister. He showed the copy of hair clipped explaining what it was and what it contained, shocking her. What is in it for you? Why are you doing this? She was serious when her usual tone of adding, Naya, at the end of her sentence was gone. Issei painfully looked at her where she was confused why she hadn't pushed him away while his hand wiped the tears away. Why am I hesitating? His eyes. Why does it feel so familiar? Issei understood what he needed to do in order for him to trigger their memories. He had time to think and learn rather quickly on what makes their memories return. Because you said, you'll stay by my side? As a family, a moment memories flooded into her mind where her heart tightened as static images appeared into her mind. Kuroka heart pounding looking at Issei, recalling the time her heart began to fall for him. In the beginning, I only thought of you as someone that will give me strong children. When I'm together with you, my heart beats in a joyful rhythm, and it's fun just to hang out with you. I only wanted children in the past, a heavenly dragon's children. I just wanted strong genes. But things are different now. You're incorrigible, stupid, and hopelessly honest. Even though you're a pervert, and an idiot after all, even though you just had to be gentle towards Shirin, you took good care of me as well. You gave us sisters a peaceful place to live. If I'm together with you, then I feel at ease. When I see your smile, my heart becomes filled with love, past Kuroka. Kuroka cried her heart out, showing the memories of a forgotten lifetime, feeling his embrace tighten, filling heart with unbelievable warmth that she came to understand the reason for it. She looked into his eyes brimming with love and affection where his face enticed her to lean closer, and she took his lips where it didn't contain any lust and arousal, rather only the warmth of love. Kuroka's mind heard his words of the reckless man before her who would go to hell and back for those he loved without a moment of hesitation. For people like us, you went and took on such a stupid fight. Surely, your body is covered in wounds, right? Even though your opponent was a god, even if they are a god, you'll protect us from their hands, so how could I possibly dislike a man like that? That's right. Ever since a long time ago, I fell hopelessly in love with a man named Hyoudou Issei. I love you, passed Kuroka. She pulled back, looking straight into Issei while shaking lips, trying it best to compose herself, then gave a smile. Issei, I love you, Kuroka. Issei smiled, taking her lips once again as the two enjoyed their time together before calming down where Kuroka sat on his lap chatting about what happened. Only you, Issei, Naya. Kuroka is surprised, but at the same time not, since her lover is known to do the impossible possible due to his stubbornness and recklessness. You're lying, aren't you, Naya? Kuroka. Yeah. I know none of you wouldn't be able to see through my lies, Issei. He never told them doesn't mean Issei believed none were suspicious of him. Issei being honest with his feelings doesn't mean he doesn't have the ability to lie and hide the truth. Well, whatever you're hiding, I believe there has to be a reason, and everyone knows it too, Naya. Kuroka. She rested her head on his chest while snuggling more, purring in the process, spreading her special scent that showed he was her mate. The type that won't be removed and be placed beside the one she places it. That's why I wasn't worried that you won't understand, Issei cheerfully smiled, placing his head into her nape, taking a sniff of her scent and bit into her where he returned his mark to her, showing that no one else can claim them. Issei had done the same with the other girls excluding Koneko, nor was she able to spread her special scent to him due to Kuroka. A mark formed into the back of her hand that can be seen if she desires. Any dragonkin would instantly recognize them as their queen and would do anything to please them. Despite only a third-dimensional entity having the influence, all dragons acquired his lordship over them. Issei, will you like to make some kitten, Naya? Kuroka was eager to give herself to Issei but shut down by him. As much as I want to, there's a lot of mess that needs to be done. Also, you do know that there's quite a long quota, Issei. Issei knows they all wanted to have a taste of him, but he wants them to take a moment to digest their situation like he did. Kuroka pouted after hearing his answer and gave a demand. Then take both me and Shirin, Naya. Kuroka. He was taken aback but chuckled, nibbling into her cat ears, making her slightly moaned. Issei, Kuroka. She quietly said while Issei quickly stopped before things escalated. Haha, sorry, you're too cute when you're flustered. Anyways, are you going with me back to my home? Or will you stay with Valia and her group, Issei? I'll come with you, Naya. She'll contact me if she needs me anyway, Naya. Will you tell mother-in-law and father-in-law about the situation? Kuroka. Yeah, they deserve to know eventually, but best to wait a couple more days. For now, let's head back and show what I've been working on, Issei. After a while, Kuroka followed him back to their home where it was still early in the morning in Japan and his parents were still sleeping. As they were in his room, Issei brought himself and Kuroka into his personal dimension to check the place. Draconic Deus. Time 5 a.m. Japan, Kuo Town. Innovation Clear Dimension. Time Dilution 130 days. Arriving inside, Kuroka was awed in the beautiful marble and architecture that hovered in the sky that overlooked majestic mountain range and mystifying river. Issei was a bit impressed how the entire place had improved after a week of leaving. Wow, did you make all of this, Naya? Kuroka. She was impressed that Issei was capable of forming the entire kingdom, knowing that he was not that well educated in architecture, nor kingdom building. Yeah, the sacred gear, Innovation Clear, allows me to create a perfect world where its limitation is that I can't bring any of it outside, Issei. Let me guess, you've found a way to bypass the limitation, Naya? Kuroka. That's right, using my power of dream allows me to manifest them outside, and using Dimensional Lost gives me a small domain that virtually makes me unbeatable. Though I haven't tested it, and at the moment it's just a guess, Issei. PFFFTT, I doubt it wouldn't be the case, Naya? Kuroka. He showed her around where dragons flew in the sky, surprising her at the sight of countless monsters. They were all creatures where their soul came from Draconic Deus to complete their own consciousness. Issei can make souls, but he isn't that proficient, therefore prefer to use pre-existing souls and copy it instead, allowing the amount of soul to not break the balance. The reason they are stillborn is due to lack of soul, therefore Issei prefers to not interfere too much with the flow of soul. Not only did you make a new world but also made new races. How did you do that, Naya Kuroka? Oh well, by using the power of Dream, Sephiroth Graal and Annihilation Maker allows me to create life. I can form around low to high class with relative ease, while Ultimate and Satan class takes more effort, while I've only made 7 Heavenly Dragon classes, which are Dragonite, that I've made using my own flesh and blood. Tatsushiro was one of them, who is the weakest among all of them. He represents the element of destruction, pouring power of the Baal into him without devil blood flowing into him. Basically, you've made your own children, Naya Kuroka. Yeah, kind of. Some call me that, Issei. Kinky, Naya, so does that mean you'll give me some kitten? Kuroka was only teasing, since she knows the danger they're currently in. When the looming threat of Outer God is still on high alert, then it's safe to take things slow. If I can secure this dimension from outside forces, then yes, we can, Issei. Issei knows that they will always be in danger, and he can't wait for eternity just of him being afraid. He already vowed not to fail and truly believed that he would win. However, Issei still considers the possible threat that the Outer God poses, but if he can isolate his personal world where everyone important to him is safe, then how can he deny them of it? Kuroka was caught off by surprise from his response and blush, imagining herself having round abdomen carrying the result of their love. Are you really saying we can have kitten now, Naya? Kuroka. She shouted excitedly, obviously having waited for some time to finally have what she wanted. Issei chuckled, knowing what it meant for her, and nodded. Of course, but I have to secure this place until then. My countless battles against those abominations would alarm my intuition if things are safe, and at the moment it is. Issei had fought and killed countless minions of the Outer Gods, that he had formed a link with the Outer God that gave him insane intuition in certain things. Yihi, Naya Kuroka. She hugged his arms while they all continued to look around until they arrived at the place where Irene was training Ben-Nia. It was a large arena where a powerful barrier was placed, where inside had been badly damaged from their sparring. Good lord, it's only been a week of training. She is already at peak high class, bordering ultimate class, Issei. He thought to himself and acknowledged that she was likely affected by his own power to manifest miracles that accelerated her growth. Issei noticed how her power of death had become more potent, that it can leave a scratch to his skin if he doesn't use any power, and only his draconic flesh. They quietly observed the two immerse themselves in the fight, where Ben-Nia gripped her scythe tightly, unleashing a barrage of slash attack, where Irene countered via sending a wave of explosive attack. Ben-Nia didn't waste time, already expecting the result, and confronted Irene, conjuring a death energy-based laser that consumed life and energy, where Irene smiled when he grabbed her scythe, causing a shock wave that shook the ground. That's enough for today. If we keep going, then you'll overuse your power and be consumed by it. Not to mention, we have company, Irene. Irene glanced at Issei while Ben-Nia's eyes lit up, turning around to see him. She quickly dropped everything she was doing and jumped toward Issei. I miss you, boss, Ben-Nia. Issei sensed something was wrong, alarming his intuition, and glancing at Irene, who smiled. She was aware of everything going on outside, having the ability to process them rather easily despite the time differences. She regains her memory when I mentioned the word Appai Dragon as a joke. Irene, she explained, while Issei shuddered at the thought that people would begin to remember his title as Appai Dragon. Issei facepalmed when he recalled restoring the memories of Surzex. Hopefully they don't start making that show again, Issei. He long stopped his obsession for breasts, but still loves them. Only difference is that he doesn't do it openly anymore. Issei turned his attention to Ben-Nia, who doesn't have any deep story behind her, and only grew close to Issei as time went by. At first, her relationship with Issei was just friends and fans of his show, that eventually turned romance when she began living with him like the others and was influenced by the woman around her. Issei did come to like her upbeat personality, and became important to her. Kuroka giggled, looking at the two walking towards Irene to hug her. Irene-san, Naya. Kuroka, how do you feel about the situation, Irene? It's a bit unusual, but I'm happy that we have another chance and beat those ugly monsters, Naya. Kuroka. She raises her fist, showing how determined she feels in fighting the Outer God. Irene nodded, looking at Issei, curious about something, but let Ben-Nia have her moments. Issei was a lot taller than Ben-Nia, who hovered in the air, wrapping her around his shoulder, while Issei embraced her around her petite waist. Ben-Nia, I'm happy that you've regained your memories. How about we sit down and discuss what's going on, Issei? Okay, boss, Benia. They all quickly found a place to relax where it was Issei's personal living quarters where it had a balcony that had a beautiful view. Issei manifests some refreshments allowing them to feel at ease before he explains the situation outside and things to prepare. She took the opportunity to make Benia like the others that made her incredibly happy sitting on his lap while Kuroka and Irene on his side. Will you turn us into a dragon like last time, boss, Benia? For now, no, perhaps once we are mostly complete then we can do that. I still need to find Ophis to save her from the Cows Brigade and check up on Great Red. Issei. You're planning something, are you, Irene? She has spent the longest with Issei and can see through her rather easily. Issei nodded and explained his plans. I was thinking of creating a system similar to Sacred Gear, but it is solely based on the affinity of a person's soul, making it a lot easier to use than Sacred Gear. This way no one else can use it and steal them from the user, Issei. Does that mean it won't be limited to humans, Naya, Kuroka? Yeah, it is the manifestation of a soul that an individual has. This means rather than borrowing you are your own Sacred Gear, Issei. They were in awe at the ideas, praising his idea and an hour of spending time with them taking Kuroka around his personal world. She was amazed at the variety of monsters and dragons flying around the mountain range and the grass plains. Benia told him about her experience training, how everything had gone smoothly, while Irene teased her about things she failed to do, making Issei chuckle seeing Benia's reaction. Eventually, Irene took Kuroka to do some training, who didn't mind it, while Issei went to his workshop to begin working on the items he needs. Alright, I can spend a few days here until I return outside and hope to restore Valerie's memories. Then I'll wait for Sarah Fall if she finds Ingvold and Surzex for training in Rias Peerage. Then tell my parents about the supernatural to help prepare them. Issei. He thought to himself before boosting his thought processing to easily plan out what he was making, where 1 second felt like several months, where Issei power of dream and miracles using the Sacred Gear as template to revise change, where it will awaken a tool in a person's soul. Issei doesn't intend to provide this kind of power to everyone and will select people that he can trust. Not that they would be able to copy mine. The Akashic Grimoire churned where ancient text appeared, where it manifested what Issei desired. Who should I test it on? Perhaps I should call one of the Dragonid. As I recall, they are spending time exploring their powers and forming territory. Issei. A dragon whose soul is higher than a normal human allowed them to have vastly different mentality, and already knows their nature. Each contains his most vital powers and easily can break the balance of the world. Issei decided to visit them rather than call to see what they were doing. He folded the space where he looked at it like a higher dimension, having experienced it before when he was at the Alpha state and beyond. Everything was flat in his eyes, where distance seemed non-existent. He arrives at an ice wasteland where ice golem and creatures are perfect for the terrain. Issei was able to create this many creatures rather quickly by having places that spawn them rather easily. Having taken inspiration to a place called Dungeon, a world B had visited that can spawn creatures due to mana or dense energy, bringing forth the creation of dungeons or even monster nests. He arrives at a powerful blizzard where at the center was a slumbering enormous dragon where ice jagged spike all of its body until it moved, sensing Issei's arrival, where it opened its eye looking at him. Dragon King, is it time for us to leave and bring forth your name to the world? Her voice was loud despite it being low and quiet, but it was noticeably feminine. Not yet, preparation is being done. Also, none of you have completely grasped nor adapted. Apologize if you all feel trapped here, Issei. It would cause massive panic if he suddenly got out and presented his entire army. Issei does plan on becoming another force who seek to unite the entire world by also increasing the power scale once he reaches Alpha state to form a higher dimension. Unlike normal growth, Issei can select who can ascend and those who don't due to his near omnipotent state. Issei would have to grow and condense his divinity to form a true divinity. A true divinity is what embodies an individual and makes them extremely proficient in the concept or element of it that essentially makes them derivative of said concept or elements. No one can have the same divinity once ascended, and only variation can be used, like flames and ignition, both similar but different. Surely you jest, Dragon King. You are our creator and the one who gave us life, meaning all of us are indebted to you. Ah, I guess so. Anyway, you've sensed them right, Issei. Indeed, they have your mark on them. The dragon had a tone of envy. Having the instinct of the dragon already set her eyes on her master, who she feels is the only one that she will mate with. Issei isn't a fool, noticing their own emotion towards him, and their loyalty was an auto consider them. He has the divinity of love, making it easy for him to see through their emotion. Eros gave him the divine blessing of it a long time ago that grew into his own divinity. Is there anything I can do for you, Dragon King? Well, can you transform into your human form? I want to test something and it would definitely help increase your prowess, Issei. She nodded where a blizzard formed as she shrunk into human size where the storm cleared, revealing a childlike appearance, no older than a girl in high school. She has fair skin, deep blue eyes, and long, glossy pearl-white hair tied into twin tails reaching her waist. Her attire consists of a strapless blue dress, with the bodice part of it being white. She wears detached white sleeves and knee-high blue boots. The accessories she carries on her person are a blue star-shaped pendant and a gold headband. How is this, Dragon King? It suits you, Velzard Issei. The Dragonoid of Ice has the power to harm even a dragon god. Her base is Heavenly Dragon, but her true power is Dragon God level. Thanks, Dragon King. I do have another form, but I'll save it for later, Velzard. Her tone was rather seductive, making Issei ponder if the soul base he used had this personality. He shook his head, then took his Akashic Grimoire. I want to test this new form system that I made to form soul-bound artifacts that grow along with the user. Issei. Such a thing, why give me this opportunity? I haven't done anything worthy of a reward besides what you've told me to expand the land, Velzard. I haven't tested it, and this might fail. That's why I want to ask if you're willing to risk it, Issei. Of course, my life is yours in the first place. Velzard. You're not wrong, but please don't look down on yourself, Issei. He frowned at how little they viewed themselves and shook his head while Velzard nodded, pretending she understood, but she lived to serve and obey. Alright, be ready, Issei. He proceeded to use his newly formed system, causing it to shake violently where the light shone, and ring formed behind Issei like circular sigil where the cross in his eye became more apparent, while his hair temporarily turned white. Velzard was taken aback at the sensation until hovering in her eyes was bluish-white lotus producing a flame. It was certainly powerful as she felt her own strength reach a level comparable to Dragon God. She quickly understood the ability of it that perfectly encapsulates her soul. Issei saw this, giving a nod before pulling back his energy, returning everything back to normal, and the ring behind him disappeared. Amazing, this lotus increases my ice manipulation, Velzard. Do you feel any discomfort, Issei? Not at all. What I feel is incredible and my power should already reach Dragon God level. Velzard. Issei smirked, hearing her words, eager to test it out, where Velzard showcased its ability to freeze everything. When said everything, even time, space, or concept. Issei tested it, and amazingly it can only be overwhelmed if the individual is stronger. He sparred against her a bit, noticing she does exert more power than before and surpass Great Red. Velzard satisfied with her newly acquired power, and can be of use to Issei now. I wonder what I should call your new artifact. Actually, I wonder what name I should call this new system. Current timeline. DRACONIC Deus. Kuo Town. Innovation Clear Dimension. Northern Region. The newly created system manifested itself through divine halo behind Issei that gave him full control over the souls of those who had awakened there. Mystic Spirit, a name that he decided to use. It is basically a contract for him to gain the artifact through the system. He can't use it himself, and only disables it without problem. Issei tried to use his own system to manifest a weapon using his soul, but found it was impossible due to the fact the system itself is his Mystic Spirit. Velzard enjoyed her time testing her weapon that she calls Ice Lotus Flames. It does drain her power rather quickly due to how powerful it is. The flames devour the concept, turning them into ice where even the glaciers she forms cannot be melted unless they're stronger than her or if she allows it. Guess I'll visit the other Dragonoid to test them, Issei. Can I come with you, Dragon King, Velzard? Her acting childlike Issei pondered how her personality was formed since her soul had been cleansed and formed a new one that is a dragon soul. Alright, Issei. She gleefully smiled, transforming into her dragon form, lowering her head while Issei raised his eyebrow. Issei understood her gesture, even though he can teleport themselves to the region where each of the Dragonoid reside, and decided to let her have her fun. It was worth noting that she ruled over the northern region while there are exactly 5 Dragonoid that occupy the entire dimension. Tatsushiru, who is currently outside working on the criminal organization to make it into a powerful enterprise, doesn't have a region beside a specific mountain range close to his central territory. They all had knowledge in many fields due to the soul that they have absorbed that comes with memories. Issei had to remove ego, or the consciousness of a soul, by cleansing it before placing them into the Dragonoid. Velzard happily took him where her sister was within the southern region. Her speed was incredibly fast that bypassed logic where it took only a few minutes to arrive in the southern region. It appeared the complete opposite of her sister where it had spewing lava and scorching ground. The heat was produced by an enormous dragon similar to Velzard, but instead of a blizzard it was blazing flames. They descended where the dragon looked at them, lowering her head toward Issei. "Dragon King, sister, what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Her voice was similar to her sister, but a bit more gentler yet still retaining a certain alert tone. "Can you transform in human form first?" Velgrind Issei. The dragon nodded as she began to transform, bursting into flames that didn't burn and was more spectacular the same way Velzard Blizzard is. A few seconds later, she appeared in human form having azure blue hair kept in twin buns with black ribbons and deep gold eyes. Her usual attire consists of a dark-colored china dress with a golden dragon pattern as well as white long gloves and white thigh-length boots, both adorned with gold ornaments. She is described as having a very Germanic-style beauty. "What do you think of this form, Dragon King, Velgrind?" She acts more straightforward and accentuating her form while Velzard frowned at the sight. "Stop seducing, our Dragon King. The dragon mates are here and you don't want to make the Dragon Queen mad, Velzard." Their mother was technically Irene, using her own draconic energy fused with Issei to form them. She was a true dragon like Issei due to how the two were linked. "HMMPH, you should relax, sister. I doubt our Dragon King would let us remain mateless. Or at least put some effort into it, Velgrind." Issei's eyes twitch, noticing that he might end up having more in this timelines. He had noticed that as time passed his memory of the other timeline became more clearer since his mind had been wrapped by the outer god. He realized that his future self and past self fused that slightly removed his PSDD and part of his memory were still in the process of loading. A 10,000 years worth of memory does take time to load into a weak software. He was great for the biblical god who was most likely responsible for it. Though it came with a cost that few memories of his had yet been revealed, where Issei had mistaken and actually had few romances throughout his journey through the infinite multiverse where there are times Irene was out of commission. Everything was blurry to him at the moment, and the only things that are clear are the one in the Draconic Deus and EXE. He does remember becoming ruler of EXE after they had finally regained control. Issei wanted to decline but said it was more a symbol of collaboration between worlds. Issei did marry their goddess head among a few others and ended up ruling over a few worlds that EXE had invaded like Fader Fedora. Regardless, Issei harem would expand like an infinite universe despite trying not to. He hopes it won't make anyone jealous. Then again, time isn't an issue since we are basically immortal. Issei. For some it is a curse, but that only applies for mortal minds with an immortal body. Fine. Have it your way, Velzard. She proceeds to change her human form into a more mature look. The stark differences to her usual appearance are her gold eyes along with a pronounced voluptuous figure. She wears a bold backless dress of two tones, black and white, exposing a generous portion of cleavage. The dress has a slit by her left thigh, exposing her legs on which she wears black tights over. She also wears long blue gloves and white heels, both adorned with some sort of gold ornament. See, Dragon King is pleased to have two beauties around him, Velgrind. Issei appreciated their beauty but didn't have any lewd thought when he hadn't done a passionate night with his harem. He does plan on taking them on a date then have their moment that day. In addition, he wants them to take a moment to process everything. Velzard did the same as her sister as they hugged him both sides, but Issei coughed. "Alright, knock off you two. I still need to have things to do, Issei." The two let go while Issei began to explain the reason why they were there, in which Velgrind agreed without a problem. She was surprised at her power that suddenly increased as her king changed form, temporarily becoming more enticing. It was then a gate behind her appeared that had material similar to obsidian, where it opened to reveal bursts of flames where it was hot enough for Issei to feel it. Velgrind was amazed by the sight and tried to test it against her sister, where two sparred while Issei permitted them to showcase its strength. Issei manipulates the space since he rules over the entire dimension, preventing the two from affecting the rest of the region. Amazingly, the two could easily engulf stars and planets with ease. Planets have different durability, and Earth, having been nourished by a variety of energy, has been strengthened, which allows it to withstand forces from the gods. Issei has been in many worlds, with some being incredibly fragile and others stronger than his homeworld. A dragon god easily reaches a multisolar system level of destructive forces, and the only reason the EXE couldn't destroy their world was due to the resources and benefit they can reap. Issei watched the two change the landscape into a flame and ice region, separating it in fine lines. There, mystic spirit, countered each other perfectly, and the two couldn't overwhelm the other. The two were going overboard, charging at each other until Issei appeared between the two, nullifying their weapon, and said, "You two are going overboard. It's enough for today." They quickly apologized, but Issei shook his head, telling them to clean up before Velzard returned to her region to train her power, and Velgrind did the same as Issei went to the remaining region, where he met up his other dragonoid who was on the western region and appeared desolate and dark mountain ranges. Dragon King. A booming voice was heard when the ground shook, where it revealed two creatures. One was Western Dragon that had a more serpent body that had a rough dark scale and jagged teeth growing outside its jaw, while the other was a gigantic, bipedal reptilian creature with rough, bumpy, usually charcoal gray scales with a keloid scar or tree bark-like texture. A fairly small head with prominent eyebrow-like ridges over the eyes, moderately long, humanoid arms with 4 fingers including an opposable thumb, thick, muscular legs, a long, powerful, segmented tail, and 3 rows of generally bone-white dorsal fins, usually shaped like maple leaves, though there are some designs whose traits may differ. "What can we do for you, Dragon King?" the bipedal reptilian creature spoke. "What are you doing here, Zilla Issei?" This was another dragonite that is rather unique to its sibling, where it didn't have wings, but she was the most durable among them. I was bored in my region since the monster was taking care of the land, Zilla. How about you, Dragon King? Are you to do what you've been doing with Velzard and Velgrind?" "That's right, Vitalis. I want to make sure it works perfectly before I test the others. Can you transform into a human real quick, Issei?" They nodded as bluish energy pulsated from Zilla while Vitalis engulfed in darkness. Soon it revealed 2 women of indescribable beauty, where one was a beautiful young woman with one of them had long hair that covered the side of her face and red horns protruding from her temple. Her skin was smooth and creamy white, having a perfectly shaped body, and her eyes began to twitch before opening to them to reveal golden eyes. The other had dark-skinned and wild spiky hair, where her clothes were slightly torn and showed her breast in the middle. Her tail was visible behind her, as she had bluish light pulsating around her. She had sharp eyes and a scowl expression. Are they all competing in the beauty department? Thank goodness, Kuroka isn't here, Issei. His eyes twitch, finding it troublesome that they'll eventually be part of his harem. He didn't expect his desire as harem king to manifest without even trying. Issei hoped they wouldn't regret it once he took them. As if anyone would pass up the chance to have him. Issei already began to leak his divinity of love and charisma that attract women. Fortunately, he won't at anyone that easily anyway. Ara, don't look at us like that, Dragon King, or you'll make us blush, Vitalis. She teases while Issei rolled his eyes. Don't tease our Dragon King, Zilla. Zilla was more serious and rough in her tone, while Vitalis was more playful, who giggled at her words. Don't deny you're not trying to seduce him. Vitalis. Who said I wasn't? Our body belongs to our Dragon King and no one else, Zilla. Zilla tilted her head a slight airhead and more brute speaking as it was fact. Issei was a little bit worried that all the female monsters felt that way. You 4 are going to be the end of me. Alright, let me explain what we'll be doing since I want to have breakfast. Issei. He did the same thing as the other 2 Dragonid, and Zilla blushed and Vitalis licked her lips, witnessing his form and aura was immensely more intoxicating than normal. Vitalis acquired what seemed to be a musical baton that was rather simple, but Issei checked his grimoire at what he did and was shocked. The fuck, Abyss manipulate like Tartarus. Guess having my darkness divinity. On the other hand, Zilla had a gauntlet that was rather simple that amplified her strength and made her unstoppable for a period of time, basically having a state of burning. Ha ha ha, it fits like a glove, Zilla. It's technically a glove, isn't it, Issei? Issei muttered, hearing her comment, and saw her cocked her hands, pouring his own power into it, then with a powerful sonic boom had the force to basically reach the other region if Issei didn't place a barrier. Sorry, Zilla. She looked at Issei rather cutely despite her scowl, and Issei facepalmed while Vitalis giggled. Moments later, the 2 went to adjust to their mystic spirit, where Vitalis manipulates the Abyss conjuring dragon construct that erases nearly anything it touches while she waves her musical baton. They ran a few tests and were now confident that there weren't any defects on his new system. He watched the 2 spar, where Zilla was like an unstoppable force using her gauntlets. Even the Abyss couldn't hold her for long, and can only win until she's exhausted, but the forces she exerts are vast. Issei decided to give a name where one was Tyrannical Force and Ninth Symphony. After a while, Issei left the 2 checking on Kuroka, and they nodded but asked about their next objective. I'll think about the task, but I might send you to Tatsushiro to help manage the business of different sections. For now, stay here and grow, Issei. We will, Dragon King. Both said before Issei left them to their own accord, warning Zilla not to cause too much damage. Few seconds later, Issei arrives to find Kuroka running up to him at the field of grass and flowers, jumping into his arms, easily catching her. Careful now. Issei. I miss you, Naya. Kuroka. It's only been close to 4 hours since I left though, Issei. That's long enough, Naya. Kuroka. Hey, don't forget about me, boss. Benia. Benia joined in, taking his other side, pushing Issei to the ground as they laughed and giggled. Fufufu, come now, you're making me jealous. Irene. She joined in the middle where the four of them laid on the grass, taking a moment of silence to appreciate their time. 10,000 years of hardship and sacrifice were Issei forced to leave those he had romanced behind to keep them safe by sealing their world from outside forces. He can't recall all of them at the moment, but promises to return to them once he regains his memory, and hopes that their time is different. Regardless of what happened, Issei vowed to reunite with everyone and won't leave anyone behind. Hey Issei, why haven't you taken me to bed? We can have a foursome with Benia and Irene, Naya, Kuroka. She looked at Issei, who stared at her for a moment and deeply sighed. I want to, but I feel like it's going too fast. Even if you can remember me, doesn't feel right when you haven't taken the time to process our situation. Also, I plan on taking all of you on a date, starting from Koneko, you, Benia, Penemu, Lavinia and Valia, though she dislikes doing that and prefers fighting. Valerie hasn't regained her memories, but I'll spend some time with her, Issei. Ara, couldn't you bring me and Koneko together? I think she wouldn't mind, Naya. Kuroka. Maybe, but it's up to you too. I'll text her since I'm going on a date with her today if she's free, Issei. Boss, can we have movie nights together after your date with Koneko? I want to rewatch the Oppai Dragon. Can you recreate it, Benia? Issei shudders and sighs in defeat since she likes the show, and he felt that it was worth looking back to see how far he had come. If that's what you want, you rascal, Issei. He ruffled her hair, making her giggle, then kissed her forehead as they cuddled for a moment, where it felt like painting as they closed their eyes for a moment. Issei will do many embarrassing and unreasonable things for his woman, with few exceptions. On a more serious note, how was the system you've been making? Irene. She curiously asked as Issei got up, then explained the mystic spirit system and what it provides. Though it most likely won't work to those that already have sacred gear, but it can at least improve its limitation. Issei. He proceeds to awaken their mystic spirit, where Kuroka manifests a black prayer beads that seem to enhance her abilities and provide a powerful effect on related things and manipulate it with ease. Meanwhile, Benia had an hourglass that caused her death power to be insanely powerful, where it can cause instant death. Beads and last moment are the names you gave it. Issei. He had his arms crossed, looking at the two, who gave him a nod. You look disappointed, Naya. I'm not Valia to give it a complicated name, Naya. Kuroka. Nah, it just feels right, Issei. I think it fits my mystic spirit, Benia. After a while, Issei trained them to perfectly utilize their power, deciding that it's best to create a foundation of their power before turning into a dragon that would make their overall capabilities explosive growth, considering it would be difficult for them to grow when they're too strong. Kuroka's bead vastly improves her ability to use and adapt to Jiu-Jitsu that improves her strength even after absorbing the negative aspect of the world. On the other hand, Benia's last moment manipulates the dead and living as well as soul. They were progressing rather rapidly and pondered if it was the same for him, where their future soul assimilating with the past that accelerated their growth. He also changed their potential to Dragon God for now. Issei also trained, but rather than physically, he began mental and spiritual training, trying to regain his memories. 10,000 worth of memories. There are certain parts from a higher dimension perspective that make it harder to remember. He didn't gain much and decided to give up for the moment. Before long, he left them, heading outside where he was in his rooms once again. Issei felt incredibly refreshed and quickly took out his phone to message Koneko about her sister. She quickly responded and was surprised but was glad about it. Right, want to go on a date, Koneko? Your sister is adamant on having a date with you and her. Issei. I don't mind, and I miss Nei-san. Koneko. Great, let's meet up around 5 p.m. Issei. Alright, see you there, senpai, Koneko. He smiled, then headed downstairs where he went to prepare breakfast since it was still early. Issei checked the time, and it was around 7 a.m. Valerie. Issei. He called out when she saw Valerie look at the rising sun, where she looked at Issei with a smile. Gee, good morning, Issei, Valerie. It was worth noting that Issei helped her speak Japanese through adjusting her mind and making it easier to communicate. Good morning to you, Valerie. What are you doing here, Issei? I was just enjoying watching the sun rise. It's been so long since I got the chance to see it. Valerie. Issei nodded, pondering if her soul can regain the memories of the other timeline when it had been damaged. He didn't risk breaking her soul due to the stress of it, and hoped Issei won't trigger to cause her to suffer. I see. I also enjoy looking at the sun, where a new day is another opportunity. I often tell myself a single bad day does not mean it's already a bad life. Issei. In the past, he wanted to give up and join his woman into oblivion, but every time he did, a part of him ignited his will. Right, have you already eaten breakfast? Issei. And no, I haven't, Valerie. Great, let's have breakfast together. I think Mom and Dad will join soon, Issei. She nodded, following Issei as they went to the kitchen, where he put on an apron and put his hair in a man bun, making Valerie blush at the sight. Oh my, I didn't expect you to wake so soon. And Issei, what are you doing? His parents soon walked into the kitchen, surprised to see Issei preparing breakfast. I'm making breakfast. I have been away since yesterday. That's why I thought it would be a great idea to make breakfast, since I couldn't help with the chores yesterday. Issei. Ha ha ha, how mature of you, son. At this rate, you'll get your dream of having harem, Jean. He teases his son, affecting Valerie, who was confused at what she just felt and why she was flustered. I'm starting to like the new you, Issei, Mickey. She was proud that her son was acting more responsible than before and ended his addiction. Eventually they all sat down, where Issei set up some place and enjoyed their breakfast. So what were you doing yesterday anyway, Jean? I can't tell you at the moment, Issei. Alright, keep your secrets. Just don't do something you'll regret. Jean. I'll keep that in mind. Right, how was your trip around town, Valerie, Issei? She blushed when remembering Mickey dressing her up with new clothes while teasing about setting her up with Issei. Valerie hardly knew Issei, yet she felt strange around him and grew curious to know more about him through Mickey, who happily tells stories. It was great. Mickey-san took me around town and went shopping, Valerie. She was great to have around, like the daughter that I've always wanted, Mickey. She hugged Valerie, who sat beside her, making Issei smile, while Valerie felt nostalgic from the warm-mouth embrace. They continued having breakfast until his father had to go to work and left. Issei spent several hours with Valerie, who was watching some show on the television. She was rather adorable and intently watched the show, and Issei joined her. Valerie felt nervous when he sat next to her, taking quick glances, and wanted to ask something. Is there something on my face, Issei? And no, I'm just not used to my new life here. It's strange how I felt as if I've been here before, and makes me feel at home. Valerie. I know why, but it's best to take things slow. Your soul has been damaged and too much stress might harm you. But I hope you trust my words when I say that you will know the answer eventually. Issei. Valerie listened to his sincere words and felt she could trust him without a second thought. She didn't say anything and nodded, turning her attention back to the show, asking a few things about the world. Mickey, who was watching them, smiled, knowing that Valerie will eventually be under his son's clutches. After a while of watching the show, Issei went to take a shower, telling his mother that he'll be going somewhere and won't come back home. Valerie was a bit disappointed that she couldn't spend longer with Issei and felt her heart long for more time. Issei noticed this and quickly patted her head. Don't worry, there's still tomorrow for us to continue watching, Issei. She nods, and after a while, where time was nearing at 7 p.m., Issei went inside his innovation clear dimension bathhouse, and where he met up with the others, who spent time training for a few hours after he left. They all took a bath, and Kuroko was ecstatic when she got the chance to have a date with her lover alongside her sister. Everyone relaxes and submerges into the bath, with Irene to his side and Kuroko to the left, while Benya on his lap. The Dragonoid also joined in the bathhouse, since they had been training under Irene, teaching them ways of a dragon. Kuroko teases him about them getting along with Vitalis Sinek. The two have similar personality and power. Issei chuckled, enjoying his time with everyone while surrounded by naked forms of them. Hey, it's my turn to watch his back, Velzard. It's not my fault you were too slow, sister. Velgrine. The two glared, ready to fight, making Issei sigh at the side and failing to notice Vitalis taking advantage of it and watching his back. Irene stopped the two from fighting and scolding them. Issei's life is becoming more lively and eager to see the downfall of the outer god and the future of prosperity and peace. Current timeline. DRACONIC DEUS. Innovation Clear Dimension. Central Region, Issei's Floating City Island, Bathhouse. 5 p.m. in Japan. Having taken a bath with everyone where Fatalis enjoyed washing his back while entertained at how Velzard and Velgrind scolded by Irene, who warned them to not start a fight in the bathhouse and can help wash his arms instead. The two perked up hearing this and didn't hesitate to take each of their arms, washing them between their breasts. Kuroka giggled seeing them, while Bennia would normally feel jealous when she was already used to it, and Issei loved her regardless of her figure. She has time to grow and enjoys the warm-out bath that removes their aching muscles. Zilla didn't care about the commotion between the two and delightfully swam around through the water since she has aquatic traits. Issei saw her and couldn't help but think of the shark as Bennia joined in swimming. It was rather adorable seeing them together. Dragon King, Fatalis? She stopped washing his back and nibbling on his ear while Issei raised a frown as Velzard and Velgrind glared at her. Hey, you're going too far, Fatalis. Velzard. I normally don't agree with my sister, but Fatalis, don't push your luck, Velzard. They both angrily said, while Fatalis hardly affected by them since in terms of highest power them she wins. Tatsushiro, despite having destruction, is the weakest while Zilla is next to her and Velzard and Velgrind are equal. Fufufu, what if I push my luck? What are you two going to do about it, Fatalis? She released her aura to intimidate them, annoying the two Dragonid as they didn't back down at all, where they didn't even pay attention to Issei anymore, who had deadpanned as the two argue. As dragons in nature, they were incredibly protective of their mates or potential mates, as none dared to mark him unless they proved their worth or approved by the queen. Issei already got used to this kind of antic and didn't mind as Fatalis licked his neck, baring her fangs, teasing them. You! Both growled at her, watching Fatalis inches away from marking him when they hadn't done it. Irene then Karat chop her head, stopping Fatalis. Fatalis, remember what I said, Irene. She forces Fatalis to stop, making Velzard and Velgrind scoff while Irene scolds her a bit about how they'll have to wait until then. After their bath, Issei spends his time dressing for the day, letting Kuroka choose from the wardrobe. Nope, not this, maybe Naya, no, how about this, Naya? Kuroka. Issei dryly laughs, seeing how she is taking a long time to decide on what he should wear. In the end, she let him wear a maroon-black bomber jacket with a black inner shirt and ripped jeans. His physique had improved as it started to look like his old self, growing taller and bulkier but more lean than steroid muscles. Issei can shape-shift to anything but mentally choose what looks normal the most. You look great, Naya. Kuroka took a sniff of his scent while purring as Issei secrete pheromones to attract his mates. At the core of any creature, they have the innate desire to seek strong mates, or have the highest possibility of having children that can survive life. Issei has every quality of it. Right, where are you going to take us, Naya? Kuroka. She wraps her arms around his shoulder while wrapping his on her waist, pulling her closer. It would ruin the surprise, won't it, Issei? Kuroka pouted at his words, making him chuckle and lifting her chin to steal a kiss. The two shared a few seconds of silence before they said their farewells to the others. Equals. Current timeline. DRACONIC DEUS. Kuo Town. Koneko anxiously waited for her lover and sister to arrive, unable to properly calm herself considering the last time she remembers was being in his arms. She does know that Issei went through a lot in order for them to return, and Koneko wanted to spend more time with him to ease his pain even a small bit. Everything was different now, where the tragedy of the future was ending soon. She looked at herself in the glass window that showed her reflection, finding it odd that her body returned to the petite girl she once was. She was around 19 when the outer god arrived and had the same figure as her older sister, even without using her Shirin form. Though Koneko only felt slight discomfort, didn't let it get to her, knowing Issei isn't a picky female figure like before. Knowing Oni-san, this date would end with both of us in bed, Koneko. She blushed at the thought but did desire to have a passionate night before the others arrived. Looking closer at her younger body, recalled how her prime said to have looked similar to her mother, who died during an experiment of that person. She refused to acknowledge someone who doesn't even look at their mother the same way she did. The only reason she knows this is because of the people who knew her mother, especially Kuroka, who remembers everything. They hated their mother for choosing the man who didn't want him over them, but did eventually forgive her and blame everything on that person. Wait, Senpai said he has most of his powers. Maybe he can revive Mom, Koneko. Her thoughts lean on making her mother part of his harem, considering she became similar to her sister in terms of personality. Fortunately, she hasn't acted completely like her older self, since it would make her friends suspicious. Maybe Senpai knows why I'm like this, Koneko. She ponders about it, and decides to ask him if he could give their mother a second chance, believing he would revive Shuri, Akeno's mother, just for her. I just hope Nei-san will agree to what I want, Koneko. Sorry to keep you waiting, Koneko. Her thoughts soon interrupted when she turned to find Issei having her sister cling like a koala to his side and smiled as they arrived as she quickly took the other side. I just arrived a few minutes ago, Koneko. Ara, you didn't even greet your Nei-san, Naya Kuroka. Remarked before giggling while the people around them looked in envy, seeing that someone managed to have two girls clinging to him. Though, they weren't looking for too long, as they felt dread as they had my malicious thought where they felt their manhood was in danger of being cut. Issei made some spells where even those that know or see their face won't be able to recognize them. Their appearance doesn't change but rather make people who know them unable to process who they were. Being a dragon of domination does make inferior men feel reluctant to approach his woman, while women are attracted to him. They were jealous of the two having Issei around. Koneko ignored her sister's words, turning her attention to Issei. Where to, senpai, Koneko? I do have a place in mind, but I don't want to ruin the surprise. Issei. They both nodded as the group headed to their destination, where he teleported themselves to the countryside where it was peaceful and quiet, where the wind was blowing and no one would recognize them. The energy around them was pure and calm, having nearly no malice. I've checked and apparently there will be a festival here, Issei. Kuroka and Koneko looked down at the city where it was a serene sight to behold, where it was near the ocean. Issei saw that they were captivated and smiled as turned to cling back to Issei. They headed into the town where the people saw them, quickly greeted their arrival as the group sat down at a small restaurant that served some seal for Onia dishes. There were mostly elderly people who greeted them, smiling at the sight of visitors. They were complimenting them and reminiscent of their younger years before taking their order. So, what have you been up to, senpai, Koneko? Issei nodded as he began to explain he had been up to lately, shocked to find out his newly made system, and how there are more people who regain their memories. Does that mean you'll return everyone's memory, Koneko? If only it was that easy, but I'm working on it, and if I'm successful then we will have everyone back. Issei. He had been checking on Ben Nia, who regained her memories, and experimenting on the protection within their mind and soul to prevent them from being affected by the outer gods. Issei wants to give them some mystic spirit that could help them grow. Koneko was excited considering she wants them to be back together. She knows that everyone will continue to suffer from their trauma without Issei's help. Senpai, do you know why I don't act like my future self despite my memories, Koneko? It's most likely because you haven't completely assimilated to your future self. Similarly, I'm over 10,000 years old and my memories are a complete blur except in this world, Issei. Do you ever try to fall in love again, Issei? I do hope you weren't too tied down because of our death, Kuroka. Her tone was different than her usual playful tone, showing how serious she was. Issei sighed and nodded, knowing they didn't mind it but did feel ashamed when he did. I won't deny I became bitter and distant, pushing people away in fear of losing them. The last first I had a relationship in this world is Nyx, but you know how it ends. Issei. The two look at how his gaze shifted, grimace of the things he lost, then quickly return into a vibrant gaze. But now that I'm here, I won't ever lose again. Issei. His sharp gaze pierced their heart, feeling his emotion pouring into them, especially the mate mark allowed them to feel more connected. Then, do you remember them? You should find them and let them join us, Naya Kuroka. No, at the moment I can't recall them, but I do know during the time I was beyond a dragon god level, able to place barriers that separate their universe from the outside. Issei. He tried recalling them, but only the whispers and smile was the thing he was able to remember. Issei didn't bother forcing it, knowing that he'll eventually regain everything and confident they are still alive. His deep connection to the outer god gave him an alarm if they arrived or doing something heinous to somewhere he cared for. Though, he won't know their exact location but knows he will sense it. They were amazed at the fact that Issei managed to go beyond Dragon God, asking questions but his strength, and happily told them. Can we also reach that far? Koneko. You can, but let's focus on getting all of you to Dragon God level first, Issei. After a while they finished their meals and walked around the town, and met the locals until arriving on the shore, where this sound of the ocean slamming into the ground was incredibly mesmerizing. Kuroka dragged her little sister as the two played in the water, splashing Koneko, who quickly retaliated. Issei was now mesmerized by the two, laughing and having a good time. Hey, don't think we let you off, come here, Naya Kuroka. He pulled Issei as they all stumbled and fell, soaking him. Hearing Kuroka giggled and Koneko smile. The three were now soaked, but Issei quickly dried them off. After a few hours, they looked around the town where the people were setting up their stand, and the two felt happy that they were able to spend time with Issei, who chuckled as he saw Koneko pointed to a sweet vendor where she carried a lot of sweets with her. Kuroka teased her sister and pulled her to look around the shop while Issei followed them around. Issei has a sentimental smile, still in disbelief at how he was able to return and forever grateful to the biblical god for the chance. Everyone wore a kimono, and Issei used magic to give the kimono that Koneko often wore that contrasts her sister. It was already night, and the place had many beautiful lights. They watched people dance and perform rituals for the festival, and Issei took Koneko and Kuroka back to where they were earlier until beautiful fireworks were seen and felt the moment had cemented their new life. Kuroka and Koneko looked at Issei knowing what they wanted and went for Koneko first, giving her a deep, passionate kiss. After the festival, they all head to hot spring where they paid for the night, and had amazing seal for Oniit as well, being provided a yukata except for Kuroka since she wore a kimono. They finished their meal and went to the hot spring, and soon enough, they went into the water and submerged their bodies, watching away the fatigue of fighting beside Ryo since his body doesn't feel any fatigue nor pain. The night sky was clear where the moonlight shine into his skin allowed Koneko and Kuroka to look at his body as if they were in heat, and Issei did the same, looking at their body from the petite figure of Koneko that didn't remove her appeal to Kuroka, who was well endowed. He smirks unconsciously into his true form where his charisma skyrocketed, making their eyes extremely moist. Now that we're alone. Issei was just relaxing when he heard Kuroka causing him to smirk and look at her, glanced at his hard dragon before moving closer, kissing him, while Koneko did the same to kiss his lips. Line break. Hope we can make a kitten soon, Naya Kuroka, her older sister exclaimed while Issei smiled at the thought of having children. I promise we will get there. If I'm confident that the dimension in innovation clear cannot be penetrated by outsiders, then we will, Issei. He can't always be anxious about it, knowing that even after defeating Outer God there's a possibility of a new threat to arise, therefore it would make his woman wait for too long, and make them mind for granting what they want. Promise, Naya Kuroka? She asked his sincerity and kissed her on the forehead. I've only broken my vows once and won't do it again, Issei. He had a habit of making promises that he won't back down on keeping. Kuroka was ecstatic and snuggled her head into his chest while purring. Me too, senpai. I want some kittens, Koneko. She didn't want to lose to her sister, and also wanted to see Kuroka to giggle. Of course, if that's what you want. Though, let's focus on getting stronger since you won't be able to train if you get pregnant, and time dilution isn't an option because it might affect you and the child. Issei. They nodded in agreement before snuggling for a while until they went for another round in the hot spring, filling it with loud moans and grunt before eventually they were laying on the mat embracing each other. Nei-san, senpai, I want to ask something, Koneko. What is it, Koneko, Issei? Is there something troubling you, Shirin, Naya Kuroka? The two curiously asked, and Koneko took a moment before answering. You can revive the dead, right, senpai? I can, and I intend to revive Shuri-san for Akeno and my father-in-law. Though it depends if the soul wants to return or not, Issei. She glanced at her sister, who was wondering what she was about to say, and Koneko gave her a question. Hope you don't get mad, Nei-san, but can we revive our mother, Koneko? Current timeline. Draconic Deus. Countryside in Japan. Onsen. After speaking her mind, a moment of silence ensued as Kuroka tried to process her sister's words, feeling a mixture of hate and grief, recalling how their mother had abandoned them over a man who doesn't want anything to do with them. However, Kuroka had forgiven her mother and blamed everything on their father, who she doesn't acknowledge as such. She can see through the intention of her sister, glancing at her lover who had his eye twitching since he also knows what she intended to do. It was ironic when his dream of having a harem change into regaining those he loved back was now had not only remained in him, gaining more, and instead of king it was slowly reaching god status. I've already forgiven our mother for what she did. If anything, I blame that man for everything, Kuroka. Her serious tone showed her feelings towards that man would never fade since he is the one responsible for making them suffer. Then senpai, will you revive her, Koneko? Her adorable eyes were rather difficult to refuse, making Issei grunt and sigh. I can, however, it's up to her if she wants to return. Let's focus on you two first before I revive her. You two need to get stronger fast, Issei. He could force someone back to life, but that would be disrespectful for the soul who have already lived their life. Koneko was incredibly happy, showing a beautiful smile, giving Issei a kiss as a way to thank him, while Kuroka giggled, imagining ways of having their mother with them in bed. The next day, Issei saw their beautiful sleeping faces where they slowly woke up and had breakfast, having short fun until they head into his personal world where Koneko was in awe at the dimension that Issei made for himself. She was speechless when Issei explained about the mystic spirit system, making her excited to find what her new power will be. She met up with Irene and Benia, who hugged her to show how much they miss her and vice versa. Koneko weirdly looked at Issei when she was informed that there are people who are eyeing for Issei that he had created. She only accepted it since it was Issei, who is a man of incredible charisma. Issei shook his head and took them where he brought out his Akashic grimoire and began to awaken Koneko's mystic spirit, while also changing her potential like he did with Benia and Kuroka. It was then Koneko saw a floating, purpose-shaped weapon that had a Vajra tip on the bottom that had a unique ability that can bypass and pierces defenses. It appears that you can make your attack bypass defenses and make an unavoidable attack, Issei. Koneko was awestruck by her newly acquired abilities as Issei nodded. Anyway, we'll train later with Benia, but I promise to watch. Alpai Dragon, Issei. Kuroka giggled hearing this, while Benia became excited, and eventually, Kuroka and Koneko spent the inside the dimension. Issei went to the living room where they began to watch Alpai Dragon, and had Benia cling to his shoulder while eating some snacks. Issei glanced at her cutely watching the show while he was dying in embarrassment, having manifested his curse past. He took a note to make his image a little bit better than before. Issei noticed that Benia was wearing her clothes loosely as the atmosphere slowly became more intense between the two, where she looked at him, seeing his manly face and passionate gaze inviting her. She couldn't hold back anymore and sat on his lap, surprising him, then took his lips where he was a bit surprised but quickly reacted by kissing back, while his hands held her petite waist. His passion and care was unbelievable that Benia let out a moan tasting his lips. Benia felt the time she ever held by his arms and how warm it was that made her fall for him. At first she didn't have any feelings since he was just an idol to her, but time eventually made her feel like a woman. He is the only person that made her feel special and loved every part of his body despite how petite it was, even more so than Koneko. Imagine Tatsumaki. The next day, they all headed to the training grounds where Issei had made a few adjustments. He decides that the innovation clear should have the same time as the outside, while he makes a separate pocket dimension that will be a place to train. The innovation clear isn't limited to one dimension but could create an endless dimension within the space of it. Issei got a hang of it and could create a stronger dimension with wider time dilution. Issei took Kuroka and Koneko to one of these places to train them along with Benia. He began to train them in the training dimension. Issei diluted it into 1 day is equal to 1 year. The reason why he could use this was because, unlike their power, Issei power is vastly different in that it affects space and time. He only uses a quarter of the time since he needs to head back home. Issei taught her on mastery of utilizing her power and martial art, since he had mastered every form of it that helps regulate his power. The training ground they had was like another home where they spent time alone. After a week past Issei where they were able to get used to their power was when he decided to revive their mother as promised to them, since they already reach ultimate class in all categories and are going all out to reach Satan level. Alright, get ready, Issei. Kuroka and Koneko nodded as Benia was at the side with Irene and the rest of the Dragonoid who helped train them. Issei held his hand, taking out the soul that attached itself to the two Nekishu sisters. It was a lingering spirit that refused to move on, and Issei amazed at her will to remain by their side. Issei looked at the soul where he activated his Akashic grimoire, where he suddenly had his mind pulled into a mindscape, gaining a memory that did not belong to him. This was the life of Fujimai, where through her eyes saw familiar faces within the Yokai faction. He learned that she was Koneko, kind and gentle yet straightforward, but was incredibly naive, having let her own feelings get the better of herself. Fujimai was a Nikko Mata born to the Nekishu clan. At some point in time, she was a member of the East Yokai faction where she became acquainted with Magari and Nirarihayan. While exploring the world, she met a human scientist and fell in love with him, although he had only used her to satisfy his lust, as Fujimai gave birth to 2 daughters as a result of their trysts, Kuroka and Shirin. However, her husband didn't acknowledge the daughters as he was too immersed in his research of trying to create super devils, with him viewing the daughters as nothing more than pet kittens. Fujimai wanted for him to acknowledge their daughters as she continued to help him with his research and experiments. When a particularly risky experiment was about to take place, she entrusted her daughters to the research facility run by the Nibirius clan. Before going to the experiment, she gave her youngest daughter Shirin a hair clipping which contained all of the research notes on the experiment that they had gathered. During the experiment, There was an accident which caused an explosion that killed both her and her husband, leaving their daughters orphaned. Issei. He was speechless at what he learned, looking at the image of the man with disdain, having the emotion of the memories poured into him, annoyed that a woman who have such a deep affection was only used and viewed as nothing more than doll. Issei was enraged at how Fujimai truly loved the man, yet it was one-sided. He understands that Kuroka hated her in the past since she neglected Kuroka, and tried everything to please the scum. Was my love not enough? A voice came echoing through the mindscape as Issei tried to find the sources and found someone who looked exactly like Koneko with certain differences. She has short white hair like Koneko but has the body of Kuroka. She wears a short dress and a Miko's kimono with blue and white. Current timeline. DRACONIC DEUS. 1 day outside, 1 year inside. Innovation, clear dimension, training grounds. Mindscape. Looking at the woman before him, weeping, facing her back, having a strong connection to her soul where emotions are more apparent. Her deep love for someone blinding her, blaming it was her lack of affection that denies her the life that she wanted. Issei remains silent, unable to understand how someone can be this blind and corrupted by love. He couldn't blame her, knowing that he might have been the same if he was never betrayed by Rainier, even after finding out that he still had a long time to get over it, and unable to accept that he deserves to be loved. He does have a habit of not forgiving himself if he does something wrong. Always saying sorry on instinct if said thing is mentioned, and showing an expression of pain and regret, like his love for fishing having stopped after accidentally breaking his father's favorite fishing rod. However, Issei inwardly feels he needs to save her from this one-sided love. He knows better than anyone else what is love, where there is a need for two sides to have deep connection and understanding, for it to be love, where in the worst and the best they will remain with each other. Love is earned and built, while lust is easily obtained. Issei took his first step, decided it was time, and from the memories that poured into him made Issei want to comfort her and give her the love that she wanted. Issei kneels down where she doesn't even notice him until he moves to wrap his arms around where she was taken aback by the embrace that she received. Fujimai was confused about what was happening until she heard him speak. Your love has been more than enough. You were just filling an empty void in the first place. Don't waste it on someone who doesn't deserve it, and remain heartless toward your affection. Issei, he softly said while Fujimai was affected by his divinity, removing the fake love that she had slowly been filled by Issei's memories of the previous timeline, where she learned of the thing he had done for his daughter, and what her daughter had to go through because of her neglectances. Fujimai was able to feel the deep love that Issei had for Kuroka and Koneko, watching as he fought little gods for them without hesitation and question, while her daughter did the same, standing by his side. Is this what love is truly like, Fujimai? She felt proud finding out that despite the tragedy her daughter faces, was able to stand tall and be a better version of herself. They didn't choose a man who didn't return their love. Fujimai was frustrated and envious that she was played like a fool, having tried so hard only to learn that there was no love between her and that man. All she wanted was to have a happy and loving family, yet that man never looked at her the same gaze as the young man that her daughter chose. Her love for that man slowly turned to hate when reality struck, and instantly burst into tears, pouring her hearts out while Issei tightened his embrace for her. He knew that she was looking at her memories, pondering why it was happening, but didn't see that it was a bad thing. Issei only entered the mindscape to fix her sanity, that even if stable compared to other lingering souls was still broken and needed to be fixed. Fujimai pushed him away, but Issei refused to let go, knowing that it was not the right thing to do. Fujimai was angry at herself that Issei still held her, feeling disgusted at the wrong choices that she made and the pain she put her daughter through. She had been too selfish, only thinking about herself, and thought it was for Kuroka, but it was never about them. It was all for sale. This broke her heart, and the embrace that filling her with love only brought her even greater shame. Fujimai felt this was her punishment for being a foolish slut. I'm so stupid to fall for someone like him. How can call myself a mother, tell me? Why do I deserve this warmth you given? Even for a moment I could feel what true love is like, Fujimai. Issei didn't say anything, letting her regrets and frustration out. I have to be the greatest slut to use like that. I know what you want, but Fujimai. She couldn't finish her words when her eyes saw his gaze looking at her softly, and felt his hands wipe the tears in her eyes. Stop. If you want to make everything right, then don't turn back now. Your daughters have forgiven you, but if you run away now, things will be, Issei. Then that's better. They should hate someone like me. I deserve to be punished, and being hated by them again is for the best, Fujimai. Best for them. Or for you, Issei. His words made Fujimai shake, realizing that she was repeating the same mistake that she made before. Fujimai clenched her hands and gritted her teeth, crying, looking at Issei. Then what should I do, Fujimai? Her voice crumbles, finding herself in a dilemma where she recognizes her mistakes, yet instead of being punished she will be rewarded. Issei softly smiled, caressing her cheek unconsciously, treating her like someone part of his harem. Face it head on and fix your mistake. None was your fault. It was all because of that man who should be condemned for what he did to you and your family. That thing cannot even be called a man but a scum. An excrement. Issei. His poisonous tone and growling voice release a killing intent that affects the soul of the person currently suffering in the realm of the dead. Fujimai's heart pounding non-stop as the words of Issei etched deep into her mind. She doesn't know where to begin, but the reassuring smile and voice of the young man before her made her decision much clearer. Do I deserve to be happy even after what I've done, Fujimai? She hesitated, doubting herself for having another chance in the living. Yes, I don't have the right to judge what you've done when love is something that can blind you. However, believe me when I say this, that if you are willing to fix everything without running away, then it means you deserve the chance right now, Issei. Fujimai spoke with him for a few minutes, and yet came to understand more about love than the entire time she was with that excrement. His voice, his caress, his eyes that peering through her heart, made her understand the reason why he managed to claim dozens of maidens. Issei was man of word and covenant. When he makes a promise, then it was nigh impossible to break them. Fujimai was speechless for a moment before Issei heard her giggle. Why are you giggling? Did I do something wrong, Issei? No, I just understand why my daughters love you with all their heart. Now I understand when someone love, it was normal for them to be blind and regain their vision when the others see them eye to eye, Fujimai. She recalled that the scum never looked at her the way Issei showed. It was pure gentleness and love, despite far from a true affection of a lover. How strange. Only been a minute, perhaps more. I don't know how long we've been here, but I somehow grew to know more about love than being with that man, Fujimai. Her face slowly heats up, slowly falling for him but held back. I'm ready to meet my daughters. I swear in my new life to be a better person, Fujimai. She solemnly swears with all of her heart that there will be no more mistakes and blindness, as she has witnessed what it truly means to have a love. Alright, get ready. Issei. Fujimai nodded as they stood up, and Issei pulled her outside, where his consciousness returned with a small marble in his hands that was the core of a soul. The purest form of a soul. Normally a soul has layers and the core is the nucleus of a soul. The marble proceeded to float as Issei let go and held out his hand, where his Akashic grimoire hover, where his hair turned into white and red tear-like marks appear below eyes across his cheek downward. The woman around him is affected by the intoxicating aura of his new appearance. Issei was slowly reaching a point where he would need to hide his face or it would be a disaster. Kuroka and Koneko watched in anticipation, waiting to see their mother, wondering what their first words to her were going to be and how they would react. The two were afraid that their hatred might return upon seeing her, but it was overwhelmed by the hope of being whole again. Energy enveloped the core, taking shape into an outline of a woman. Then a few minutes later, light slowly faded away, and what came was a woman that had white short hair and well-endowed body, wearing a black top with a black belt below her chest. She wears a blue mini skirt and knee-high tights. She also wears a long overcoat that has a white theme and blue trimmings. The most prominent feature was 4 cattails showing her age. Koneko and Kuroka frozen, looking at her in silence as her eyes crack open, revealing her feline eyes turning to look at them. Kuroka, Shirin, Fujimai. Her soft and familiar voice invoked their instinct, and without hesitation run towards her, shocking Fujimai as she felt them tightly embrace her body, crying repeatedly, trying to convey how they missed her. Fujimai's heart tightened seeing their reaction, and answers their embrace by pulling them closer, continuously apologizing for everything. Meanwhile, Issei form returned where the earlier charm vanished, making Irene, Benia, Fatalis, Velgrind and Velzer disappointed, while Zilla was clueless at their reaction. Issei saw the scene and couldn't help but smile and walked up to the others, deciding to give them some space and time. He took the others to another place to train where they wouldn't disturb the reunion of the mothers and daughter. Did something while you were reviving her. I've sensed that your consciousness was pulled into a mindscape, Irene. I just had a little chat with her inside the mindscape. But I can't hide the fact that she'll eventually be part of my harem, even though it feels troubling, Issei. He doesn't seek harem anymore, but the harem seek him now. Issei isn't dense enough to ignore someone, especially Fujimai, who already experienced a tragic love. Fufufuma, now you didn't choose harem life, but the harem life chose you instead. Benia. Come here. The lowly Grim reappeared, nodded, making Issei hold her, and tickled the little teaser who couldn't stop laughing and escaped his grasp. Try and catch me, Benia. She blitzed while Issei smirked and pretended to chase her, while Irene saw this unfold and shook her head. Are we part of Dragon King's harem? Cause I don't think I can mate with anyone else, Zilla. The tan-skinned airhead asked while Irene giggled. Of course, dear. You, Fatalis, Velgrind and Velzard are part of it. That's why you must keep training and be of service to him. Irene. Zilla was happy to hear those words along with the rest of the female Dragonite. After a while, Koneko, Kuroka and Fujimai joined them in training, where the newly revived mother wanted to join their training and show her worth. She even insisted on becoming a maid, that Issei agreed with, since her eyes showed that she wasn't going to take a no for an answer. Fujimai does have experience of acting as a maid with her time in the yokai faction. Issei sighs and lets her get used to her new body, having restored it using magic that he had developed during his adventure. He uses magic that acts like a true miracle, mixing it with Dream and Miracle's power. Though, it is still set in fundamental structure, and couldn't exert the full power when he is at a state of third-dimensional entity. A couple of months later, inside the Time Dilution training ground, where Koneko and Kuroka steadily grew to reach the power of an ultimate class, where adding more of their power would reach the same level as Seraphal. Though this ranking does not show the true potential and combat prowess of an individual, only show their overall power. There are certainly factors that could affect the outcome, like their weapon, skills and experience. They were slowly getting a hang of using their mystic spirit, where Issei believes that it has an effect similar to Balance Breaker, but haven't reached that point where they concentrated on the foundation of their strength. Not to mention, if they face another ultimate class, then they will surely win due to the fact they are stronger in terms of skills and prowess. This is the same to Issei, who despite a Dragon God rank was vastly superior because of the fact he was a true Dragon God King previously. The Dragonoid haven't completed their transition into a Dragon God level due to the fact that the gap was too vast, where each transition made it harder to reach. Though, at the moment the strongest in terms of ability was Fatalis, while strength would still be Zilla. On another note, ever since they heard of being part of the harem, the four had begun to act more bold and enticed him. Issei didn't mind at first, but told them that he'll reward each if they continue to make progress. This motivates them to improve their skills. They haven't done any bed sessions since it was unfair to the other girls who remember yet haven't had their chance. Irene, Benia, Kuroka and Koneko were understanding, knowing they are already being spoiled at this moment. Of course, he doesn't neglect them and took a day or two to spend with them. As for Fujimai, she has been teaching both of her daughters in Sujitsu and Senjutsu, along with everything about being a Nekishu, since both learned from Magari, and leader of Nikomata within the Eastern Yokai faction. However, her daughters has more experience, and knowledge doesn't discourage her in sharing and helping the best she can, happily guiding them slowly. Her memories and obsession of that man vanish, replaced by Issei, where every time sees him always blush and do everything to please him, but this time Issei reciprocated, unlike the monster she used to blindly love. Kuroka and Koneko not only mind, but encourage their mother, knowing this will make their family closer. Issei can't deny that she was a charming woman who took care of him and loved her cooking. He noticed that she's the reason why Koneko likes sweets, while her allure is received by Kuroka. She was rather innocent when it came to flirting, that Kuroka had to teach on how to get his attention. Issei let her be and continued to train her, where she started at a high class and surprisingly at her potential limit. He pondered if this was because of her obsession to show her worth to that man that she was able to reach her limit. Issei didn't think too much and increased her potential before awakening her mystic spirit, and surprisingly her weapon was a Hagoromo cloth that was able to bind anyone and get stronger the more they struggled. She was able to freely control it, and appeared like a goddess when she wrapped it around her. Issei can't deny that he was slowly being smitten by her. DRACONIC DEUS. Kuo Town. After a few hours outside, Kuroka and Koneko left, having the strength of a Satan class due to the limited time they had at the moment. He sealed their strength, only using them when necessary to ensure those around her won't notice, and this will also build up their power that by the time they remove it would gain an explosive growth. Fujimai remains at the Innovation Clear Dimension, while Issei only needs to wait until he gains a message from Formao. Issei finally had the chance to give her time to Valerie in hopes of restoring her memories. Issei heads downstairs, where he finds that his parents already had breakfast, and finds Valerie watching some show. She noticed his presence, and turned to greet him before joining the Dampire with her show. Watching her act enthusiastic made him smile and enjoy his time with her. Right, Valerie, hope it's fine, but I was planning on helping you train your sacred gears soon to help you recover the damages done by it. Issei. Valerie stopped watching the show and looking at him for a moment before speaking. I see, I don't mind, and it's for my sake anyway. When will we start? Valerie. Probably a day or two. It hasn't even been a week since you came here. Take the time to familiarize yourself with the new world, Issei. She nodded and continued their time watching until Issei began to make lunch, having found a note that his mother went to visit a friend, leaving him and Valerie alone. They sat down at the dinner table where Valerie's stomach grew and blushed as Issei chuckled, teasing her a bit. Eventually the two have their lunch quietly, having small talks about simple things. Now that I think about, doesn't feel like we're newlyweds, Valerie. Recalling the show she had watched and became flustered, thinking that the scene was exactly like the show where she looked at his face and couldn't help but blush and her heart pound. Valerie, Issei. Why yes, Valerie. Is there something wrong? You look red. Do you need some of my blood, Issei? Why yes, I mean no, wait I mean, Valerie. Okay, calm down, Issei. He helps her calm down, and a few minutes later Valerie felt better. That's better. Now then, you can drink my blood after our lunch. Issei. Valerie nodded as they finished their lunch, and watched them until both sat on the couch where she sat beside him. He showed his neck where Valerie asked if it was fine. Of course, it's just my blood anyway, Issei. After a few seconds, Valerie bared her fangs and dug into his flesh, where Issei made sure to soften his body to allow her to drink his blood. This was the second time that she tasted it in this timeline, and Valerie felt invigorated by the vitality of his blood nourishing her body and soul, accelerating her recovery. Why does the taste seem so familiar, Valerie? She continues to draw blood where her body heats up from the session, entering blood heat where Issei noticed tried to stop her body but severely underestimated the potency of his blood after having grown the last time she tasted it. Valerie, snap out of it. Are you alright, Issei? He asked worriedly until she started to cry, looking at him differently as Issei soon realized what had happened, where her soul had been restored due to his blood. Issei, I remember, Valerie. Valerie recalled the time Issei and his friends saved her and been by her side ever since, helping in restoring her home when she became the leader after her brother had died. She became strong because of how Issei did everything in her power to rescue her and didn't want to waste it by being captured again. Y'all already know the events of it, so I won't put it in. Issei felt joy hearing this and felt her lips planted into his, where the two make out for a few minutes, caressing each other's body without going too far, until Valerie sat on his lap and laid in his chest, listening to Issei about what happened. That many without matter of a few days. You're certainly making progress, Valerie. Her tone was different than before, where she's more open and knows how to tease. Issei nodded, explaining further about his personal dimension and plans. I see, then I'm ready to train when you are, Valerie. I will, but it's best to take it easy for now. Rushing things might change things for the worse, Issei. She nodded, enjoying the warmth that Issei gave her until the two let go as Issei wanted to check something. Valerie didn't mind and stayed thinking about ways of rewarding him for saving her again. She blushed at the thought, worried that her in-laws would be mad for already being intimate with their children. Valerie recalled that this is the past, and the timeline is different, meaning his parents don't know anything yet. Dimensional gap. A place of nothingness known to many supernatural creatures as the place where only the void could be seen. However, the truth is the place is only crack in the vast reality connecting to another world. From this lived two powerful beings who reached the apex of the current world they lived in. One is the Dragons of Dragons, Great Red, whose power is to turn dreams into reality, while another is the Dragon God of Infinity, Ophis. Issei looked at the multicolored kaleidoscopic imagery of the dimensional gap, where it can be torn, that is weak to resist the pressure of the place. This is the gap that connects other worlds, similar to a wormhole, but more vast and endless. Issei heard that shook him to the core, even though he was expected to meet a person, but there was an addition also to see two petite girl wearing a gothic dress and black tape censoring her breast. She had an emotionless face, yet Issei could see she was happy. Ophis, Lilith, wait, do you remember me? Also, what are you doing here, Lilith, Issei? Both dragon gods threw themselves at Issei, hugging him tightly, not letting go, fearing that they might lose him. Issei felt their small body hugging him made him smile, giving them a head pat after 10,000 years. How are you able to remember me, Ophis? Especially you, Lilith. From what I know, Resivim shouldn't have made you yet, Issei. Issei questions them, knowing full well she had died along with Lilith. They died helping Issei fight an outer god underling. It took everything in order for them to defeat all of those monsters. I've recently regained my memory a few days ago. It took time fusing, since not only did my future self go back but also Lilith, who formed as I regained my memories. Ophis. Yeah, I don't like to be with Rezavim. I want to be together with Issei, Lilith. Issei smiled happily that they were now beside him, recalling that Hades hadn't begun forming Super Devil, meaning that Balbrith and the rest of the artificial devil have yet formed. He pondered how they would return and hoped a miracle would happen, unaware that his wish would manifest soon. Well, it's great to see the two of you again, Ophis, Lilith. Issei was glad to find someone to be more open than carrying the burden of the future by himself. He was glad to know that there is someone who he can at least talk to. Hey Issei, Ophis, Lilith. Yeah, what's wrong, Issei? Both didn't say anything and gave Issei a kiss on the lips, surprising him. He doesn't know what to do since it was the first time they've kissed him, even the past. However, he accepted the passionate kiss even though Ophis and Lilith were in lowly form. Their lips departed while they both stared at each other. Why did you kiss me so suddenly? Issei. He was confused and felt strange, but it was not that different when he had been Nia and Koneko. Not to mention, Ophis is a lot older than him, but Lilith is not. FBI visibly confused. I've come to understand countless things when I'm with you, and finally realized the moment when I died was, I love you. My first friend who didn't look at me with fear. The person who taught me that silence was not the only home I can have. You are my home, Issei, Ophis. Hearing her words left him speechless. He had countless love confessions from his fiancée, but hearing the naive Ophis finally understand her feelings was shocking. Me too, Issei, you took me in and gave me a place where I belong. To show that my existence is not the one I was made for but the one I choose. That is why. We love you, Issei, Lilith. Current timeline. Dimensional gap. Real time 5 days after Issei returned to the past. Issei was speechless at the words that came out of the two dragon gods, who were rather innocent, suddenly confessing their love. I love you too, Ophis, Lilith, and I promise to protect you too along with the rest of my harem, Issei. He pulled them closer, taking the time to embrace the two dragon gods. Ophis and Lilith smiled for the first time in a while, being the only one capable of making them express their face. Then I will be there to help, Ophis. I will too, Lilith. The two were stronger but hardly had any experience in combat, and how to use them. They have a vast amount of power but don't know how to utilize the full extent of their power. Issei is the same at the moment, but has slowly gained precise control over his insanely vast power, that it is at the boundary between the alpha state of power where he will gain his true divinity. Now then, do you know how you two are able to remember the other timelines, Issei? He was worried that it has to do with their strength. However, if it was the case, then it meant the EXE gods know and recall the events of the past, making it a lot harder to combat their forces. Issei had few guesses of the reason, and one being that it was the biblical god who restored their memories that suddenly made him ponder how strong he truly is, and if he is also a higher dimension entity like the outer god. However, before he found any conclusion, something out of nowhere tensing up shrouded in holy divinity that almost made him submit and kneel. It was familiar, like a fatherly, motherly and son atmosphere. It is as you concluded, young man. A portal appeared a few meters away from them. Was a young boy who can be mistaken as a girl, where he had waist-length golden blonde hair. His eyes are of a deep maroon red color, and he has one long lower eyelash on both eyes. He has fair skin and elegant demeanor, as he wore a white jersey with a blue stripe at his collar and at the end of his sleeves. He also wears white wristbands with blue ends. His shorts are black, and he also has a gray sash slung across his jersey. His socks are a shade of gray, and he wears black shoes. He had an imposing presence despite showing a friendly smile, as holy aura permeated around him that made Ophis wary. You're still alive, Bakagad, Ophis. You seemed in good health, Lilith. Lilith knows about him for being the spawn of Ophis, while the new guest chuckled hearing their words. It is great to see you again, young Ophis, young Lilith. God. Issei became more relaxed when he realized who it was, but was confused looking at the form the Almighty had taken. Wait, why do you look like that? When I saw you, you were featureless and only light could be seen, Issei. Ha ha ha, well, that was my form in which I exude half of my power, while what you are seeing is but one of my clones due to the main body being occupied. In this form you can address me as Elohim, I see, but why show yourself? Won't the Seraph and other factions feel your presence? Issei. You don't have to worry, I made sure to hide my aura. Though, after giving you my blessing and control over the heaven system had caused a ruckus to my children. Elohim. Issei blinked for a moment trying to progress his words. Wait, what, Issei? Well, moving on, Elohim. Hey, you're changing the subject. Issei. He yelled out while Elohim ignored and continued speaking. Cough. As for the reason why some of your women regain their memories is because of power transcending the concept of time and space as well as madness and erasure. Elohim. Issei listened to his explanation and was caught by surprise when he pointed at him. You, Issei Hyoudou, have become a deus ex machina, miracle among miracles. I've only reorganized the protection you've made more neatly and helped them to not be overwhelmed by the shock, Elohim. He was surprised by the explanation, while Issei snapped back to reality and said, What does that mean? My love for transcending the power of an even higher dimension that allows for their memories to be restored, Issei. Of course, but I'm responsible for restoring this timeline, but it was you who affected it and changed the foundation I've made. Elohim. Issei dumbfounded at the power of Elohim, who was able to restore an entire timeline and universe that had been erased from the time stream. Hold on, if you're so powerful, why didn't you help us fight the outer gods? Why do you continue to hide information from us, Issei? Issei confronted him like the man before him. That Elohim gave a heartful sigh and said, My faith in humanity and the covenant I made. The overwhelming power that I possess, and the danger of information that I know that can collapse the entirety of this small world and countless others. Elohim's voice rang through Issei's mind, feeling a sense of power that he couldn't begin to describe, vastly different from the madding shriek of the outer gods. It was as if the definition of mystery. I have always existed and no one came before me. I was the one who truly brought the birth of existence and non-existence. My power is unlimited as no one can truly comprehend my power. I know what everyone knows more than that. Beyond. I am the one that is above all. I am the all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-present. I am God. Now tell me, can such a tiny and fragile world contain my wonders? My avatar are powerful, but even that had perished for the purpose of saving you. Issei, who once was a human and lower-dimensional entity, almost felt from the overwhelming presence and words that Elohim exudes that like any creature a nation bow where his words were absolute, but the stubbornness and defiance that transcended surprised Elohim. Ophis and Lilith didn't feel it, as Issei is the only one who receives the pressure, making them confused and almost attack him, but Issei stopped the two and glared at Elohim. TCH. You almost made me kneel. I am a true Dragon King and I refuse to bow down to anyone but myself, and those I loved. Even in death shall I remain standing. Issei. His dominating aura that allowed him to remain standing. Issei knew it was foolish to act stubborn in front of something that might be higher than himself even in his prime, but this is nature. Even before, he has faced unbelievable odds yet still won, and he has remained reckless, and that action had impressed Elohim, chuckling as his demeanor returned to how it was. Impressive, young Dragon King. You are fortunate, for I, the true I am, cannot harm nor kill, only cleanse evil. An avatar such myself is only able to do it to some degree. I mean, I, Yesh, and I, Elohim, are different yet the same, Elohim. Issei was confused why he spoke to me multiple times yet in a different way, similar to Japanese. One is Elohim and the other is Yesh. As for your question, I, Yesh, have tried and failed to gain control, Elohim. Issei is certainly surprised knowing that he is definitely a higher dimensional being, perhaps a true God King, or even beyond it. But I thought you were omnipotent, infallible. I'm confident you are higher than the power I've obtained before, and I was a true God, deity, Issei. Indeed I am, but within a well-functioning system, which this no longer is. The outer gods and other threats are beyond my control, Elohim. He explained while Issei paused upon hearing other threats, and worried that they are to her enemies beside the outer gods. Other threats, Issei. One question is answered, two more takes its place. I cannot tell you of these other threats, as they are like our current enemy that can sense you the moment you learn about them. Information and knowledge is a double-edged sword, young Dragon King. I don't underestimate your power, but I can't speak for others around you, Elohim. Issei understood why he was hiding things and why he appeared to not take action, but in truth he is working even now. I understand, you're helping even though I don't know it yet. Issei. Elohim smiled hearing Sai words and felt his trust in him was growing stronger. Blessed are they that have not seen, and yet have believed. Keep your faith strong and everything will surely be rewarded, Elohim. These words meant that you shouldn't be discouraged and be strong, believing that you will arrive in better places. Issei isn't religious, but those words resonated with him, interpreting it as he needed to only believe in winning and keep his faith in himself, then he will win. That's good, for I, Yesh, and you are me. You've received my blessing and 72 pillar power at its purest form, Elohim. Issei pondered for a moment and wanted to know certain things that Elohim easily understood. You'll eventually learn it on your own, but for now, there are a few things I want you to do, Elohim. Issei crossed his arms, feeling that he'll end up like an errand boy, but nodded. Worry not, it will greatly benefit you and others. It's simple, when you heaven find the peace of Sephiroth, Elohim. Sephiroth, Issei. Consider it a key. There are several keys that even my avatar doesn't know, as it contains power only few could wield, Elohim. Issei nodded, taking notes of it. Then he sensed another presence had arrived and heard an unfamiliar voice come out of the crack in space. Am I late to the party, Aniki? Another visitor came forth from the boy, but this time it was a woman with long red messy hair, wearing black biker jumpsuit and short red leather jacket that had long sleeves. She was grinning, showing her sharp fangs. She exuded power that was familiar, yet her appearance was new to Issei, pondering who she was. Who are you? Issei. That kind of hurts, Aniki. It's you, Bakared. Go away, Issei is ours, Ophis. Go away, Bakared, Lilith. The two dragon gods clinged tightly into Issei while pouting at the new arrival that only resulted in a small chuckle from her. It's you, Great Red, Issei. Issei was close to Great Red due to having her flesh after he had died the second time in the previous timeline, where the first time was from Rainier. The one and only Aniki, Great Red. She exclaimed, giving a playful pose while Issei was certainly taken aback by the news. You remember, huh? Was it because of my power like Elohim told me, Issei? Maybe, but I guess I was affected by your arrival and due to having my flesh that allowed me to connect to you like Irene, Great Red. Well then, I've overstayed my time here. Just remember what I've told you, and this time we will win our war against them. Farewell, young man, Elohim. Why? Issei wanted to ask more, but the god of the Bible disappeared into thin air, leaving him with the three dragon gods alone. Unknown location. Are you certain about this? Elohim appeared, glancing at the voice, and gave nodded to it. I am confident that he'll figure out everything. He's someone that even these eyes of mine cannot see through. His future is null and void to mine, and I wish to keep that way, for it means neither can my true shadow nor my sister be able to predict his story, Elohim. The person with him raised their eyebrows suspiciously and scoffed a bit. He doesn't trust you yet, still believes. Aren't everyone? But even if they're spiteful of me, shall I remain faithful and caring? It saddens me how they are twisted by words, but I trust in them as they put theirs in mine, Elohim. How naive. Time is running out. And still haven't told us your plan. If I told you, it might change. Just have little faith in me, will you, brother-in-law, Elohim? Though, I have to agree his space-time existence is extremely vague even for me. He appears to have a powerful acausality resistance. I see, this is why you've made me restore an entire timeline for this. No comment, Elohim. He grinned while the person with him sighed, looking at a projection of Issei. Truly a one-of-a-kind existence. An enigmatic young man. Meanwhile, Issei was occupied with having a dragon god trio and doesn't know what to make of it. Stay away from Issei, Bakared Ophis. Oh come on, I thought you won't mind sharing. Great Reed. No, that excludes you, Lilith. Issei warily smiles at how possessive is like his other girls fighting for his attention. He turned to look with a complicated expression at the smiling Great Red. Wait, you want to be with me, Issei? Yeah, Naki, it would be fun being with you. In the past, I should have told you about my feelings, but I drifted off far too much and ended up dying by those outer gods, hee. Great Red. Issei's eye twitched hearing her joke around about her death, and shook his head before sighing. Sigh, you know you're the only one who would laugh about dying. But don't worry, I'll surely protect you, Issei. Great to hear that, Aniki, Great Red. Great Red jumped, taking his other arms, much to Ophis' displeasure. Issei felt happy having to be beautiful giving their love, but it was acquired since they were still on the dimensional gap. Now, can you give me a name, Aniki? Great Red. Issei pondered for a moment on what name to give to Great Red, looking at them, and decided to keep it simple. Scarlet Rouge. Or just Scarlet. Issei. He isn't great at naming certain things, while Great Red seems happy with the name. Ha ha ha, Scarlet. I like the sound of that, Scarlet. She laughed it off, ecstatic at her new name, while Issei nodded, and soon after Issei brought Ophis, Lilith and Great Red, now called Scarlet, into his personal dimension where Irene came when they arrived. What an unexpected surprise, to think you'll seduce my man, Apocalypse Dragon, Irene. She slightly glared at her while Scarlet was unfazed, wrapping her arms around Irene's shoulder, laughing off her pressure. You mean our man? I am part of Aniki's harem now. He even gave me a name, Scarlet Rouge, Scarlet. Issei could feel Irene looking at him, annoyed that he brought Scarlet since she dislikes there are two heavenly dragon empresses. He warily smiled until Issei coughed, getting serious. Scarlet, stop annoying Irene. I have a few things I need to talk with you about, Issei. And when I was enjoying teasing her, Aniki. Oh well, let me explore this place then. Catch you later, Scarlet. She jumped in the balcony and flew into the sky, transforming into her dragon form, shrouding the space with her presence and powers, making Issei having second thoughts for bringing her. And there she goes. What a carefree dragon, Irene. Issei chuckled hearing her complaint, while Lilith and Ophis continue to cling to him before Issei takes out some sweets to give them as they head somewhere to discuss their course action. As the two dragon gods remain silent, munching on their cookies, where Irene processes the things Issei informs her. It appears we're in a complicated plan, that we are clueless in where we stand. Irene. She didn't trust Elohim's words, suspicious of what they intended to do against the outer god, while Issei understood her doubts and was suspicious about his grand plan and didn't fully trust him. Issei isn't a fool to quickly trust someone just because they helped him without any hidden intention. He wasn't sure if this plan would affect him negatively, but Issei didn't take the chances and stayed alert. However, he dismissed it since the God of the Bible was powerful enough to send him through time where an already erased timeline had been restored, giving him another chance. Issei knew currently it would be stupid to think he could fight him, or even hide from his clairvoyance. There's no point in worrying about something we have no idea how to combat with. Our top priority is securing this place from the outer gods, Issei. He leaned on his chair and crossed his arms while giving his thoughts on the situation. Issei isn't giving up and believes that Elohim was not an enemy, but does not completely trust him. Trusting and believing are two completely different things. Trust would actually mean that a person places complete confidence in another person and can rely on them for anything. Believing is a more temporary concept that requires the person to place faith in a person for a select time frame. Not to mention, he did give me a power boost through the bloodlines and system, Issei. Irene suspiciously glanced at Issei, worried that he might be used as a tool in this war, but has complete trust in him that he won't act that would be detrimental to himself and people around him. Also, he's my father-in-law. I can at least trust he won't do anything that could harm Gabriel, Issei. I guess you're right. Anyways, what are your plans now? Irene. Trains and expands my influences. Gather everyone, then find worlds that can help us grow, Issei. Irene merely nodded and heard an explosion, making everyone look outside to find Velzard, Velgrind, Vitalis and Zilla in their dragon form fighting Scarlet, causing the entire area to be completely devastated as Issei facepalmed seeing them fight. Alright, I'll let you handle this, Irene. Hey Issei. Irene left him, bringing Ophis and Lilith with them, while Issei's side turned his attention to the ruckus, joining the fight to stop it, where he easily subdued everyone by releasing his dragon haki. He took a deep breath before an invisible light shin caused the dragon to fall and became submissive, while Scarlet remarked that she was having fun and was immediately scolded by Issei. The reason why they fought was not because they didn't recognize Scarlet, since everyone would have sensed her with Issei, rather they wanted to test themselves against her, and frankly it was an interesting outcome, but Scarlet still wins against them due to her powers. 4 days had passed after Scarlet joined them and had been training along with the Dragonoid, sharing her experience as a dragon god, while Lilith and Ophis kept following Issei and trying to learn how to flirt with him, but they came out as adorable when they did it. 2 days prior, Valerie had joined their training, where her sacred gear had been refined through Issei's system, where it allowed the improve her soul manipulation. She spends at least a year inside training, where it improves her power to a ridiculous degree, even unlocking her balance breaker, but has difficulty controlling it. Penemu, Lavinia and Valia had joined in their training, improving the latter two's sacred gear, giving their highest potential, while Penemu gained her own mystic spirit, that was brush, where it can change the name of something and have all those properties. Basically a child from Bleach. He has a lot of fun when they have a session, followed by every woman that hasn't any tastes of him. Valia enjoyed taking it on her butt and can still recall her faces, while Penemu enjoyed being punished, similar to Akeno, and Lavinia just enjoyed casual one. Valerie had joined the fun when she gotten a lot better in using her power, and regained a bit of her strength. Scarlet, Velzard, Velgrind, Vitalis and Zilla joined them, having been trained by Irene on how to please him, though none able to win against him in bed. Fujimai hasn't joined him, holding herself back and trying to know more about Issei, waiting until her daughter permits it. Meanwhile, Lilith and Ophis grew addicted upon having a taste of them having taken an adult form to entertain Issei, switching between two forms when they learn about intercourse. Irene had to teach them self-control since they often barged in when Issei was having fun with other girls. Anyways, they didn't keep on having long sessions and kept training, where Issei noticed that they improved slower than the previous timeline and knew that it has to do with the fact they mostly encounter life and death situations that bring out most of their emotion and help unlock their potential. Though slow, this helps cement the foundation of their strength. Kuroka had remained by his side while Koneko couldn't, but Issei often messag her when he's out of the dimension. He heard some updates that Azazel had been working hard on trying to remove moles in his faction, like Kokobile stopping his plans, but unfortunately he already escaped. Issei theorizes time may be changing, but it's still following a certain script that he doesn't like. He decided to wait until opportunity strikes, but was relieved to hear that Rainer, Miltilt and Calawarn are still alive, having avoided being brainwashed. As his first love, Rainer was just a victim and someone who taught him a valuable lesson. He does once meet her soul, who remains lingering in him due to her regret, and falls for him during their dates, seeing that despite his goofy perversion had an innocence that made her heart drawn to him. Perhaps this time things will be different, but I'll let fate decide if we will meet again or not, Issei. He thought to himself, sitting on skyscraper which was building that he now own after Tatsashur taken it, and has Penemu as his secretary, while Velzard, Velgrind, Vitalis and Zilla has their own faction under their business of DXD, where they recruit people from any race that needs helps to start their plan on peace. On the other hand, Irene was currently on his soul space to be by his side. Ophis and Lilith were back on his personal dimension along with Scarlet, while Ben-Nia went to the underworld to report and assist her father, bringing Thanatos that had been brainwashed into a loyal puppet of Issei, having extracted and copied his power, acquiring divinity of death. Still, I need a strategy, but Ravel is the best in this area, Issei. He taps his fingers on the table while reading the files on the progress report of their business, investing in many small companies that will be huge in the future and help humanity the best he can. Still, with Velzard currently observing Asia and Velgrind at the Vatican to keep an eye on Arena and Zenobia does ease my mind a bit. Issei was worrywart, and thought that the outer god would do something with people that he cares about, and sent his subordinates to protect them until he was able to visit them. Asia should be safe for now and would come forth when Diodor arrives. He intends to capture him since he has his uses for later, and killing him would be a mercy. Issei thought about Aika, Kates and Murama, but they should be safe since they're not yet involved. Though, he sent Zilla to observe them, even though she's an airhead does take he command seriously, but Issei had to be specific to avoid misunderstanding. Fufufu, do you need a massage, darling, Penemu? Issei glanced at Penemu, who agreed to be a secretary for his business, leaving the affairs to Azazel, who was suffering with paperwork. He pity his sensei, but Issei is also the same. Though, he can easily analyze it through his hypercognition, Issei isn't the best when it comes to running business since it was mostly handled by Ravel and Rossweiss along with Penemu. Or perhaps some action to fix some of that pent-up stress, Penemu. She wore a business suit and skirt that perfectly accentuated her body and seductively enticed Issei. He showed a toothy grin and pulled her into his lap, surprising her, and felt his hand explored her body. Ara, touchy aren't we, Penemu? You're the one tempting me with that outfit of yours. Though, as much as I'd like to, we should have some dinner first before having our dessert, Issei. Penemu remained sitting on his lap while she read some reports about their business and the situations of certain people. As per your duty, Sirzex had appointed that a week of training will begin with Gremory and Citri's peerage next week. Sarah Fall mentioned to visit her tomorrow. Issei enjoyed his time with Penemu until they left the office and had their dinner, heading to an apartment owned by Penemu where she would prepare dinner for them. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.